like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in. Into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream 파이팅!
강선명 피넛 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the playoffs here at the LCK Cup. This time, less stakes. I went a little bit ham a couple of days ago, on Thursday, in fact, where everything was do or die. It was at that point in time, but now players have earned themselves a little bit of an extra life. And now Gen.G and Hanwha Life Esports will take to the stage. One will remain in the upper bracket, and the other will go down to face Nongshim for elimination.
That's right. So today you do have that extra life, but there's a lot on the line. Obviously, being able to go directly to that upper bracket finals gives you a shot winning one best of 5 and going directly to the LCK Cup finals. You win that, you go to first stand. So very important to try to get these wins early, try to get them now, so you don't have to worry about showing more strategy. As we've seen already in this tournament, strategical depth is a big thing in best of 5 Fearless, more than best of 3 like we saw in the group battle. Take a look at the bracket you mentioned. A loss today puts you up against Nongshim on Thursday, on the 20th. A win, though, gives you the opportunity to take out D+ and move directly to the grand finals.
Exactly. That will be on Wednesday. Gives you a little bit more time after that match as well, as far as scheduling is concerned. So definitely better to stay towards the top side of the bracket. But generally, winning is better. That's it's kind of how things go. And I'm really, really intrigued, because I kind of think that Hanwha Life Esports are going to be in a great spot here just because they love best of 5s. They love that grueling nature of the game, but they have an extra life. So maybe this isn't their time to shine. We'll just have to see, because generally it hasn't been Hanwha Life Esports' time to shine, except for when it really mattered last time.
That's right, and this is a rematch, of course, of the 2024 LCK Summer Finals. So we did see some underperformances there from Gen.G. It went to 5. Hanwha Life Esports were able to take it down in the end. A very emotional day for a lot of these players, Peanut in particular.
Yeah.
And I think for Hanwha Life Esports, ramping up when it matters most here has kind of been what we've seen from this team for the last 2 years. You know, they don't always make it to the finals, but their playoff runs have been pretty incredible, often upsetting teams that are massively favored against them. They were able to do it against T1 in that lower bracket finals. They beat T1 to get here. And Ruler versus Viper, the first best of 5 in 4 years since the 2021 Worlds.
And that one, Gen.G versus EDG 2021 World Championship. That was the semifinal. That was a grueling 5-gamer, as they all were for EDG that year, followed immediately by DRX doing exactly the same thing the year after. 5-game bangers generally make you better, and that's what Hanwha Life Esports have already had. And so I think we're going to have a look at some predictions here and see who has come alongside me in joining the Hanwha Life Esports train. Pony said he was going to do it. He regretted not going for Hanwha Life Esports in their matchup against T1, and he came up to me and he was like, "Max, I will do it next time." And he did. And 3-1.
You know, a pretty even split here. We have overall 6 here for Hanwha Life Esports, and then in 9, I think, in total for Gen.G. So it's relatively close. When I went to send my prediction and I deleted it and rewrote it, I ultimately decided to go with Gen.G. And I feel better about it after watching, as the fans also leaning slightly towards Gen.G. I feel better about it after watching D+ come back from their break and look very strong as well. Because we weren't sure what form we were going to see from D+. I think most of us are pretty optimistic, but for Gen.G, it's a similar situation. Gen.G, on the other hand, not looking as strong as D+ before the break, and Hanwha Life Esports are ramping up. So I think we have on our hands here a very competitive, what should be a very close series.
I would agree. I think that this one should go the distance between these two teams. As you just saw, I predicted a 3-2, so it should be 5 games. Otherwise, I am wrong, an idiot, and should probably leave the LCK. So let's, fingers crossed, I want to keep my job. That would be absolutely fantastic. But we've seen this matchup many, many times. We've seen all of these players, in fact, you know, with swapped jerseys many, many times as well. They know each other, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they have prepared here. Because Gen.G they've been in the kitchen a long time. They could definitely have themselves a little bit of a surprise for us as we move into this one.
I think personally, it's very clear that D+ Kia is the best drafting team in LCK Cup right now, but I feel like Gen.G has been a pretty close second throughout most of the tournament. Not to say they've been perfect, because no one really has in Fearless. I think it's very much something that everyone's kind of figuring out here together, because we didn't do it in LCK last year. Let's take a look at the AD carry matchup, though, because Ruler has some pretty good stats here, especially his damage per gold, and he has higher DPM, but when you look at Viper's stats, you can see his KP is higher, And very interestingly, his damage share is way higher than Ruler's. That means Chovy's doing a lot more damage. Viper is so much more the main carry. We've seen Zeka find a lot of success facilitating Viper. He's played the Galio, caught a pentakill.
Yeah.
He's played, picks like the Yone, where he's being a frontliner, he's setting up the team fights, but Viper is really doing the big damage. He's been very good on picks like the Varus, the Ezreal, and in team fights, he is really critical to keep alive. We've seen Ruler get caught in some really important team fights. We've seen him join into team fights a little bit late and die, for example. I think Viper has definitely been the more consistent AD carry so far this season, but for Gen G, Ruler isn't as important. Like, he's not the only one who's doing damage. Chovy's damage share is still quite high.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think Gen G is still trying to figure out where resources are supposed to go to find the highest level of success. I think when this team is going to look their best is when they can pivot that around every single time they come out of a draft, right? Like, they go in, they're like, well, this game is going to be about Chovy. He's the one that's got to grab that side lane farm in the mid game. Ruler, you've got to sit back and just make sure that you hold everything together so that Chovy can carry late game. Like, having these sort of levers that you can pull is going to be what makes Gen G great. We haven't seen that yet. And I think, speaking of which, like, there were a lot of chefs here on the Rift today, and Humble Life Esports are another one, right? You've got Viper, you've got Zeus, you've got Zeka. Zeka, I think, has really slotted back into utility for the most part, and I think Zeus, when he's on these carries, we've seen it so many times on T1, but when he's on these carries, that's when his teams look the best. And
Absolutely.
I think you can fit Viper in as like a secondary carry as well if Zeka is going to take the bullet and just play a lot of these utility champions.
I think that's likely what we're going to see for most of this series. And one of the big question marks I have, and we've had for so much of these playoffs, weirdly enough, it hasn't been played very often, but the Mel is still a question mark. I feel like it's a champion that I would associate with Chovy's playstyle and some of the big outplay opportunities that she does provide, as well as laning prowess. Yeah, a lot of matchups. So one that I'm thinking, I feel like Chovy will pick up if given the opportunity.
Yeah, I actually associate it the most with the Griffin boys, right? With either Chovy or Viper. I think they're the ones that would like to play the champion if it's left up and available. I'm kind of hoping that we don't see anything like crazy overcooked like we saw in our the best of 5 a couple of days ago. With Mel and all sorts of other mages and Silas's and weird things, and it was a bit confusing. I'm hoping that we do get some nice drafts actually built around it. And speaking of drafts, let's build one right here, right now. Gen G on the blue side to start things off. And HLE, after battling T1 in that single elimination, they have an extra life moving into this game.
One thing I really... Okay, so Melix is going to get banned right away.
No Mel.
One thing I really want people to focus on in this best of 5 is when Viper picks some of his best carries. The Varus and the Ezreal in particular, he's been phenomenal on. But if you end up getting a bad draft with that pick, you lose it for the series. Because he's so much more pivotal of a AD carry than Ruler is, that damage share we talked about earlier. And, if he dies first in a team fight, for example, Han will usually lose those fights 10 out of 10 times. Where he decides to go, this is my Ezreal game, this is my Varus game, is going to be so important. Because once those are gone, if you fall behind in the series, it's a little bit tougher to be that hyper carry guy every single game because you just don't get to play the picks back to back to back in this format.
Yeah. I do really like the J-Span. I think Gen G have certainly done their homework. Galio going to be taken away from Chovy or Keen here because, of course, the Rumble is left up, so it does mean that there's a lot more of an answer. Kasante, or the Keen Sante, should I say, going to be locked away. Doesn't really fill me with hope.
Yeah, because now you could just go Rumble Vi pretty easily as Humble Life Esports here with a Vi available. It would, of course, remove Vi from the equation. A good point Ox was bringing up is oftentimes you don't see teams picking Vi on red side. And Chronicle and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday too, because you're like, ooh, I want to save the Vi for the good draft on blue side, but felt like a pretty obvious rotation here, but they're going to get the Yone instead.
You pick Yone, how do you then pick the Rumble? So Yone Vi comes in here, theoretically, for Humble Life Esports, and they'll always get Rumble on 3.
Yeah. I mean,
oh,
there's no way
God.
to deny. And it's expensive in terms of what you use up here, fearless-wise, to use the Yone, the Vi, and the Rumble all in one draft, but feels like a good rotation. They will swap, though.
I mean, I think this is fine.
Yeah. And
just
now
as powerful.
Not necessarily a great setup for the Vi, unless Chovy wants to play Ahri here, for example, which he certainly could pivot to. And This game one for Fearless between top teams like this gets so interesting because of the opportunity cost involved in every choice you make. It will lock it in. It looks like here, even though there's no chance Hanwha would play it, and they could save it for another series, or another game in this series. So does Chovy lock the Ahri now? It's the big question. It's been one of our highest picked mid laners for our top teams. It's the only one that Showmaker has played multiple times, and he's played it so many. See if he will lock that in. Looking for the Aurora, though, instead.
Yeah, Aurora's also a very, very powerful champion and also gives Chovy a whole lot of lane control up against this Yone.
Zeus could be playing the Yone in the top lane as well. This does give an opportunity for Hanwha to pivot if they're not happy with the matchup.
I mean, doesn't it just... Okay, never mind. It could be Ambessa. They could just lock Ambessa as well, but then you'd need Viper on a Kai'Sa. And so... maybe they'll just lock that one away. That was actually one of the champions that Viper has really been drawn to so far in this LCK Cup. The Kai'Sa has been one of his best champions, which is why he's had so many of these solo kills. You saw 7-1 was the solo kill count. Well, he's been playing a lot of Kai'Sa. That's going to be locked in here. Gives them the magic damage, but now Rumble will be banned.
Yeah, I do think that is going to be the case.
Well, Ambessa is also probably going to be banned.
A pretty high chance. And you have a really nice setup for the Sejuani in lane, so Peanut can, even if they do opt for that Yone mid, which is still, I think, pretty likely, can combat that decently well. Xayah is an obvious ban here into the Kai'Sa, and obviously you're playing a Yone composition, so having that extra flexibility, the ability to escape from that engage range is quite valuable here.
Yep. Also just one of those picks that you always see picked into the Kai'Sa and vice versa. It's kind of crazy.
So a Rumble is definitely a consideration here for Gen G. Camille, another pick that has been making big waves here, but this is not a Lehen's angle where he's going to be playing Shen. I don't think Delight's interested in that one. Galio is also banned, so surprised to see that one at this stage, as the Ezreal, similar situation to the Xayah, just buys too much space against this comp, and Viper would like to keep it for the rest of the series as well.
Yeah, I think Ezreal, we've spoken about the Ezreal-Kai'Sa matchup many, many times. I don't know whether it's necessarily as this beats that as people would expect. The Ambessa is going to be the key ban that will be taken away here, as now Zeus can go towards the Rumble. It has sort of, like, the stock of the Rumble has kind of gone down a little bit, given the fact that there's a Kai'Sa there to do a fair bit of magic damage, but I think with the Kraken Slayer build, you can still do it as, oh my god, is he going to go there again?
Channeling a little bit of T1 Zeus here with a hover on the Vayne.
Ooh, Gwen would be fun.
I like the Gnar a lot here, actually, just because it's going to give you such a stable matchup here into the Cassante, and you have a lot of engage opportunities later on. As for Ruler, this gets a little bit tricky. The Varus outranges the Kai'Sa and will give you a lot of power in lane, and they have a lot of setup for that poke, and they've got a great front line, but rather see a more, damage-focused, lethal tempo AD carry here. Corki wasn't really what I had in mind.
Certainly does brawl a lot, though, and you're not going to get punished for your short range against this composition.
No, definitely not.
Everyone's going to be pretty in your face. So I think that this is a pretty good Corki angle. See what Duro is going to lock in alongside it. I would assume some engage, as a Leona does seem like a pretty basic choice.
Yeah, also pretty good to deter potential dives as well, if we do see Peanut passing towards the Corki. Similar situation here with the Cassante, or it's not the Cassante, the Alistar. Cassante and Alistar will make such a great front line, though, even in some of the early game skirmishes where you can see that Corki armor shred really actually make a big difference, for example, on an early Herald fight or even that secondary Grubs fight, if the Corki does show up to said fight.
Yeah,
Rakan, so easy to lock this one in with the setup you already have. And for Hanwha Life Esports, you have a lot of engage, you have really decent poke. The follow-up is so easy with Rakan and Kai'Sa here. If you have a good Gnar, it's easy for the Kai'Sa to get on top of those targets. Similarly, Yone can follow up. Yone can start the fight. The Gnar can get the bar in the middle of it once the brawly composition that Gen G pulls out does come there. I think the trickiest part for Gen G's composition is just making sure they don't fall behind early, because there's a lot of ways that this composition for Hanwha Life Esports can catch you off guard, can skirmish really well. If you can get to the 2-item spike for this Corki, though, for Ruler, and the Aurora becomes a side lane threat and can kind of push the Yone out, it becomes super easy, I feel, to play Gen G's comp mid to late. And so I kind of favor them going into this one because this is going to be a high-level game. I don't expect too many early errors, and I don't think, even though there's a lot of agency in Hanwha Life's draft, I don't think they'll necessarily be able to catch Gen G pants down in some of these early fights and get a huge lead. I think they could still win if they don't have it, but I think it gets a lot tougher.
Yeah, I actually really like what both of these teams have done. I think this is the perfect game one between, you know, the two teams that were in our LCK final that went that was so incredibly intense last time around in 2024. So I'm just hoping that we do get a good game representative of exactly that, because if something goes wrong, then maybe that's a sign for the rest of the series. I want competition, and I want it right now, and these compositions could certainly get us there. Delight's Rakan staring us down here as well as we get ready to jump onto the Rift for game number one, Gen G versus Hanwha Life Esports. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift, ready for game number one of this best of five. Remember, double elimination from here. It is round two, and that does mean that we do have a lower bracket. Some vision being put down all over the place as we have some lane swaps being scoped out. Delight is going to spot that Keen is here towards the bottom side of the map.
I feel like when you look at Hanwha's comp, it's such an expensive one for Fearless for this team. Every single player is playing a pick they're iconically known for, with the exception of Viper, I would say, but this tournament, iconically known for, right? And
yeah, 100%.
Like, Delight's Rakan, obviously world famous. Zeka, Yone, enough said. Peanut, Sejuani, Zeus, debut Gnar. It is very much the Hanwha Life. I got exactly what I wanted individually for each player, and it made a good comp. Delight is...
The thing is, I think if you get all of these champions, sometimes you can be like, oh, have we invested too much? But if you're on the red side, here in the LCK Cup especially, I think it's worth it, right?
If you,
getting a break of serve, I think is worth investing everything that you can into.
Yeah, got to make sure you hit that break, though.
Yeah.
If you end up losing this one, it's going to feel very heavy, the champs you've lost. But I do agree. I think Hanwha Life really utilized red side quite well here. And this is, like you said, one of the best game ones you could hope for. We're really pulling out all the stops early.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that the punishment of the Cassante first pick as well is pretty evident, as we'll just have to see. This is, I think, a big pain point, though, for Gen G on the bottom side of the map. I know Duro was feeling unwell last time we saw him. Thankfully, feeling a lot better here today. But he is the youngest player on the Rift right now, right?
Yeah.
He is the one with the least experience and the most untested. And I think that Viper and Delight would certainly be able to have a better time this time around. Because, of course, Gen G did manage to take down Hanwha Life Esports in the group stage. Don't know whether that's going to happen again. There's a decent flash there from Viper, but still has to use it. Duro not even investing his as the Void Seeker comes out. Bit of damage, but that is damage done here as Viper without that key summoner.
Yeah, I think a lot of people consider Alistar as one of those champs that always loses out level 2, always loses that early part of the laning phase, but I think the LCK teams, especially this season, have really figured out certain matchups where the AD carry does enough damage. You can just kind of engage, trade your Aftershock, and get value. Hit level 2 first with that added pressure of that engage, and then start to get trades like this. We've seen so many good early game Alistar plays over the last few weeks in playoffs, and that was one of them. So Viper now down his flash. There's like a huge win here for Gen G's bottom lane, right as you were talking about Duro. Confidence definitely showing, at least here in the first moments of this one. Yep.
It's good to see that he is playing with that confidence as well. Zeker is going to unbind his soul and then just clear out the wave. Look for a little bit of a reset as the waves do just meet. It is 1 CS the difference between himself and Chovy. Nothing really to write home about just yet.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup to play out, but as long as you don't get into kill pressure, eventually you'll be able to teleport back, and Chovy will run out of mana, so he won't be able to keep trying to kill you forever.
Yep, well, Duro gonna flash, gets that pulverized headbutts Viper back as decent knock up there from Delight, who's trying to battle dance his way around. Decent little barrier, but it's still Ruler that's able to grab the first blood for Gen G.
That flash being gone, so critical here. And this looks like a really nice set play for Gen G that was communicated earlier. Duro says, I'm going to look for flash, gets the flash out of Viper. Canyon immediately sets up the pathing to go bottom side to look for the punish. Delight's just going to get what he can here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to utilize this gold all too well. At least he'll get some experience, but you can see where Canyon is, gets the Scuttle Crab on his way over. Duro sees his opportunity, flashes, gets the headbutt back, and then Ruler just goes straight in and is channeling all that Gatling gun. Delight tries to block as much damage as he can, but fortunately it's not enough. Barrier also on cooldown now for Viper, so both summoners gone. And with the lead that the Corki has, Ruler's able to get both a longsword and that tier with the boots. And he is ready to come back and do it again. He's ready to keep putting that pressure on.
Yeah, this is an absolute disaster for HLE. As Trev, you're not going to find all the buttons, but you can see Zeka taking a lot of damage. Duro going to be Hex flashing over, just because you may as well use the button now that it's been unlocked. And I think Viper's done. He's going to head towards the top side of the map, see whether he can pick up some of the farm up there. Understands that fighting against this Corki is going to be basically impossible.
Yeah, I mean, with the Cull buy, now he's got 2 longswords, or 2 daggers, excuse me. He wishes he had 2 longswords.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just not really going to be fighting back. Can maybe try to proc that plasma a little bit faster with that attack speed, but he is not in a happy place at the moment, and it is going to take a while for him to get back into the thick of things. Farming solo for now. We'll give him the opportunity to get that experience back because he's in a deficit there.
And this is what we were talking about.
Yeah.
The Cassante certainly hasn't been finding a whole lot of success more recently. Not necessarily played by the majority, our top teams, right? Like you saw Rich and Perfect, like both DRX and KT were struggling for a lot of different reasons. But still, we'll see whether Keen can buck that trend.
Zeus and Kingen kind of being the high-profile ones on there.
Yep.
And Zeus will hit level 6 here. Ruler still going to be able to apply pressure. And I think even though he's not going to be threatening a Kai'Sa, the fact that he could just push in on this Gnar feels pretty good. He's just stacking tier. He's already ahead of the curve. Just a fantastic start for the bottom duo, which is, again, it's not necessarily been a weak point, but it hasn't felt like the strong point it was with Lehens so far here in 2025 just yet. But Duro continuing to try to change that narrative.
Yeah, they're actually having a great start to this one. Certainly bodes fantastically well for the series. Ruler takes a cheeky little turret shot. Delight moving on down just to clear out some vision where he can. Looks like the Grubs are going to go over to HLE pretty comfortably. Peanut over there will be able to secure that one, but Gen G not wasting resources. Heading over there as there's a Gnar back. Duro taking the turret for a very long time. The wallop is so good, and Duro just going to get knocked on the head. Ruler not able to get enough damage back to answer. As Zeus, he put his hand up. He's ready to carry.
Yeah, he is certainly raising his hand, saying, yes, I would like to bring us one back. I think I can do it. And with a really nice play there, without Flash, by the way, didn't have to use his Flash for the play, ends up getting a huge win, still has Flash available. But Flash from Ruler will help him get away because, yes, you have Valkyrie, but you need to get out fast. So Valkyrie still has a little bit of wind up to actually get your way out of there, so he flashes instantly. Otherwise, he would have probably been caught by a follow-up there from Delight and would have just been doomed. So we'll watch it again.
Yeah,
he's got Mega.
또 8킬 봐봐.
And he's like, I'm going for it.
빨리.
Goes in, hits the Alistair. Flash from Ruler gets him away. Unfortunately for Duro, no way out of this one. You can see Ruler tries to offer some damage back, but there's just no way he's going to be able to trade a kill here.
And I was wondering, because there are a couple of minions that survived for a little bit longer there, if the Ignite hadn't have happened, maybe Duro is, lasts an extra few abilities or something like that, and buys a bit of extra time for Ruler to get a kill back. But I don't know. Hindsight is indeed 20/20, so I am not going to judge him for that one. Was just a great play from Zeus, all things considered. It's a bit Australian as far as the laning is concerned. Viper and Delight going to meet Ruler and Duro here towards the top side. No plates to be going down just yet. Only one in the bottom lane was picked up here by the Gen G bottom duo.
Feels pretty okay for both sides, this Australian setup, because Zeus is going to, obviously with that kill especially, have a lot of power here over Keen. And then on the other side, you have the top side pressure that Ruler is going to put on with his Corki advantage over the Kai'Sa like he was before. And I just realized I got completely tricked by the UI with the double dagger. The two made it look like there were two daggers. And I don't know why.
There was a dagger above it.
Yeah.
So Zeka's dagger was
Well, I was like, well, I don't know.
Confusing.
I have to apologize to everyone because I'm like, when I said it, I was like, that doesn't seem right. But I'm like,
not going to lie. I did spend a lot of time looking for another dagger in inventory. And I was like, oh, no, I'm just too stupid to understand. I just can't see the dagger.
I just saw it. Like,
I mean, a Doran's blade's kind of a dagger as well, right?
I don't know. When you look at the two, like on the refillable pot for Zeus, it looks like there's two long long swords. Zeus.
Yeah, there's an ulti from Chovy. It's going to be traded for Zeka's one.
Zeka, rather. I see Yone, I see Zeus on the team. The two Z's, man, the four-letter Z.
Oh,
guys.
dude, it got me all day. Oh, my. Yeah, on Thursday, I could not stop messing them up. I feel vindicated, actually, that it's also happening to you. Thank you very much. It's just, it is the Z solo lanes that are tough to sort out in your brain.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's my Z flub. We got the double daggers. We're getting them out of the way early, as Zeus will run out of Nara here. I don't think anything will come of it.
Sometimes you just got to press your R button if you can. That feels real bad.
Oh, that's real.
Zeba Pole onto an unbound target. It's not going to amount to too much. Ruler now parked in the mid lane, and it looks like Grubs might be the next port of call for both of these teams, unless there's going to be a bit of a dragon trade or something like that. Earth, Wind, and Fire on the table, always a fun one.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up coming of this early dragon prio for Gen G, as Peanut is lurking here on the top side. Chovy is playing back very respectfully here, and does not fall for this. And, I mean, Canyon's relatively nearby. It's going to be tough to actually collapse Ruler, though.
Ruler was seen. Takes a fair bit of damage, but there's the ulti from Peanut! Remember, he's in the game! And they're going to be able to take down Ruler. That grabs them a whole bunch of extra money and priority on these grubs. 6 of them going to be available for HLE if they're able to secure this. This is a very big turnaround in this game, where it felt like that bottom side lead was a real foothold for Gen G. With 6 grubs and that pick, could be a big deal. But they're going to need to get all 6.
I mean, if Gen G mess up this fight, they'll lose all 3, really.
All right, Viper level 8 can Killer Instinct his way in, and Zeka doesn't have his ulti back up just yet, but it is getting closer. 4 grubs might be what HLE are going to settle themselves for. And honestly, still get those Void Mites, and you don't have to risk too much. They grab that pick onto Ruler, and they go about their business.
And, you know, Peanut used his ult for that last pick. Doesn't want to actually commit any further here. And I think it was potentially a winnable fight, as we'll go back to this. I mean, the lane setup here is really awkward. You know, Peanut put the pressure on top side, then was like, all right, and if you guys want to fight for vision in this choke, you're going to have to rotate your Corki over, and catches him there. That's what I was talking about. Ruler often getting caught sometimes trying to join his teammates, a little bit lazy on that rotation, but really wanted to make sure they could control that zone. Hanwha Life, they backed away, and I thought we'd see a rush straight towards the Dragon, but instead they actually opt for a reset, and it means Gen G will get that additional grub, as well as come over here and start this one up.
Well, Peanut is in fog of war for the moment as he dashes over. There's the steal. Thank you very much for that one. Chemtech's soul going to be this game as Peanut thrown around like a ragdoll, and I think is going to die. So a bit of a sacrifice of himself for the Drake. And maybe it's going to be fine, as Peanut does complete yet another Heartsteel. Bit of a contentious purchase of a Heartsteel on the Amumu in the last game. We'll see whether he's going to stack it more than 0 times before his Nexus is under fire.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Sejuani getting a lot of value out of that health stacking either way, though. As Keen stop a back, will feel nice. Doesn't lose too much for this, as long as he gets that cannon. Okay, it's good. And yeah, this game has kind of been blown wide open here. And the steal feels really nice for Hanwha Life Esports, considering as well that they get the high-value Infernal before that Chemtech Soul. Peanut has vision here, so it's really easy for him to slide in. It's a little bit early for Canyon, who just reacts to Peanut coming in there. Peanut will, of course, die for this, though. So a ton of gold being given over to the side of Gen G, but the stats still do matter on that solo Dragon. It feels
also
less good when you know it's a Chemtech Soul, but you got the good one.
It also puts you in the running for feats of strength, definitely, as well. Because, of course, both of the teams on 2 kills right now. 1 more kill, 1 more objective for HLE, and they will be able to find that advantage.
Yeah, especially considering no turrets are really close to going down. That added objective power is going to be huge. The Herald going to be up in 2.5 minutes, so...
And the idea of just pick up the Herald, you get that feat of strength, and then move that straight into a lane to try and take down a turret. That is certainly a huge one for both of these teams. You can see both on completely even gold. There is nothing in it between the two of them. And this is what we wanted, right? We wanted a close series.
Yeah.
Well, this is about as close as it gets.
For sure. Ruler having 2 kills feels really huge here for the side of Gen G. The fact that he was able to pick up that kill onto Peanut is pretty massive after he got picked off. Doesn't have the same massive lead that he had over Viper earlier on, but still pretty big.
Yeah, Zeka underneath the turret here.
Peanut lurking.
Yeah, there's another ulti. The Valkyrie was buffered decently, and the flash out does come on through. But now the quickness to stop Canyon from being able to do anything. Ruler is trying to free hit as best he can, but he doesn't quite have the damage as Viper, even able to turn around and claim the kill onto the Vi. And an ulti from Zeka pulls him under the turret, and then he kind of regrets all of his decisions as the buttons go wide, and he says, oh, thank goodness I can just leave.
Yeah, he will just be able to leave there, but doesn't get a kill. Knowing that his enemy jungler was dead, thought perhaps, and was showing mid, thought perhaps he could make a play there, but is unsuccessful. As this looked like initially, you know, okay, Ruler is definitely going to die here. This is going to be a successful play. Peanut's there in the brush. And even though Ruler is able to Valkyrie out, he's still caught, right? So stunned at the end of the buffer, has to flash. But then watch Viper here, pops his barrier, kites back with his supercharger, layers that damage in, pops his refillable, and walks away casually. Great movement there from Viper. If he doesn't play that as well as he did, then it does not end up being a counter kill coming over there.
It did make me a bit nervous when he sort of supercharged a little bit closer to the Vi than he maybe needed to. But still, as you say, played it out just fine. And once I've seen this movie before. Is this a replay once again? Is Peanut going to flash over that wall? Vault Breaker going to come out from Canyon. I don't think Peanut's out of the woods just yet. And by just yet, I mean, I don't think he's ever going to get out of the... Okay, maybe he's fine. I'm going to have a look towards the top side here, as the knockup is going to be absorbed there by Keen, as Yakety Sax plays in the background on the bottom side, as Keen just kind of outplaying. He's way too tanky. Does have the Iceborne Gauntlet now completed. And Gen G just kind of mitigating aggression everywhere.
Yeah.
Although I don't know what Peanut was doing. Is that called aggression? I'm not sure. Well, Gen G are going to look to try and take down this turret. And they should be able to do so.
A bit weird there. Teleport from Zeka.
Yeah, we're coming in once more as Zeka now looking to try and do the damage that he can as Zeus picks up the Meganar just in time, but Keen is still alive!
Yeah, this is a Cassante.
Yeah, let's just kill the turret, guys, or something like that. The house is going to connect here as Zeus is going to look to just try and finish him off. Will he find it? He just eats the CC because he's Cassante, ladies and gentlemen, and now Chovy's going to finish off Zeus. Keen just really made everyone look silly on HLE.
I want to see that Peanut replay before we talk about this, because I think the two, I'm trying to tie them together here a little bit, because it seems like Hanwha's whole game plan is we have to get this Yone fed, which is fair, and you know, you have a strong mid game, but hard forcing some of these plays is coming with big costs, as we're not going to be taking a look at that replay right now, because we got to look at this live take of the Herald here for Gen G. Because they only have one of those objectives secured, it will be their second, and this means Hanwha Life, if they can secure this dragon here, will actually nail feats of strength away from them. But okay, we're gonna skip the Peanut replay.
Yeah, I'm glad. It was a bit silly, a bit too silly, I think.
Keen has Ghost, and he's Cassante, so he has Unstoppable, stops the knock-up there, pulls Delight back, does a ton of damage here to Delight, and then Zeus decides he wants to go in a bit deeper. He's like, okay, we got his ultimate, we should be able to pull this off. Amnar. Unfortunately, even with the teleport coming through here, Cassante and turret ramp is pretty crazy. There's no wave here, so Zeka just picks up turret aggro immediately. And yeah, this is just a mess. He gets Meganar, so he survives, but then Chovy just shows up and takes him out. Keen buys a ton of time as he just feels so priced into making this play work.
I think HLE kind of changed their mind and said, nah, let's just kill the turret. But Keen kind of just made even that impossible as Chovy comes in and cleans up.
Don't forget, Chovy also got first turret in the bottom lane during that as well. So
yeah, and a Rift Herald charged into the mid lane, I'm pretty sure. And that is going to spell a dead turret and then some more damage on the inner. As you can see, though, I mean, there's not really a whole lot of money in it on either side, as this might be some money. Cease and Desist comes on through. Zeus is pretty tanky, but maybe not tanky enough, as he does get the double hop. The ulti comes through as Zeus, he gets to safety. Peanut with the prison save.
Peanut here just in the nick of time, but
no,
is it
if
enough?
He dies now, that would be very, very sad, as Canyon moves over, doesn't find the Vault Breaker, as Arctic Assault does a decent amount of work. Zeus alive for way too long, as the Winter's Wrath, one more auto, and Peanut takes down his opposite number. So a 1-for-1 in that top lane. Duro underneath this turret, trying to take it down if he can. The quickness is decent, charming up almost everyone here as Delight looks to make his way out. Chovy now in trouble as the Unbound Soul from Zeka gets him over there and shuts down the mid laner. And now Ruler finds himself in amongst everyone and is unable to get even the tiniest little bit of damage under Delight to take him down. Maybe, just maybe wanted to allow his ex-teammate to live, but probably not.
I think Gen G definitely going a little bit too deep on the we're winning everywhere on the map, because they were winning everywhere on the map, but man,
yeah, it's almost like a trade, right? Because you had Hama do the same craziness just before.
So they got the mid turret right, then they're coming up here to make this play to get top turret, but Zeus gets saved here by Peanut. And I feel like we had, it was a 9-6 pred, but we didn't have any turret predictors, so I feel like turrets might win this series without us going so far. And look, Keen does end up securing the kill here. It's a great trade for Gen G because it's top laner for jungler, and it allows Keen to get the turret in the follow-up, but in the mid play, Viper just kind of breaks their ankles again. As you can see, the turret is still, by the way, it's quite valuable in these types of skirmishes, and Chovy's ultimate is a little bit shaky.
And Delight's quickness got so much value. It was ridiculous. He was CC'd for almost the entire time as, oh my goodness, that phosphorus bomb. Yeah, you can see Ruler probably thinking that that one was going to be able to get at least a double.
Yeah, also Delight coming in clutch with that Q healing at the end. With the shielding of barrier, and the locket that Delight's picked up, we don't always see locket on Rakan, but it makes a ton of sense in this game. It's just so hard to kill Viper when he's got his sums and he's got his support nearby. He's also got heal to give some more speed to a supercharged Kaisa.
Speaking of supercharged, that Blast Cone also pretty supercharged. Otacon is down to about 2/3. And Gen G don't have a very good relationship with Otacon at the moment. Haven't really figured out exactly how to make that objective work for them. So you can see a little bit of apprehension. HLE as well, not wanting to throw that one out willy-nilly, give Gen G the opportunity to make their way back. Because you can see, make their way back. They are ahead by 500 gold is Gen G, but it does feel like the game is moving a little bit more towards HLE.
Yeah, with the large Kaisa that's sitting on 2 items right now. Corki is also going to hit his spike once he finishes those tier stacks, even though Ruler picked it up early. Spent some time in the Death Chamber. This one doesn't have the 360 just yet. It's all about how this next team fight's going to go. We're all sitting on the edge of a knife right now. Whoever wins this one will take a pretty significant lead. Otacon and this Chemtech Dragon stacked up on the bottom side of the map here. Zeus has teleport.
Yeah, you can see the Unbound Soul does come on through. Pulverize as Zeker is trying to get himself out of there. They block the ulti, so he'll have to flash. Cease and Desist comes in. Vault Breaker pushes him back, and Zeker, even though he gets a cute little shield, it's not going to be enough. Viper takes down an outer turret and goes into melee range against Keen. I don't know about that one. Keen goes all out. There's a big shield with the barrier and the knockups. Delight saves the life of his 80 carry. And Keen Sante going to fall. There's the ulti from Chovy. The flash out of the way as the ex-teammate is looking to punish. Will the Void Seeker connect as Viper? He's lining it up. He's lining it up, and Zeus says, take a house. Never mind, it's actually Peanut. They're going to sacrifice Otacon for it, though, so I don't know whether it's necessarily worth.
I think
as
it is.
Gen G,
they're still gonna get it, but the mid is just getting ripped to shreds here. 3 kills.
And it's only 2 buffs.
Yeah, it's 2 kills plus a third. The Otacon is gonna go over. Like you said, several players dead when it is obtained. But look at how much farm is also being lost in mid. Zeus is getting the top turret, and it was a great macro game for Gen G up until this point. But Hanwha Life really just proven that, Viper has the backup in this game. It's going back to that 80 carry key player matchup. The guy has done so much for this team. He is, you can't spell Viper without VIP, right? Very important player. And, he's just so important in these types of skirmishes.
For me, it's Delight as well, saving him so beautifully.
And not only that play that we're about to watch here, but also on the top side play, Viper commits to the turret here, and then he's gotten himself Cassante, but here comes a Rakan who's got Locket. Look at the damage on this fed Kaisa. Not even a Cassante can stand up to that firepower. Then in the ensuing skirmish, he also wins out. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but 4 kills on this Kaisa, who's now moving towards that AP to have additional poke leading into objectives, and this game is really now heavily leaning towards Hanwha Life. It was so close before they were winning team fights, but Gen G was winning on the map. But after that, even though Gen G get Otacon, Hanwha Life end up getting 5 turrets in total here, plus those additional kills.
And it's, once again, a bit of an Otacon problem here for Genji.
Yeah.
Canyon's going to find Delight. Like ships in the night, they do just rotate around one another. Keen here towards the top side of the map, just trying to go aggressive against Zeka, who does have that Soul Unbound. Ruler now, he's the one with the Otacon buff. Zeus is splitting on the bottom side of the map. Chovy going to be moving on up here, as we do have a 4v4 teleport to come down here, as Keen is going to make sure that this Gnar does not steal things away, and it's going to be a return as the teleport now from Zeus in response. So it's going to be a 4 versus 5. The quickness is so good. Under 3 here is, my God, Delight and Rakan, ladies and gentlemen. But this knockup, the Pulverize, is just phenomenal, and they're sending everyone back home in a body bag, or as far as a Otacon recall. The bottom lane are going to be taken out. Viper once again just limps his way out of there, and HLE, they're now just winning every fight.
Yeah, now it starts to feel like this game is just unfortunately a little bit unwinnable for Genji. We have a bit of a pause.
Okay.
Like to see that first of the tournament, first of the year.
Well, I actually kind of like that it's now, because there is a lot to sort of discuss here.
Yeah.
And I think that we will be able to get a replay, even though the game is paused, and we'll keep you guys updated as to exactly what happened. But man, that response to the teleport, it's like they see it, and instantly Zeus is like, we kill them all now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a messy fight for Genji, but they feel like they can force it because they have those Otacon buffs. And Otacon gets applied even when champions are dead when it's taken. But they weren't, like, because they lost the fight, they lost those mid turrets, they didn't have a ton of control, so they kind of hard forced their way deep into the jungle because they want to try to set up some of that deep vision. If they can win a fight there using Otacon, they can turn that into a Baron and control a bunch of the map and then get back into the game. They take those turrets out. Maybe they can even get an inhibitor, because remember, they had that really deep mid push earlier on, so it's really just one inhibitor turret stopping them from getting that mid inhibitor if they get the Baron. But these fights have just been so messy and so broken up, and you have to respect Hanwha Life's composition and how good it is at turning, because it had so much great CC and so much peel for this Kai'Sa that's incredibly fed. We talked about it in the draft. I feel like it's really tough for Hanwha to win this game if they fall behind, or if Genji gets to a pretty stable point when we get to late game. And sort of in the mid game where we are now, we're heading towards late game. But the last few fights going so swimmingly for Hanwha Life Esports means that Genji never got that stable game state.
Yeah. We have a little bit of a peripheral issue. So Delight's mouse, something happened, and he is now got, like, which is kind of nutty to me, because he just made an absolutely phenomenal quickness play on his Rakan. And so he's just going to make sure that the mouse is working just fine. Probably will just grab another one and plug it in, would be my assumption.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, that's how we figure it out here. We always have a second set of all peripherals for all of the players.
My favorite pause is always the peripheral issue, because it is by far generally the easiest to fix and no controversy.
Yep.
And it is also a win in the fight for Hanwha Life Esports, as he reported it, so there's no like real questions about what it means.
Yeah, I don't think that this one's one we're going to be reading too far into.
Yeah.
As we're checking out all of the fans here. It's a full house. I don't think I can see too many open seats here between both Genji and HLE.
Yeah, sometimes
Lolpark is jam-packed.
Sometimes somebody goes to the bathroom and gets a pause, like,
Oh no, there is an open seat. Yeah,
she's going, but like,
oh, she made me a liar.
You know, when they see peripheral issue, though, they're probably like, I don't know if there's time to go. Like,
yeah, I was going to say
quick.
that is a risky one, especially with the fact that we are at a pretty volatile part of the game. I feel like they might walk back to there being a break screen and we're getting ready for the space. That's probably what would happen.
Wow, I haven't seen this one yet. Hashtag ZPZVD.
Ooh. How is ZP doing these days?
He's doing pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah, always chatting with him. He's running some fight nights.
Yep. Has he convinced you to play Final Fantasy 14 yet?
It's been pretty tough to figure out how to buy the game for me. Please tweet at me, should I buy it on Steam or on the Square Enix store? I'm trying to figure it out. There's pros and cons, but yeah,
I was
wants
wondering,
me to play.
so that's why you play 11 instead of 14, because it's easier to buy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing 11 all the time these days. That's what I do when I get home from work, and when I'm on my off day watching the LCK at home to prep and stuff, I'm fishing the whole time.
Oh God.
Gotta get my moat carps. Well, this pause has actually taken significantly longer than we expected, to be honest.
Yep. And I don't even know whether people understood why I asked you the question about ZP, because there was a random like hashtag ZP something else at the bottom of that fan sign.
Yeah, it's always been a big mystery about what ZP stands for him. I always thought it was Zucchini Panini, but perhaps it was Zayas Peanut the whole time.
It could have been. As Gonju SP says, you should buy it off the Square Enix store. As we jump back in, and then immediately Delight was like, nah, man, this ain't it.
Yeah.
So maybe just like if you got one of those mice that's pre-programmable, like set it so that the DPI can be adjusted on the go. Could certainly be a good one. I think, you know, it can be a little bit finicky at the very beginning, but once you've done it and you've got a few of those settings that you like to use, then it really does save you.
I hope he did replace it, because sometimes, like, I've had this with my mouse where sometimes it'll occasionally, with several different types of mice, it'll just bug out for a minute and then I just resync it. And then it's like, oh, it's fine. And then you think it's going to be fine, but then maybe 10 minutes later you have another issue. But I see that there's a physical mouse with batteries being replaced right to his right there. So
yeah, there is definitely some mouse action going on down here on the stage. We are making sure that the mice are being provided. Do you know what I actually had? So I had a wired mouse and it stopped working, and I didn't really understand why, because it would stop working and then I'd move it and get a little bit aggressive and then it would start working again. And it turned out that my cat had bitten perfectly through the cable so that at some points I would reattach it just by moving the cable a certain way. And so then it'd work again, and then it'd just stop working if I ever moved the cable in the wrong spot.
That's the worst, where you're like, should I buy a new one or can I make this work? And you kind of just suffer through it for a while.
Yeah.
And then everyone around you is just like, dude, can you...
Just please be able to push your buttons properly.
My thing right now is my mic stand I bought. Like, occasionally will just, like, lose its rigidity.
Oh, like the tension?
The tension. It'll just, like, sometimes, like, slowly fall down. I have to pick it back up.
Oh, the sad mic stand.
And then when that happens, it pulls out my headphone cord that's plugged directly into my mic, so then I can't hear what people are saying, and then I miss everything.
Oh, God.
And it's horrible. But like, I should just buy a new one, but I'm like, no, it mostly works like 9 out of 10 times, but occasionally it's very annoying. And
I mean, mic arms are very easy to buy as well. There's like 3 that you'd get, you know? Just like choose out of one of the 3, they'll all be fine. And then you're good to go. So maybe that could be a birthday present. When's your birthday again? It's coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, 22nd. We're a few months away. We get a new mic arm.
Yeah, I think a new mic arm. Maybe all of us can buy you a mic arm so that you can have a mic arm for all the times.
I actually just somewhat redid my desk besides my mic arm, but got some new monitors and got monitor arms, which was kind of a life changer to be able to move the monitors around, because I use 4 because I'm a crazy person. But I also finally went wireless on my keyboard. I fully committed. Now I have, my desk is just so much easier to clean and move things around now that there's no wire attached to my keyboard. I had like a big hang up on it for a really long time. Like, I need to have the best response time. But like, I've been using a wireless mouse for, I don't know, 6 to 8 years or something at this point. So I should probably just have been okay with doing the keyboard. I have felt no noticeable difference, and I kind of wish I bought a wireless keyboard a long time ago.
Yeah, I think I might actually have to make the move. I've still got the same keyboard that I bought when I moved to Korea. You might have actually taken me to Yongsan to buy it, like, at the time.
That's the one I just replaced the one I bought that same day. That's
really?
The one I just replaced.
Okay, well then it's my time as well. I'm going to have to find out exactly which wireless keyboard to buy. But now we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, so we don't need to talk about random stuff that's been going on outside of the League of Legends here in Korea, and we can now talk about the League of Legends in Korea on the Rift right now with a new mouse for Delight. As Genji going to move over to clear out some vision around this Baron. Just to catch everyone up, this was HLE just winning a huge team fight off the back of Keen teleporting to the bottom lane, and Zayas then teleporting immediately up towards the top lane.
If you look at the gold, you know, you might not feel like a huge team fight was just won for Hanwha, and also the fact that everyone in Genji is still contesting Prio for Baron. It's because it was a Otacon buffed Genji that was wiped, so they all had the quick withdraw and are now back here to contest. As Hanwha reset, they can actually fight for this vision here. So we reset, we go again. And Hanwha Life this time, not a whole lot of vision in the river around Baron. Double stacked up control wards for the huge vision here for this choke point.
Yeah.
Zayas, Narbar at a pretty good point, but we need to see a rotation from Zeka. He's very far away.
He is. Peanut is in the area. As Zayas, he can Mega Blast Cone his way over. That will put a Gnar in a very awkward position as there's a Glacial Prison. Headbutt pulls Peanut out of there. But now Zayas, look at this Narbar. They're all up against the wall, and now Peanut is blocking them in there. The quickness comes down as Delight gets into the back line. And there's the 5-man Gnar from Zayas. As Keen tries to go all out, but honestly, I think he wants out of this game as HLE just destroy them.
Vintage Zeus Gnar. His Gnarbar was perfectly set. Peanut knew it, and he set them up. And that is going to be a real team fight win here for Hanwha Life. Not the full wipe with Keen escaping, but I don't know if it even matters. He's just going to sit in the fountain while Baron is taken. A little bit of a push there in the top lane. They wanted to maybe try to go for that inhibitor, but going for the Baron to guarantee the sturdier push across the map, I think, is the right call. They do back away. Whoa. And, I mean, it doesn't get better than this, but Zeus was so well set up for this, and it was a greedy, risky call for Gen G, but they thought there's no way we're going to get this opportunity again. This amount of vision control over the choke, but what they didn't realize was they were kind of so heavily committed in there that if they got caught and cut off by anyone, notably a Sejuani, the Gnar angle was going to be there, and Mega Cone ends up giving Zeus the opportunity to come in here quick. As Peanut's
and
knocked
his
away
Gnarbar as well is so perfect this whole time.
And even though Peanut's knocked away, he could still just wrap around here as Gen G are trying to decide whether they want to try to push on the Viper, try to focus down Delight, and they're just indecisive, and Zeus is not. You know, he's just ready to kill him.
And that is just 5 people all smashed against that wall. I don't know whether he connected to wall on everyone, but oh man, that is what you dream of, as that is a pickoff onto Duro, who is desperately trying to get some vision outside of his base, which is kind of illegal. The buffed up Hextech Soul is going to be collected here for HLE. Under 50% health, they're going to be doing a whole bunch more. 2% more than they were previously, based on the buff.
So much of this game, for me, is Gen G having good macro, right? And playing the map well. But Peanut's still having some really nice pathing to shut down some of the bigger advantage Gen G could have gotten. But I think a lot of this game is really going to be remembered as Viper being focused, but getting away with it, you know? Yeah. Every single time and getting so big, and then Hanwha Life with that goal, just team fighting brilliantly around this Gnar, around this Yone. The Rakan performance from Delight has been amazing. Like I said, this is the dream team for Hanwha. You think about these 5 players and the champs they're associated with, you just look at those portraits and you know this is all comfort. It's a real comp, and Hanwha Life look like they are going to run away with this first game.
Yeah, this one's looking pretty done and dusted right now, unless Gen G can find themselves a miracle. And the biggest question mark for me as far as Gen G is concerned is it's not Keen. I think that he had some great moments. I think Ruler and Duro did okay in the early game. Duro, of course, much newer player, so certainly has had some flubs. But it's Chovy and Canyon. What have they been doing? Where have they been? I just haven't really felt that impact that we do get from Canyon and Chovy generally in their matches. And we otherwise would, as here's the pickoff. The quickness going to be layered. Canyon, he couldn't do anything. He was basically CC'd and then dead, as now Gen G just looking to try and back away. Great interruption there from Duro, but the CC coming out once again, as Zeka just going to go back to his soul. They're going to grab this inhibitor, and Delight is just fishing, going for one after the other. And there's the flash forward from Peanut, finds the Winter's Wrath onto Chovy, and then just dies. But they take down these Nexus turrets. HLE with game number 1 on the red side, picking up this victory. So many comfort picks, but you can see exactly why these champions are so good for them. They're able to take it home with some great team fighting in this game.
Absolutely. And I think because we had that Delight pause and there was a bit of a, kind of break in the action, maybe people who tuned in late didn't know, or maybe people who tuned in the beginning might have forgotten. It was an incredibly close game until a few of those breakpoint fights. And the big thing is Viper was just constantly getting these kills and narrowly escaping and becoming fed. And Gen G's game plan was win the macro game and then occasionally try to punish Viper when he was being greedy. Like, he pushed all the way in to get that mid turret and got away with it. They tried to catch him on that play where they overcommitted to trying to kill Ruler, but he got away. Delight saved him there. He ended up getting a kill back. And Gen G were just they were so close to winning so many of those fights and getting those kills on the Viper. We could have had a completely different game, but instead Viper tops the damage, over 1k DPM at 30.7k across 29.53.
That is insane for a Kai'Sa game.
He is the main character for this roster, make no mistake.
Yeah, and I don't know. The thing that's crazy to me is Viper does all that damage. Definitely was the main character. Zeus hit the 5-man Gnar that was so beautifully orchestrated here by HLE. But my POM by a country mile is Delight. He was phenomenal this game. Put out all of the fires, controlled the enemy team, and they're going to be very happy that he doesn't get Rakan in game number 2. Speaking of which, that's going to be coming up. We're going to go to a short break, then the Space going to break that one down. We'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
보로야 공 한번
날리지 말고. 한번 큐만 박아볼게, 그렇게. 그렇게 발길 빠졌고. 야, 산테. 야, 벌레. 야, 가져.
뭐야 이거
야, 산테 봐줘. 끝. 끝낼 생각으로 하자. 나 큐플 2초 뒤에 돼.
코르키 노플 알리 노플 타워 타워치면 끝나 타워치면
야, 오케이. 오케이.
코르키 알리 노플이야
나 싸움 봐야 될 듯? 쌈 봐도 돼. 쌈 보자.
알리 노플 알리 코르키 노플
들어가고.
나이스
Hello, everyone, and welcome back live from Lol Park for the second round of the LCK Cup playoffs alongside Kim Bae-in and Maurits Chronicler Musin. I'm Daniel Deacon Gonzalez. Now, you're thinking a little bit. What you thinking about?
No, I was just contemplating how I should roast Wadid for, again, losing his prediction in the very first game. And I think he knew, which is why he was looking at me that way. And we were going to do a standoff. But I can't keep a straight face.
Well, my predictions are doomed. I'm actually so bad at predictions. I don't know why. You know what? Actually, one of the G2 fans said that, okay, I think, Wadid, you shouldn't say anything about G2 because, yeah, you shouldn't. You know, like...
And I've apparently been rebranded as Cares About Predictions guys, so I had to...
That's not a rebranding, Cronny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's all I care about.
That is branding here. 6 different gold lead changes between these two squads in game number 1, and it felt like both teams were here to scrap with it.
I mean, I think it feels more like Genji was warming up their performance because it was not really clean game by them. But from Hana Life Esports, I think their gameplay was really cleaner when you compare to Genji side. So I think we could have some like good details in the highlights, so we're gonna bring some good details here.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. First one here on the back of Delight looking for some information.
So I think this one ward gave all the information that they need for next plays, and I think that was really crucial that they didn't clean up this ward because, I mean, you're gonna see what information is gonna give. Delight putting that ward gives, okay, Alista on vision, and also you clear the lane brush ward as well, and you see Alista walking up to the bot side, and you spotted Alista. So that information gives Sejuani to, oh, sure, Alista is not here, and also it's gonna spot Vi as well. So all the information that the Delight like give to Sejuani was really huge here.
And then Peanuts clean on the execution. What we want to highlight by this is that even with Genji not playing that well, there is something that we've been able to rely on with this team for the past 3 years, which is Chovy's doing amazing in lane. We haven't really been seeing a lot of that. And then secondly, their macro has been the best in the league. When they've been bested by teams like Hanwha, it's in the team fights, right? Or when T1 stepped up to them, it's generally in the skirmishing and the kind of throwing off the pace of the game. But to me, it feels like for the first time in years, Genji doesn't really seem to know where to be and what to do. And I think most of that comes down to Kane and Chovy just not looking as sharp this far in the LCK Cup.
Yeah. Here's our second one where Zeka gets caught on out, and Genji end up trying to bite off a little bit more than what they can chew.
By the way, Atakan was up, so it was really clean play.
This was good.
Yeah, it was
this
really
was
clean
great.
by Genji. But, I mean, this happens, and after all, it's gonna be really rough.
The key thing is just Genji, and they've done this repeatedly throughout this series. This isn't the only instance of this happening. Try to go for too many things. There's too much happening. It feels like the team is lacking in cohesive vision of what they need to be doing. So why are we trying? We already won the play on the bot side of the map. Why is Keen trying to scrap with a Kai'Sa to the death, right? Just give up that mid lane turret. Either rotate someone else over, because with the two of you, you can definitely hold it. And you're getting Otacon. Like, yes, the fact that Canyon goes down is funny, but for me, the more pressing underlying issue is that Genji just seems to be pulled around the map, which is something that they have done to many teams over the last couple of years, and they don't seem to be capable of doing so.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they were making 2 plays at the same time, so they were clearly not on the same page, and also they were making so many silly mistakes, like, for example, hitting turret against the Mega Gnar, and also hitting inner turret when the Rakan and Yone was coming for you. And all those kind of mistakes were normally not happen from Genji's side. Normally, Genji was forcing them to make those mistakes, so it was pretty impressive that they made those kind of like small mistakes.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like early shot calling here, like decision making under duress has been the difficulty. And then finally, for all of you Wu Jae fans that have been waiting to see our hero in the top lane make the big play after the trade, here you go. It's the Gnar from I guess from downtown, I guess.
Man, I think all the 5 players were playing this team fight perfectly. Just look at how they position themselves. Like, for example, Delight's Rakan also, and the gauge management from Zeus and the positioning was just so perfect.
And Zeus's Gnar has been in win condition for what feels like 5 years now when he debuted. This is a that's a Bond movie right there, right? And I don't think that they necessarily needed that exact play to win this game, but the only thing that I think you can take as positive here for Gen G, which is also what Wolf highlighted, is that now a lot of those champions are gone. It's fearless, but for me, Gen G don't just need champions to not go to Humble Life, they need to clean up the gameplay.
All right, well, like Wolf said, Chronicler just knocked in a lot of currency in terms of champion power being used. Gen G, though, they can battle back. But will they battle back? They got to. 3 wins is the number. Let's go to game number 2 with that. Listen, Wolf.
All right, yep, battling back. Let's see whether Gen G can do it. Of course, HLE looking pretty good, and especially with a red side victory. Yesterday, we saw back and forth, not yesterday, the day before that, or 2 days before that.
The T1 Hanwha series.
The T1 Hanwha series is the one I'm referring to. It was blue side doing a whole lot of winning and red side not being able to get across the line, and this time, red side's just won game 1. So HLE likely to be there again, and we'll see whether they can once again orchestrate themselves a very nice draft, because Fearless makes it more difficult, but now with all of these 10 champions from last game banned away, maybe a different jungler becomes the cream of the crop, right? Like, where is the Rumble going to be sitting? Will Jace get through? All of these different things.
Yeah.
As this is the longest it's taken to get into a draft. We've just been sitting at this circle of Riot Games for a really long time, and that was confusing, but now we are here, and it's time to get there.
There we go. Chovy was having a lot of words with Coach Kim right before we ended up getting into this, so perhaps there was an issue with the lobby or something. I don't know what was going on, but he definitely had a lot to say. We'll see what influence that has over this second draft. And you do see, moving into this one, Gen G once again on blue side. You highlighted the power of that red side win, and you talked about it as well in game, like how drafting, yes, you used a lot of your best champions for each player, but it's worth it if you can get that red side win. They do stick the landing, so a lot of power here. And on red side, the bans get pretty simple. Obviously, still the Skarner, the Kalista going to be the big ones. Ruler Kalista, something that we've all feared since his debut.
Yep, don't let that one go through. That is a very good idea. As Mel, Poppy, probably going to be a Jace final ban, unless they were thinking about going for a first pick. Kasante not going to be on the table as far as that is concerned this time around. I'm expecting a Galio final ban.
The Rumble stock's going down a little bit with no Vi, but still definitely playable.
Yep.
And I think Jace is a strong ban here if they don't want to first pick it themselves.
Ooh, bit of a throwaway ban by the looks of things. The Karma going to be taken away does mean Jace or Galio are getting through.
Yeah. I'd rather see a Jace ban, to be honest, here from Hanwha Life Esports on red side. They can threaten the same thing if they move to blue. They
I would agree.
They lose.
Oh,
we're trading
one of them.
And I imagine Jace is going to be the one that goes through.
Yep.
Unsurprisingly, but Zeka's Galio has looked pretty good. It's not a pick I would have ever associated with Zeka, and a pick that I would think never really played to his strengths, but he had that fantastic Galio game where he ended up picking up the Penta, and perhaps that's going to be the look here, because you can go just straight up Galio Camille as first rotation.
I'd like Galio Wukong personally. I feel like if you've got Galio, it's better to have a little bit of extra damage from the jungle. But I think they're definitely picking Galio. I think that's going to happen.
100%. You don't even necessarily need to get Camille in this R1, R2. I just mean before the second ban phase. The first phase, I think you definitely can lock that one away. It's really difficult for Gen G to draft it, and it can be very strong into Jace in general. The Wukong is one of the considerations here for sure for Peanut. And, you know, otherwise here you're looking at, I was going to say something like an Ezreal for Viper, and you know, you got to lock this one away now if you're going to get it, and a jungler in this first phase, and they will get the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Could see a Wukong pick away, but it doesn't feel great with the Jace necessarily. And it's not that strong into Ezreal either, nor the Galio.
Yeah, it still does, like, I mean, the stock is pretty high up, especially with the Nidalee banned away as well. But I do think that if HLE wanted it, they would have picked it on R2 there.
It's quite weird, too, because it does give you this face-up information for Hanwha that the early jungling is going to be pretty easy to play out because Wukong isn't really able to gank very well pre-6, so you feel pretty good about the stability of your Ezreal pick as well. As the Varus to come here, a lot of poke in this composition for Gen.G, and it also feels like a denial for the BO5 here.
Yeah.
Taking that one away from Viper. Both of these AD carries have been phenomenal Varus players, so it's a really high priority pick. And I almost wonder, though, have Gen.G indexed too heavily into some of the poke. The Jace isn't as poke heavy as he traditionally is if he's going for a tank build, but still does offer some.
And the Xin Zhao going to be the consideration. That's the other one that goes very well with the Galio. And so I guess, you know, with both that and Wukong up, then you may as well just leave that one. So means that top laners going to be possibly targeted here just a little bit.
I think the Camille is still very strong for Hanwha's draft. You know, even Ezreal's True Shot Barrage is going to love to fly through that. The Galio gets on top, and Varus is very immobile. Sure, you have the Wukong to mitigate some of that, where you just press R when everybody goes in, but still a lot of damage, a lot of safety with that pick. We'll see if Gen.G agree, as we do see the Azir banned away from Chovy. I like that because it's one of those picks that can kind of safely harass Galio in lanes and in sides.
Also gets him out of there after that heroic entrance does come down, so the disengage potential going to be very high. Is it just Victor as well? You know, just get rid of some of these very standard mages?
I think that's a pretty wise ban here. You know, he does offer you a lot of consistent damage with the lethality Varus there and a really nice front line, so I think it's one of the safer picks for Chovy to go here. Way similar idea, not as much necessarily consistent damage, but does have some artillery. Would have been crazy poke if he had his hands on that.
Yeah, very true.
The Camille, I think, is not a must ban here, but I think it's definitely a consideration.
You could just ban Rel with the Rakan and the Alistair, both already kind of removed from the table. Then maybe you sort of force a Nautilus pick that hasn't necessarily found that much value.
That's what I'm feeling as well. Bard is an interesting call.
So now it's looking like a bit of a Rel Nautilus trade, perhaps.
Could be. And that final pick for Zeus could be saved, but that means that you do give support counter picks. So it's a little bit of a tricky situation here for Hanwha Life. And for the Rumble.
It'd be a fair bit of magic damage, but of course Galio is largely tanky rather than anything else.
Yeah, it does allow the Galio to safely build tank instead of going for the DPS focus build we did see last time around.
Yep. Bit of a fun fact also, ladies and gentlemen, between 2024 and 2025, HLE have won Game 1 in best of 5s 100% of the time. And that is not an Atlas stat. It's 11 wins to 0. In Game 1s of best of 5. So they're just pretty good at the very beginning of these longer series. They didn't win all of those, though. If you're a Gen.G fan, that's going to make you feel better, as that's an Ornn.
So that's going to be Jace going the mid lane into the Galio.
Or it's Ornn support.
Could be. It's definitely a possibility. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it in this case.
No, neither would I.
Into the Ezreal here, but
gives them a lot of engage.
It's a lot of late game power here, too. There's the Rel you were talking about. Which,
Rel mid. Ornn support. Jace top, yeah.
Let's see what the final pick is going to be here, because I don't think this is really an Elise situation. You could try to pull it off, but you're just outranged by the Varus. It's really difficult to hit cocoons. The Braum,
I'm kind of into the Braum. The Braum angle's pretty good.
It really allows you to control how the level 1 goes very well, too, and potentially stop some lane swaps. And because Wukong in this game is going to be tough to actually get impact into a Rumble or an Ezreal pre-6, because they just simply will get away pretty easily. Harpoon, Ezreal's Arcane Shift means it's hard for him to make that same sort of impact that a Xin Zhao can make. And then you can use the Braum so incredibly well to fight at level 1 to make sure your Ezreal gets away from the Varus. And if you can get through the early laning phase well enough to where Ruler just isn't chunking you out of the mid lane when we do head to the mid lane later on, you're going to feel pretty good about this. The side lane power of the Jace is going to be a large portion of, I think, how Gen.G plays this game out. And it depends on how well Chovy does in the lane. If he can get a big advantage there or gets accelerated through some early skirmishes, then he can really put the hurt on, and that Jace side lane pressure is going to be real. But if he falls behind, and we do end up seeing Viper become the main character as he always is, and get that 2-item spike freely on the Ezreal, yes, Varus outranges him, but there's so much power and so much of a front line here for Hanwha Life's composition. Like Game 1, I don't feel very strongly like one team has won the draft over the other. I feel like it's pretty balanced on both sides, but I give a slight edge to Hanwha this time.
Yeah.
Because I think they got comfort again.
I agree. I also think that there's not a lot of, damage variety on Gen G's side at the same time. We'll just have to see exactly what all these builds look like as we jump onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like the Braum was kind of a masterstroke because I was feeling the same way. I was like, oh, wow, Gen G's draft looking better and better. And then I see the Braum locked in, and for some reason it closed the door. Like it was the bookend, you know, that sort of perfectly moved it all together. You have the double layering now of like the Glacial Fissure and the Equalizer that can go on top of one another to really make sure that they're in it for as long as possible. You then get Peanut diving on through, Heroic Entrance to bring them down, Viper can self-peel, and so you're not needing too much protection for his Ezreal.
It looks like Hanwha Life have kind of decided, too, that the power of Rumble in this early game is going to be enough to they trust that Zeus will be able to get a lead over Keen here, and so they're not going to swap the Ezreal away from the Varus, which can be quite tricky to play out. With the Braum, it gets a little bit easier. You can block some of that poke once you get a few levels in. As that's not always what you want to see with the first Q, but Chovy is going to have a good time in this laning matchup because he simply just avoids the poke, which is really difficult to land, and just kind of harasses. We'll be able to get some nice wave clear. And this is the kind of matchup where you see Chovy build those big leads that Chronicler was talking about. We haven't seen too much this year just yet, so he has a lot of agency.
Yep. Zeka just going to be waiting for waves for a lot of this one is what it's going to feel like. But he's also been pretty good at navigating these matchups. A little bit unfortunate. The Crushing Blow wasn't able to take that one minion. This is what I'm interested in, because if like this is what Keen has prepared for taking on the Rumble, we'll see how it is going to go, as Duro was tagged by that Winter's Bite. Looked a little bit confusing as Viper really trying to get his eye in here with those Mystic shots. Understands that throwing it a large amount away from the opponent is not a way to make it hit. So he's nailed that one now. See, there we go. Calibrated.
Yeah. Well, as a few levels come through, the Braum is always so terrifying at level 1 into any melees. And we'll see Rulers start to trade some of that damage back here. Went lethal tempo, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was actually interested in, because Ruler has been our best on-hit Varus player ever. And he's going to be playing it again. So it's a great thing to see. It's going to be difficult to make work, because now it's gone from what looked like a poke composition with the Jace and the Varus to not a poke composition, because this Varus is going to be largely wanting to auto-attack throughout this game. Gives them so much more consistent DPS, though, if he's actually able to free hit. And that's what's going to be the big question.
Without the Comet, though, obviously the laning phase is a little bit tougher to play out into this Braum specifically, too. So Viper is just offering as much damage as he can, and really putting the harass in here, starting to take a slight CS lead. We'll see if that continues to compound. As, Zeka is just going to be waiting for waves, as you put it. And so far, though, minus that one miss we saw on camera, has been doing a good job of catching those. Does buy a Dark Seal on the first back, and is down teleport, so has a teleport disadvantage, which really hurts, but just how this matchup is going to go. This is a matchup where if Zeus messes this up, the whole game plan can really change and everything can get ruined, but like I said, they trust him to have control here, and with the lethal tempo I didn't see earlier, it feels pretty safe to keep the Ezreal in bottom. So I like the lane setup here. Canyon's going to see if he can find something. He is a level 4 Wukong.
Yeah, and this wave in a pretty good spot for Keen just to hold on to it. Canyon going to be canceling this one. You can see Peanut not really in the area. No knock-up going to come through, but Keen is keeping him interested for now. Canyon shows himself, and Zeus going to do his very best doing some alcove gaming here. Knock-up going to be available with that Searing Charge, but now Canyon with the Nimbus Strike and with the ability to close that gap is going to be looking all right. Does he have a Scrap Shield? No! First Blood goes over to the Blacksmith on the top side as Keen gets First Blood on.
All right, well, that Wukong getting barely worked out there in terms of just having enough damage, but he also gets the flash of the Zeus, which feels really nice for follow-up ganks as well. Thought perhaps with the knock-up not hitting the Zeus might just barely have enough space there, but he's just too low, and Canyon can continue to force the issue. Going back to the Zeus, you could tell he's kind of concerned that something might be happening here, but Canyon's definitely waits because he expects a ward is there, or perhaps King pinged it, but he waits for a long time, shows at the last possible second, then goes in here. And Zeus just out of button scrap shield, trying to get his way there. Not quite enough. And Keen actually picking up the kill there is pretty huge.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Once again, it's Genji starting off strong as Delight moving forward. Ooh, Winter's Bite not going to connect. So Dura is able to walk this one off. Peanut now rotating over. Don't know how much information Genji has about this one as the wave state is kind of doomed. Delight moving forward. There's an audacious charge as they want Ruler, but he flashes, gets underneath the turret, and the door is then given and is going to be a sign that we're going to be backing off. So Genji, they do have to invest a summoner, but otherwise able to mitigate the gank.
Yeah, and it's not like they're going to be getting a huge advantage out of this in the short term. It'll be a little bit of farm lost for Ruler, but ends up getting out safe. Grabs Berserker's Greaves, which is going to be a big spike for the Lethal Temple of Varus at this point.
Oh yeah.
He's ready to auto a Braum.
He will be doing that.
Yeah.
He will be blighting that quiver over and over again until the Braum maybe dies. There's now Peanut diving on in. It's just going to be Zeka clearing out the wave, though, trying to get a little bit of tempo back here in this game as HLE are running out of a bit of control. Canyon moves over and it will be able to take one of these grubs. HLE wanting to grab the next two. So it's not going to be any feats of strength as far as objectives are concerned going down just yet. Stura going to get slowed down. And will be HLE answering. So Shock Blast not going to connect as now HLE might be looking for a little bit of a turn. Crash down from Dura gets him out of dodge as into the bottom lane goes Ruler. And so Viper going to be running back down there as, oh, we don't know about that one there. As Zeka gets a nice knockup with the Justice Punch. Dura comes over with the Shattering Strike though, and man, another concussive blows just goes wanting.
Yeah, I feel like if Galio, had a little bit more damage in his items, maybe they could have made something of that, as it was a nice interrupt there on the attempt from Chovy, but fortunately he's still Galio, and the concussive blow's not gonna quite connect. And Delayed over here, trying to make something happen again. This wave's not in a great spot to follow up, but they want to try.
Yep, Battle Braum, he's going to dive on top of Ruler. The door is going to be given. That is decent peel from Duro, but now Ruler with no flash is trying to survive as, oh god, Zeus is possibly just dead. Scrap Shield at the right time, but Keen just flashes on in. And there's the Ornn solo kill onto the Rumble.
This is what can happen when Ornn gets that kill early, picks up some magic resistance, and he's able to buy the cowl from,
yeah, Spectre's Cowl is also
together.
So good against Rumble.
Yeah, he just puts it together and he's like, why just keep pushing these advantages and I trade up against you repeatedly? He's got Grasp and eventually just runs Zeus down in the lane. You hit some of those knockups, you end up winning out. They don't force the issue onto Ruler because he got level 6 there, so he's able to escape death, but we'll have to back away, and this means Plate Gold and the first Dragon do go over to Hanwha Life Esports, so they do have some win on the bottom side despite Zeus' second death there up in the top lane. He's still farming pretty well.
Yeah, the problem is that if it was the other way around, right, if it was King getting put behind, you'd be able to make the excuses, right? Like, he's going to still have the Ornn Horn in the late game. Like, it'll still be okay. He'll get levels, and then he'll be able to give his teammates cool items. Rumble will be less and less useful the more this happens.
Yeah, I mean, Equalizer goes off here, but it's just paltry damage.
Yeah, nothing happens.
High MR Ornn, and he just flashes for the final auto there. Really well played by Keen. Knows he's got the slow. And now he's got a no magic mantle as well. So he's really nullifying anything Zeus can do.
That's a Negatron cloak. That's like even cooler.
He had the mantle before, now he's got Negatron.
Yeah. So it's from bad to worse, as he also has a level lead, massive amounts of health, and all that good stuff. So yeah, this is a very, very dangerous Ornn. The one good thing is, for Zeus fans, is that Zeus is still pretty even on farm. There you go.
And Rumble still is going to be impactful in team fights. And it's not like he's going to be useless in this game, but he's slowed down, and he's a real easy dive target at this point because of the control that Keen has and how much Keen can push into him and threaten him. So we're going to have a bit of a Australian moment here with the bottom laners going back to the top lane. Neither top laner has teleport, so they're going to be slowly walking their way back to the lane. Neither of them have boots either, so it's a bit of a journey. As Viper here finds himself pretty much dead even with Ruler in this lane, and that's okay. The problem is that This Jace is starting to get to be a bit of a problem. And I think the mid-game explosion we're going to see from Gen G is so terrifying.
The problem is it only gets worse after that as well, with all of these ornaments coming in.
Exactly.
And Ruler is on the late-game DPS build, right? Like, that's the path that he's chosen.
And Canyon has his ult now. I mean, this is going to be a team fight where Wukong is going to be incredibly relevant. Chovy wants to commit to these grubs. He has teleport. He's going to get this back here. And it's hard for Peanut to make the same sort of impact in this upcoming skirmish, to be honest.
Oh, HLE smells something. Teleport is going to bring Chovy towards his top lane. They're going to be fighting for these grubs. Winter's Bite doesn't connect onto Ruler, who does have his flash back up and available. Chains of Corruption going to be coming on through as Viper now getting lower and lower. Winter's Bite goes wide. Magnastorm picks up both of the tanks. Chains of Corruption there as well as Canyon's in with the Cyclone. They try and mitigate as best they can, but it is not enough. And there's a kill going over to Ruler. Zeus, not entirely sure about that one, buddy. And he is going to go down. Does, put some hot stuff on the ground there. And Zeker is taking a plate.
Not sure if he should have been studying what we saw from Kingen on the Rumble yesterday.
Oh, God, yeah.
He's trying his best. That was a disaster for Hanwha Life Esports. You had no control. They saw the Jace teleport. I might have called it out moments before. Like, he's going to be fast-tracked there. He goes back and buys. I think was able to pick up a pickaxe off of that back. Comes in. Man, you have no control there. There's a Rel, there's a Wukong. It's not a winnable fight. You don't want to give over those grubs, I understand. But I feel like Hanwha Life is too smart of a team to actually be over-indexing into plays like this. Like,
and with Galio picking mid lane as well, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's like he went mid, he TP'd away. Like, you can't walk in on that. The Galio's not in range to ult. Yeah. If Galio was halfway up the river, you could maybe make a play where you're like, oh, okay, we'll counter the Rel ultimate with Galio ultimate. He goes in there. He's pretty thick. Viper's got a lot of space now, but it felt like a disaster. Then Zay is TPing in because Zeka couldn't. Was your Rumble, bro. I mean, that's not the angle.
Once again, Zeus is brittle. And I've never seen that be more accurately portrayed. As Kane making him look exactly that. Maybe he should have used like the titanium to build the mecha suit. As Chovy is also bullying Zeka out of this mid lane. It is really looking like this game doesn't have a lot of avenues in for HLE at this point in time. Chovy, even if the gold isn't necessarily prohibitively different, it's just the fact that Gen G has so many tools moving later and later into the game.
It's practically prohibitive as well, though, when you consider how well Gen G has snowballed games. You know, Chronicles mentioned it hasn't felt as often we've seen it this year, but we know they can do it. Even Canyon's presence here almost threatens Zeka.
Well, Wind becomes lightning, and Peanut becomes almost dead as they're looking to defend underneath this turret. They at least do with the minion wave, as Viper desperately trying to hold on in this 1v1 in the bottom lane. Next flash from Duro gets him towards Delight. As Peanut gives away his position there, Viper moves on over, and Duro, I think, is just going to vacate the area. So it looks like maybe HLE are going to opt in for yet another attempt at an Earth, Wind, and Fire.
This is smart because they were able to stave off the Canyon pressure mid. Toby's out of mana and doesn't have teleport. They're aware of this, so there's a really nice window here for them to come over and take this dragon. You can see Canyon's trying to get something back. He's going to go over here and steal away some of Peanut's camps at the same time. It is Hextech Soul, so you feel really good about the fact that you were able to pick up 2 now as Hanwha Life, but will you be able to get any of the upcoming dragons that Gen G show up to is the question that they're going to have to answer for us, because at this stage, it doesn't feel like winning a team fight is on the cards for a while. Zeus may get caught again.
Yeah, Canyon's moving on up, and yeah, I don't think Zeus is getting out of this one. Yeah, some hammer boops. I think Chovy was thinking about giving his jungler an assist and then said, nah, just can't be bothered waiting.
Keen is really putting in, the fact that he was able to get those early advantages with Canyon is really putting a big hole in the top side of the map for Hanwha Life. I mean,
and this is going to be feats of strength as well if this turret goes down. There's the taunt, connects only onto Chovy, who flashes away. They don't manage to take down the turret on this push, but it is looking worse for wear. Canyon's moving on in, wanting to get these 5 minions towards that turret. Audacious charge from Peanut onto Duro. Magnastorm going to come through the point-blank heroic charge as Peanut's flashing away the Cyclone, doing a fair bit of work here. Zeka trying to be tanky, goes back in. I don't know about that one. As there's the snipe, just one after the other. We're all able to take the kill onto Peanut, as well as some icing on the cake.
They may have gone lethal tempo, but the poke is still lethal as well, even without the lethality. And yeah, it's 2 here for Gen G and the turret.
And the feats of strength as everyone's flashing. And yeah, Canyon looking for a little bit more. Shock Blast comes on through there as Delight able to stand beside the minion. Arcane Shift out from Viper. That gets them to relative safety. But the problem is they don't have any presence in this game. They're getting forced under their structures. And Genji are angry about game one, I think.
Oh, I think so. I mean, Chovy's Shock Blast accuracy this game has been pretty insane. And we talked about how, like, yes, it's tank Jace. When you have that cleaver, you do a lot of damage with it early as well. And here things just are pretty disastrous. They want to engage onto a Rel. And then he's just like, okay. And then the idea is, well, Galio's coming. It'll be fine. But they just have so much peel with this Wukong here. And once Ruler shows up, which I think is what they really didn't account for, it's just not fair. And then after this, they stay to try to save the turret and try to get some farm and end up losing another as well. It's just back-to-back-to-back errors here from Hanwha Life Esports, who it's a far cry from what we saw in game one in terms of decision-making. Obviously, it's a very different game state, but still, I feel like sometimes you just have to be willing to let Genji take a little bit more of the map. It hurts, and your Rumble's behind, your Ezreal is significantly behind, and you're playing Galio. It isn't setting anybody up right now because everyone's so far behind, so you don't want to just give everything to Genji, but they kind of stick around to try to salvage it and give more. So it's kind of lose-lose at this point. 5,000 gold almost on the dot here between these two teams.
And you can see when an Ornn has the third highest gold in the game, you know things are going poorly for the opposition team. This guy is able to build some ornaments pretty soon, only a couple of levels away from that. In fact, just one level away from building his first one. And then he's going to be able to make all of the other players' stuff really, really cool. As Ruler and Viper still just facing off. I think this is like the closest matchup that we have, but Ruler being able to pick up all these extra kills does put him 1,000 gold in the lead. As now Zeka looking for Chovy, and Chovy just going to be running away. No worries at all. And so how does HLE, how does HLE get back in? They're 5,000 gold behind. It is 17 minutes into the game. It's not like, I don't know, completely doomed, but it feels like it. That's what it feels like. I can't see the avenue back in for HLE.
It's hard because if Ruler is isolated, maybe you could try to pick him, but it's a Braum comp, you know? Like, they don't have the safest long-range, you know, engage that can lead to chain CC. Like, Zeka also has some element of engage, but needs somebody to be there first, and that's going to have to be Peanut. And Peanut he's playing Xin Zhao, so he has some longevity in team fights. He can press R and live for a long time, and then maybe Galio goes in, maybe you get on top of that Varus, but Ruler's positioning has been so good. And because he's not lethality Varus, and because he's 1,100 gold ahead, even if he does get engaged on, he kind of just kites back, flashes, presses barrier, and kills whoever's on top of him a lot of the time. So it feels like the answer is there isn't a way, Atlas, to be honest.
Yeah, it's sort of what I'm gathering. And turrets now falling by the wayside. The outer on the bottom side of the map, not long for the world, as we're looking for
Chovy?
A Hextech Dragon. Yeah, Chovy could be in trouble. Zayas almost just dies as the heroic entrance comes on in. They do manage to get the Justice Punch, but Chovy's so tanky. Now Canyon looking to take down this Rumble. That is going to be successfully executed, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. And now the Ornn Horns coming through. The triple knock up everyone just in the blender as Viper and Ruler are fighting, and we know that is not a fair one. Delight goes down. Peanut trying to do his very best as these health bars are so low. And Peanut going to get knocked up. Duro takes that as his opportunity to crash on through. They do manage to take down the Wukong. And Peanut does have a lot of sustain in these fights. Wind becomes lightning, and they do need to kill Keen. He's a lot of money to be taken down, but instead, Keen's looking to try and get it himself. That mini taunt, though, is going to be great, and now Duro has no damage.
Yeah.
And so they could just walk towards him, but with Ruler moving down, that means that HLE not going to be able to find any more fight.
That last Sundered Sky proc feels pretty good.
Oh, God. Oh, I saw it happening again.
Top of the morning to you, says little penguin emote. I see you, Ruler. See you in game 3. Yasuo watching this game is like licking his lips with all the knockups we're about to see in this fight. Because Chovy, he's relatively tanky. He doesn't have a Fimbulvinter in this game, but buys a ton of time here. And then Canyon, Duro, and Keen are like, bouncy castle? Yes. All of these knockups coming through. Keen gets the double, knocks up with the Rel, then gets the secondary knockup with the secondary activation of the Ornn Horn. And the Forge God is on his side.
Yeah.
And then Keen flashes in for the kill here, and we end up getting a few more knockups in this exchange, and Peanut gets his own, and there's an extended fight. If Ruler was here, this would have been a disaster. Peanut getting that last Sundered Sky proc, really helping him survive here.
Yeah, the
Zeka
Xin Zhao
eventually
really
get there.
demonstrating the amount of sustain that you still have in this kit of his.
Like, watch this. He's like, oh,
God.
one more auto. Okay.
It's very unfortunate, as we're going to check this one out from Ruler's perspective, as he chases after Viper, flashes for the ultimate, and manages to just walk him down.
Yeah, with lethal tempo, you're not getting away, unfortunately.
Nope. Does not happen. Now, Arakan is up and available. Genji this time, 6,000 gold ahead, and that means that any decision that they make is probably more likely to be a good one. So you can play a little bit more aggressively about it, but this has been the buff that's been the bane of their existence thus far.
I feel like it's pretty hard to mess this one up.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But last time they did a really creative way to make it worth nothing, so I'm not entirely sure. You know, you don't want to count your chickens before they've hatched.
Well, things I can count are the amount of wards that are being cleared here. I'm not going to count them, but like it's a lot. There's no vision for Hanwha Life. There's a teleport for Chovy. He doesn't even necessarily need it because he's already walking up. You can see how desperate they are for vision. Viper's like ulting through. Maybe we can get something here. Maybe we can see something. Maybe I can get somebody in a range for Zeka to ult on top of. But Genji are just quite literally locking them out of this objective.
Ooh, Viper gonna get spotted by Chovy here most likely. He's thinking about face checking that brush. I don't know about it. And Chovy, champion of the bit, really wants to be able to take it down here. Decides instead he'll throw out a shock blast.
Chovy also going for Muramon a second here. Some of the flexibility, the ability to start getting ahead like this. If you were considering going for Pimple Winter, you can just change it up, build your tier into something else.
Look at that! That's some side lane money.
Yeah.
As Chains of Corruption are going to connect on to Peanut here, as my goodness, that was the Blight stacks exploding and doing a fair bit. Nicely done. Blight pretty tanky. 2 items done for the Ezreal as well is a big deal.
He's doing a lot this game, Ruler, on this Varus pick. It's been a pretty high prio pick, and
with the double AP as well, the Wits End third feels so good if he decides to go for it.
I think he probably will, but
you can also go the Muramana as well. Like, sorry, what's the other one? The one that gives you the magic resist.
Oh,
builds out a Hex Drinker. Or Mount Mortius.
Yeah,
Why
Mount
could I
Mortius.
not remember the name of that?
Yes. I wasn't sure where you were going. If you were talking about like he's going to go for a different DPS item, he's going to go Unitals. No, I don't think so. But
I think if he builds it, he'll need 2 daggers. That's all I know. As Peanut here in this brush.
Stop bringing it up! I spent the entire break talking to Atlas about how there's just no way my brain should have thought there were 2 daggers. Like, Kai'Sa would never do that. It doesn't make any sense.
It was very funny.
Okay.
All right, Zeus is going to get spotted on vision, and Chovy does still have to flash. Crash down there from Dura gets him out of the way, but that is an equalizer on cooldown. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, and here in the mid lane, Zeka fighting against Canyon, does have the dash cannon, but my goodness, this is a Wukong that's doing a fair bit of work, finds another charge there as in goes Peanut and finds Ruler. There's the flash taunt, and Ruler once again. This mid lane has not been his best friend, and now Keen sets up the train. Will he be able to get the knockups? Of course he will, as Canyon takes down the enemy 80 carry, but now the Bash Bros are getting back to it. Zeus is looking real healthy, and Peanut and Delight just struggling to take damage here in this game. Zeka as well, going to be okay, and 3 are on the floor for Gen.G. How did that work?
I get it.
HLE.
I get it. You know, you've got a cleaver, Canyon, and you want to use it, and he was cleaving. Well, there is no reason to make that play into a comp that has a global. There is just no reason. Like, this comp is so sticky, too. Hanwha Life Esports are like, is he really? He commits the ult. So now there's no peel, by the way, when the collapse comes through. Keen is pushing in the side, so they're just like, okay, we'll get some damage down here. Yeah. But Zeka just ults in, and they're like, uh-oh.
It was
no
Peanut's flash was so instant. As soon as Ruler overcommitted,
it's like
they were in.
Yeah, you got a Rel here, and you have all Keen's knockups. He shows up. He gets pulled out of the side, though. Doesn't get that turret, by the way. And then Rumble is just going to burn everyone to a crisp. You need that Ruler damage in this composition. And there was, frankly, there was just no reason. That was some ego gaming, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like that too. But the problem is it's down to a 3,000 gold lead now. Remember, HLE, they had an extra dragon, and now they're all piling on top of Peanut. Gen.G back on the horse once again, getting rid of the jungler. Absolutely fantastic, especially only 25 seconds away from this Baron buff that's going to be spawning, and a second Hextech Dragon. Hextech Soul could be a 4-stack here for Gen G if they continue stacking them up.
And for a lethal tempo Varus, he's going to love it. I do think it was a nice punish there from Hanwha Life and a bit of silliness from Gen G, but I don't know how much it necessarily matters because the majority of the game state remains the same.
Yeah.
You know, some smaller advantages than we had before, but it's still a 0-5 Rumble. You know, it's still Galio, who from behind isn't going to have a great target to ult on, who's building AP in this game where there's a plethora of magic resistance available, as you pointed out already, and more is being built. So it's going to have to be more mistakes like that and Ruler getting caught. He's known to get caught sometimes in a specific place on the map.
Yeah, and it was very reminiscent to right about there.
Yeah. Like, chat, can you see the place where Ruler is? Do you know?
There's a heat map, and let's just say the heat map is very small.
Yes. This is Peanut just getting collapsed on here. I mean, look, Gen G playing around their control of the bottom vision pretty well. It was a control ward there that they somehow skirted around, I suppose, and then they're able to turn this into Dragon. Just trying to set traps for Hanwha Life, who had to rotate over to fight Dragon. They find the jungler first. But Peanut was laughing after that death. I think he knows this game is pretty cooked.
Yeah, but also knew that there's not a whole lot he can do. Yeah, he has to be in there trying to combat for vision. And Zeus doing his best to find money wherever he can. Hasn't even upgraded his shoes in any way.
No.
Which is a little bit unfortunate.
He has a arm guard, so he's got one big fight maybe.
All right, possible battle coming on through here as we could have a Gargoyle joining at any time. Viper free hitting over the wall is fantastic positioning. Knock up onto Keen now as Peanut dives forward. They look for Canyon and they take him down. The train has left the station, but there's no follow-up. And there's the concussive blows we were looking for. Finally, Chovy shows up, but he is way too late for this party. And Ruler as well, he's even later. I think everyone's well and truly gone home, even the people that stayed the night.
I mean, starting this Baron, though, is super greedy for Hanwha Life. Zeka still has ult. I think they think they can do this. Duro looking for that angle, doesn't have flash, tried to hex flash in, but is avoided.
Yeah, well, Peanut can kind of tank it forever as Chovy's over this wall. Zeka trying to keep him interested as the Baron going down lower and lower. Remember, there's only one smite, and it's going to be Peanut that locks this one down. And now Chovy, he is just dead. Peanut dives forward. He's got the support of the Galio there as well as Duro going to get knocked up and taken down. This Sin's now an absolute monster, even from the grave. Speaking of monsters, Zeka needed to press that arm guard, otherwise he was dead. Ruler still does the DPS, but not now from the death chamber.
And Hanwha Life take a gold lead. Atlas, when you asked me how they get back in this game, I just couldn't think of that weird specific scenario where Gen G would funnel in like lemmings into a choke point into a massive equalizer that was super well
Why didn't you tell us? That's why you pay the big bucks.
I just couldn't think of this scenario, but I mean, they used the Wukong ult super early defensively here, but it's not going to stop Zeus from dropping an equalizer onto this team. Delight is so sticky as Braum here, so getting out is so challenging. Keen only gets one unstoppable, so eventually he's going to try to use his second to buy some time for his teammates, which he does. And this is super well played here from Hanwha Life in the follow-up. Duro wants to hex flash and set up a big ultimate here for Ruler, but they just spread really well. Like you said, Peanut can tank forever, and that's Baron.
Oh, is this how Gen G makes a play for the Otacon, though? Because now Baron has been taken, and HLE are distracted by this Otacon buff. And that Shock Blast did a fair bit of damage. Problem is, like, HLE have kind of got past the difficult part now, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, now they're strong.
Now they can just ignore the Otacon attempt from Gen G, be like, yeah, you can't do it. We have Baron buff, so you have to back away. And if they did try to do it, Zeka's ult's coming back, so they can just easily come over there. They're using the Galio pressure super well, and man, this game for Gen G felt unlosable. There's still an angle for them to win it for sure, but they have lost all control that they once had. Now grouped up on this Otacon, but again, a Galio could be there at a moment's notice. Has teleport as well from the side lane to join. And like you've mentioned several times, Otacon has not been Gen G's most successful objective.
Yeah, they are terrified of this buff. As Duro in a really awkward spot. The Otacon down to about 8,000 health as now Peanut's just walking on up here. Teleport in from the Galio, but he's now surrounded. Viper really far away from this fight. And look at the equalizer. Ruler standing right on top of it. Canyon just spinning, having a great time though. Still, the train, it's not going to get past the door. It's so powerful. Duro going to get executed. And even though Viper's instead. It's still looking all right here for HLE. Zeka just as punching his way in. The winds of war coming down as Chovy gonna get tagged. In goes Peanut now as they're trying to find the DPS. Down goes the monkey and it's a bloodbath in here. Zeka is just untouched though. He cannot take damage on this Galio.
Zeka's Galio, man, is so impressive. He's got the Riftmaker in this fight.
He's 4-1-10 in this doomed game, Wolf. What
I know,
the
it's
hell?
actually so crazy. He comes in here and flashes, tries to set up the taunt on the Ruler. The Equalizer's on top of Ruler as well. True Shot goes through almost everyone. Ruler is able to avoid it. Chovy spends his entire time in this fight chasing down Viper. Then Canyon has to flash on him, but that means there's no peel for Ruler whatsoever. Zeka takes him out, but he is far from done in this fight. Chases them down here. He's got Phase Rush. He's got his Rocket Belt. Sets up the taunt here. Zeus, last-minute Zonias that he put together here. And Zeka is just a raid boss in this fight. Cannot be killed. Zeus survives with that Zonias and then cooks them to death. Hanwha Life with some clean team fighting. This is a massive comeback we are witnessing here potentially. Now it was, okay, they caught up in gold. They have a tiny lead. Now it's the lead that Gen G had. They now have. They're looking to get Soul Point here for this Hextech Soul. Otacon potentially in trade here for Gen G.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually get up here in time as Gen G moving over Vision as they make their way northward. So it is with full information that HLE are going to be able to now move up and try to contest. He's going down lower and lower. Peanut is going to have to face check. True Shot Barrage spots out the damage being done here. So Otacon will go over to Gen G. They have that, but they lose Soul Point for it. And control of everywhere. You can see in this mid lane, Viper is able to just wander towards the inhibitor turret. That whole wave is going to go wanting. And Gen G are now looking to try and push the only avenue that they have available to them, which is here in this top side.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron is gone, so...
I mean, I'd hold the wave if I was there.
I
get them out of here.
Yeah.
And he is going to do so. Lands on top of Ruler there as well, as he can now start trying to cook him.
Delight.
As Delight, the flanking Braum! And they get on top of Ruler. They're looking to send him home early. He's trying to get these autos down, and finally he will be taken out. But Gen G, they're fighting back. The True Shot Barrage finally going to be sent over. And this was an absolute Hanwha Life Esports disaster. Not really what you wanted to see from them. And Gen G even still have a whole bunch of Otacon buffs as they're looking to break open the base.
Viper here, one man against the world, but I think these Gen G health bars are just a little too high.
Is it just the end of the game?
I
That's
think so.
the big question.
I mean, Viper's all out of mana.
Well, we'll see whether he can actually at least send a few of them back. That is first Nexus turret to go down, but these health bars are getting lower and lower. Keen, he's trying to flash in as the Shock Blast goes wide. These health bars, they're barely hanging on. But the Nexus turret loses interest. Another minion wave is going to taxi its way in. And Gen G, after trying their very best to throw it as far up the pitch as they could, they pull up their bootstraps and they walk up, they get that ball, and they take it back to their base.
Oh man, this is the kind of win where you feel good about your decisive call at the end. Go for Otacon. It's only Soul Point. That one dragon away from Soul is really the extra buffer that allows Gen G to make this type of trade. They go top side and just send it. And Hanwha Life Esports seemingly just couldn't help themselves but to try to force an awkward fight there where they didn't have advantages. I like the idea of a flanking Delight if you're way further ahead than you are. You're only 3,000 gold up at this point. The Varus is still incredibly fed. Just an ill-fated attempt there. And yes, the Galio ult would have been massive if it came like 3 seconds faster than it did, especially with the Rumble on top there. But everything came in kind of piecemeal. And Gen G just win the fight and end the game. I think for Gen G, though, it doesn't feel like a happy win. It feels like you almost threw this one away, and the coaching staff, I think, probably has a lot of words for them. Early to mid-game, fantastic. A few big, critical mistakes, though, gave Hanwha Life the opportunity to steal this one away. And now, on our hands, Atlas, we have a series.
Oh, it is all over our hands, and this is a messy series as well. So I think we're going to need to go to the bathroom, Wolf, and wash ourselves up, get as clean as we can for a game number 3 that's going to be looking a whole lot better. Break time, then the space, and we'll be back for that very clean game 3.
레드 내가 먹어놓은 거야.
아 오케이 그. 그럼 싸워 레드 방금 먹었어. 나 살짝 싸운다고.
야 뒤에 봐 뒤에 봐.
나 와드 줘 와드.
뒷면서 봐 뒷면서 봐. 나 좋았어. 일단 러비.
야 싸워 할만해.
두발 끊었어. 아래 이제 아래. 위로 가. 나 맞지 마. 오케이. 나 비전 없어.
이제 노플이야 저거. 오케이.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the arm around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream
After bodying their way through the early game, Gen.G nearly snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, but find a way back to tie it up here 1-1. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid. And if game 1 was any indication how it was going to go, you think the start of game 2, it's a shellacking. Oh no, it's not going to be like that. Just kidding. It was fighting all over the place and a messy rush until the end.
I mean, I thought Gen.G ruined their draft for game 2, right? I mean, when I saw Jace and Wukong mid jungle, I mean, I thought, oh, Gen.G is going to lose 3-0. But just, you cannot expect your Auron to be like 3-0 in the early game, right? You cannot really expect that.
So drafts always give you an expectation, you know?
Yes.
One of the most fun things you can do in any form of art, you can subvert the expectations. And a Keen being up 3-0 into Rumble, like 10 minutes in, that's kind of the epitome of subverting expectations, because that shouldn't happen. And I think we saw in mid-game that Gen.G was like, oh, this game's in the bag. It wasn't. And it got really weird and really messy. And in the end, they won, which I think is good. Because if Gen.G lost this one, I think it actually is the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah.
I don't think you come back from that one, but I still am very skeptical about how Gen.G looked, even in that win.
Yeah, well, let's start back from the beginning, because I think it's easy to look in the top lane and say, oh, you shouldn't die in this matchup. But Wadid's eye here shows the strategic setup that led to that early lead.
I mean, I think you already saw Rumble was trying to help Xin Zhao right there. And you have to think about the thought process from Zeus. Because of the lane swap become more meta in this game, you cannot really use Rumble level 1 and try to push at level 1. And because of that, I think he didn't use Rumble advantage in the laning phase, and that's why he was kind of in a bad position right here when enemy jungle was here.
Because what happens, you're late to the wave, which means you can't contest for level 2, so he has to concede prior early. Ornn has enough wave clear, shoves the wave in, gets the bounce, and then he gets to decide where it is. Rumble naturally is always going to push, so retaking control of a wave once you've lost it is a nightmare. And then we're not going to give Zeus an excuse for this one, right? He definitely could have made some different decisions, but I really do want to highlight that it's part, as we did, is saying, the issue that was there, plus really well executed synergy then between Canyon with a great early game, and then Keanu, I think, was the only reason why Gen.G was actually able to win this game.
Yeah, and after that, we had a couple fights down on the bottom side of the map, and you said, Chronicler, like, I don't know if they need to be taking these fights, objectives are up, but that's okay. Gen.G are up a bajillion gold. I think it was 10-2, 5,000 gold lead at 17 minutes, and there should be no problems, right? Except in the mid lane, here we go. A little bit too much of a chase, and it gets punished.
We can argue many an hour here about whose fault this is. I'm gonna put blame at both people. This is good. This start of the play is great. Take Zek out of the fight. Then this re-engage from Canyon is already a big mistake. But the fact that Ruler walks up that far, this is the Ruler spot.
Yeah.
He has died so many times here. Peanut, while fighting Canyon, gets 2 Q procs stacked, finds the flash E, and then this is where the game gets really weird, because it felt like with the team fighting comp, it should have been fine.
And you can already see that like Jace was on the top side, and you can also show Rel here. He's also kind of off position as well. So the reason why we are saying that Wukong re-engage on the Xin Zhao was bad is because they were already getting so many things on the map, right?
And they don't need to. And then, so the mistake initially from Kane is to further the play, but he is Wukong. His W was like 3-second cooldown off, and he had flash. So he's never dying there.
Yes.
But it does also bait Ruler in. I think that Ruler also going for the on-hit variety into this comp was like, when did he actually get to play the game? Between the Galio, between the Xin Zhao, I think there's just too much threat for you to actually auto in a team fight. Even acknowledging it as good as he is, I think he also hasn't had the greatest series. It really feels like it's Keen and Chovy most notably keeping it together. And then Duro is there, but Delight has been playing an incredible series. So I think that he's just getting outclassed, but not making as many obvious mistakes as his 2 teammates.
Yeah, and then after that, the final fight that we had here for you, just a straight-up scrap on the top side of the map around Otacon after these 2 gold leads finally level up.
I mean, all we need to see is Chovy's Jace here. I mean, I thought it was kind of free win after Galio jumping in, but just randomly, Chovy Jace one-shotting Viper here was a big change from Genji's side.
If he doesn't do this, they lose this fight 100%.
For sure,
By the
for
way.
sure.
Like this fight is completely because Ruler's taken out immediately. They're on the skirmishing comp is on the enemy backline. There's no front to back possibility. The only reason this is even remotely close is because of Chovy finding their pick. And then, funnily enough, they end up losing this fight. But then Hanwha Life go for Drake. And then Genji get Arakan and win the game, which it's just, I don't know, this game was really weird.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, I think after that, they had the tempo for the Atakan, so that's why they could actually end up with the last team fight that we didn't show. But I still think they were really struggling. Like, they were really not really focused on the same play. So I think they just need to clean up the shot call. I don't know what problem they have right now, but they really need to make it clear.
Genji is a team that if they ever got a lead, you would never get back in the game.
Never.
And here, I feel like it's happened a bunch of times already, this LCK Cup.
It's been a mess, but a beautiful mess. Almost like the beginning of a beautiful painting, maybe a little abstract. And to send it on over, let's send it to our two fine works of art in Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Tigon. Yes, we are indeed. We start off as a mess, but I'm sure at some point in our lives we're going to be beautiful, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm an impressionist painting. I look way better the further away you are. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It's a very different identity for Genji. I think the focus on the space there was, mostly on Genji's mistakes, even though they ended up taking the W. And I think that's kind of how this series has felt. Similarly, in Game 1, some big errors made. Pays not really the guy who made the big plays, but he was stable, right? And Ruler, I think, is a player who has a lot of high highs, but isn't quite necessarily going to be the same stable player. And then Lehans, we've seen what impact he's made on Nongshim already as a shot caller, and I think that it's going to take time for Duro to develop into a similar role here. So when you think about those aspects and some of the mistakes we've seen here, it's not that surprising. But for Genji fans, you're hoping that they could solve it quickly, because this best of 5 is happening now, and you do not want to drop down to the lower bracket as Ambessa's stocks will shoot up here. Hanwha Life will move to the blue side. Kalista going to be banned against Viper. No shocker there. Skarner, Kalista persist. But the Mel is one of those question marks we have.
Yeah, she was banned every single time by Genji. In fact, as a first ban. Could be the last one here, but instead the Nocturne's going to be taken away. Even with the Aurora and the Galio both gone, Nocturne and Orianna still available, and so not going to be something let through here as they do target the jungle quite a lot. One final ban, possibly just a Mel, as Genji do have one that is a little bit more flexible. Instead, they take away Peanuts Nidalee.
I feel like Poppy is super underrated in this situation. A very flexible pick. You could go for it first pick. You could go Mel if Zeka is confident on it, or if Viper is going to potentially play it, because we've discussed that a few times. I wouldn't be shocked if he did. The Mel is being hovered for now. I don't think you want Chovy to play it. So basically, this is Zeka saying, if he does, I'm confident, at least in this matchup, especially in the early levels, to try to get some advantages there. As we are going to see it, it looks like in this series.
Yeah, so the Azir going to be the decision instead for Zeka. Goes back to some comfort, but some hovers at least on the Mel. We were expecting that she would go into the hands by the Chovy or Viper, so if it is left up, Viper could still play it in theory.
It doesn't feel like a Zeka champion, you know?
No, it doesn't. She is going to be locked, so theoretical flex all over the place, especially with Keen's propensity to play a bunch of random mages on the top side of the map. Who knows? He could also be one wanting to play it.
Sure. There's the question now of AD carry, because, some of our big picks, the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, the Varus, those are all gone. The Corki, one of a smaller AD carry pick, a little bit more niche, is gone. See the lock of Leona, almost tempting an Elise pick here. Elise Caitlyn could be just the rotation here for Hanwha Life if they're confident to lock that in this composition, because it feels so good into Leona, regardless of what that AD carry is going to be.
I think Evelyn was a little bit buffed on this patch. Don't know whether it's actually going to mean that Peanut will pull the trigger, especially with some magic damage already represented. He's pretty good at Maokai, has played a fair bit of this champion, and hasn't found a whole lot of losses on it in the more recent times, so going to lock that one away. In theory, a pickup for Delight as well.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know about
Where
this.
are the champions going?
I don't know about this one. Keria showcased that LeBlanc support can really just not work.
Okay, it's checks.
That makes a lot more sense. But this does mean that the Elise and the Caitlyn are likely off the cards here. See what comes with this Leona. Ziggs would be blind if they wanted to lock that here for Ruler. I just don't really feel like, especially with the Mel you already have, that that's necessary. There's some synergy between the two of them, but it's a lot of magic damage to be locking away at this point.
Silas could be picked up, or a Lilia here for Canyon.
That's a little bit odd to see.
Yeah, I kind of like it though. It means that now you're capable of playing a whole bunch of bruises all over the place.
Definitely, and Mel's still technically flexible here in this draft, but
I'm kind of thinking that it needs to go to Ruler if I want to like the draft.
yeah, that's kind of how I feel. That's why I'm saying technically flexible, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work that way. Because you are on red side, you can hold that flexibility. It's hard for Hanwha Life to punish you. So we will see a Lulu ban. I think both Zeri and Jinx in this scenario pretty good in the Hanwha Life esports composition because they can lock people in place. They've got Peel and Engage for days.
Yeah,
it's pretty standard. Like when you have Azir, Maokai, Jax, any sort of scaling AD carry is going to feel really good in front-to-back setups.
I think that, like, if Viper Delight lock Caitlyn Bard, I'm thinking that this game's a wash, and Gen G just accepts the loss and moves on to the next one. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, what sort of counter champion they could have to stop any sort of Caitlyn. I mean, if they just ban Caitlyn here, that takes it out of the equation. Caitlyn at this point in time would be blind, of course, but you know there's a Leona there. And that's kind of all you need to know. And Caitlyn Elise still goes hard. They will ban the Elise.
Okay, so targeting Delight's champion pool instead. Obviously still does have quite a few things that he can play, but will make it a little bit more difficult, especially to create that kill lane that the Elise really likes to have.
This comp is super squishy here too for Gen G right now. Renekton is taken away. There's obviously no Ornn, and Cassante, Ambessa gone. Poppy now gone.
Ooh, a Poppy ban on this side is actually kind of interesting, given the fact that you can already see the Leona. She hasn't really been out of the support role so far this LCK Cup.
Yeah, a little bit surprised about that. Perhaps expecting Keen could potentially play it into the Jax, but a weird one now.
Okay.
You have Leona, so the misfortune is safe, technically speaking. You know, the Mel root can set up the bullet time, so can the Leona, so can a Sleep, at least temporarily. So it's not a bad call in this situation, but of course blind.
This is the other option into it. You just sort of, let's take the gameplay out. And so Viper can stand back and just fire bullets from afar. We saw Smash find a massive amount of success with that in one of the games that they won, bringing them to 5 against HLE earlier on this week.
The Jhin pick is part of why Hanwha ended up going to the summer finals and outclassed T1 and crushed the Ziggs pick. When you look back to summer 2024, it's a pick that Viper has had a lot of recent success on. Very strong on this patch too, especially with the champion pool as thinned out as it is. And for support here, I'm hoping it's not a Bard.
Blitzcrank, that would be crazy. This is even more crazy. This felt like a carrier-only type option as the Pyke is going to be locked in here for Delight. It's a lot of power as Kane thinking about some piracy towards the top side. We'll see whether Duro does lock that one in for him. That would mean a lot of damage represented and a lot of area control here for Gen G.
This comp is so complex and so difficult to play for Gen G with no real strong frontline outside of the Leona, but they are going to opt into it. I think if you consider how well this comp can work, if all parts work together with Mel's long-range poke, the Lilia setup, the barrel chains, also the global that Keen has to impact and set up slows and then help get a root for Chovy, or even a slow. Like even if Chovy hits his E and it slows a lot of people, that can help set up a bullet time or help set up Lilia damage. But every individual part, if it gets caught, if it's not all set up as a 5-man unit, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports' comp just rips it to shreds. It's so good at isolating targets. It's good at 5v5 too if your initial setup doesn't work out. And Gen G, especially considering the mental right now, I would imagine after nearly losing that second game, losing game 1, it's a very fragile composition. Still though, Coach Kim confident in his players here because I think this can work. It's just it has to be piloted so incredibly well. And maybe Gen G of previous years I would trust. Right now, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, no, I would 100% agree with you. I actually think that if I saw Gen G picking this last year, I'd be like, oh man, we are in for a treat. And I would be all sorts of excited about it. But that's sort of not the world we're living in here at this stage of the LCK Cup. And they have an opportunity now to find a match point in this best-of-5 series, put them in that matchup against DK, and also, most importantly, retain that extra life moving on here in these playoffs. But they're going to have to do it with some weird and wonderful champions, as Lilia Mel is not the mid-jungle duo that I was considering for this particular game. See how it goes. We jump into the Rift for game number 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to see whether this Gen G composition is going to work, as the first Q is going to connect there from Chovy. Nicely done. Thumbs up comes on through from Ruler.
The mana is flowing.
Oh,
It's like, man, how'd you get hit by that?
A whole bunch of extra mana, actually. Ridiculous. Such a huge advantage that Chovy now does have. As wards go down, everyone just trying to get an idea as to whether or not there's going to be some lane swaps coming on through.
Yeah, trying to get some of that information. And we will, in fact, have Keen heading towards the bottom lane.
Oh, look at that. Zayas doing some fishing. 2 gold already.
Yeah, he's like, if you're going to swap, I'm just going to get free money.
Uh-huh. Spend some time doing so.
Keep an eye on that at the top of your bottom of the screen. Oh, you got 3. You got a 3rd one.
It's ridiculous. How dare he be able to just do that?
Well, I guess the mana flow ban stack for Chovy is just completely irrelevant now.
Yeah, it's nullified. Not with that much fish. It's now being served up on a silver platter.
So there's some things that can be deflected in this game, obviously. Like the Maokai ultimate one part of it can be sent back. The
Curtain
call, and also
Bone Skewer is very weird.
Bone Skewer, you
probably one you don't want it.
Yeah, don't reflect that one. Also, the Flourish is one that you could find value with if you're able to deflect. I believe that can be deflected.
No, the Deadly Flourish you can't. You can nullify it, of course, but you cannot deflect it.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. As Duro
is going to have to flash very early on in this one. Viper going to be able to find a 4th shot there as well. Speaking of Deadly Flourish, that goes down onto Ruler.
If you can't deflect the Flourish, I mean, there just isn't a whole lot of value out of the deflect, but the reason I brought this up is because I think a lot of people are going to be looking at it. She can't even deflect that much stuff in this game. But, I mean, that's not all of what Mel is. She's an artillery mage. She does a ton of damage. Her ultimate...
And I think being able to ignore the ultimate from Peanut is going to be very important.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, you can't deflect that much, but if you can deflect the one thing that's the most important to deflect, you're pretty psyched.
Yeah, you're going to feel good about just surviving in that situation. And you can often protect people as a result with it as well.
There's just sort of standing there as he does eventually just press W.
Yeah.
Keen takes a whole host of damage.
But Mel can do a ton of damage in teamfights if set up correctly. Like a big sleep hits, and she's able to layer on top of that with a root, and then hit a big Q, and then press R. It's a lot of damage.
Ooh, another Bone Skewer going to connect here as Duro. He has Eclipse and Aftershock, and so therefore it's understandable that HLE just back away. Oh, I am really interested in how this is going to go. As another Bone Skewer, oh, that pesky minion, very pesky. Zekka and Chovy just going to be trading, using a whole bunch of their mana bars for now, but otherwise not too much more going to be coming from it. Both junglers sort of in the area. As Canyon's moving in, Peanut, the positioning fantastic. Don't know where that bowling ball was going to go. That was a gutter ball if ever I've seen it. You're going to need to have the bumpers on.
Yeah,
I think if you really want to be landing some of those, because that was never hitting.
Yeah, certainly not quite yet. But it's not the mid-jungle combo that super hyped about in this comp. It's kind of how much poke and setup there is in big team fights. It's not a circles comp in the traditional sense with CC, but it is kind of a circles of damage comp. And so if you can set up everything well and you can continue to have prio throughout this entire game, there are certainly ways you can make it tough for Hanwha to go in.
Well, here is yet another one. Chovy going to be throwing down that slowy circle. Zeka also trying to offer some damage back, but not really too much going to be gleaned here as we go back to the top lane once again. Some more Biffo as the counter-strike comes down. Gonna need to eat some oranges perhaps, never mind. Keen does instead do the walk tactic where he just wanders away and then just presses the back button.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
I believe Jack's got a mana buff on this patch, if I'm not remembering incorrectly, and he's got plenty of mana, so if Keen just teleports here, he can potentially continue to put that pressure on. He is just going to look for a plate and stay. Delight.
Oh dear, Peanut's moving in. There's the Bone Skewer combo as Dura going to get smashed against the wall over and over again. And Viper picks up first blood for the first time in the series. HLE, the ones to strike first. And still happening here towards the top side as well, but a really good gank there from Peanut.
Yeah. I mean, this is a matchup that can be very skill-based. It's very tough to play out, but you know, the Jax winning it is quite tricky, and I feel like Zeus is really just playing on the edge of it.
Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, Make It Rain comes down, Viper. I don't know whether that flash is going to be enough, but the captive audience going to work out here as Empress Divide gets a flash out of Chovy. Delight looking to help out. Zeka well and truly out of that blue stuff, and so he's just going to go back home. And Delight slinks off into the fog of war. Might need to just, you know, press that undertow button to get himself out of there. It's making me nervous.
Both top laners did teleport. Keen was able to survive, but in technicality only, finds himself about 10 CS down a plate as well, and has no prio for these grubs. As you can see here, Peanut still half a level away from 6, so doesn't have that big game-changing ultimate just yet. Canyon, on the other hand, power farm through, does have his level 6, and is going to be able to look to deny any entry here. And Keen actually just decides to push the wave while Jax came early, and Genji maintained prio.
Yep. Cannon Barrage being available as well is a huge deal as we find yet another one. Nice little stun on Dura there as two men still on these grubs. First one has already gone down. We'll see whether Peanut can get himself in there to try and grab at least one of them away. It looks like not going to be the case. And so Genji, they secure not only that, but a portion of the feats of strength as well as now Zeus could be in trouble. Bowling Ball will connect. And now it is sleepy time for the Jax. In goes Delight to try and get him out of there. And in fact, Zeus just leap strikes away. Does have to use the flash as well, but going to be surviving in this top lane.
Yeah, he waited to flash until after the sleep, was able to set up his counter-strike during the sleep. That was well played. Just flashed at the last possible second. I thought he would just try to flash to buy space there before the sleep went off, but has the counter-strike, happy enough to use that one. Still has to use it, but he gets away. We'll actually get all of this wave as well. Peanut still doesn't have level 6, so I just don't think there's anything they can get here on the top side. They were so desperate for it. Well, they won't get any punish.
Yep, Peanut going to be able to take the Rift Scuttler. That's going to be able to get him that level 6. Now that Pivotal Ultimate going to be available. All right, let's see whether Chovy can get the fancy footwork. He cannot, as he's flicked right into the Twisted Advance. And yes, he presses the rebuttal button, then he's ignored, and then he's killed.
Yeah. Might as well have just yelled, "Objection!"
Yeah, and then they're like, no.
We're not playing Ace Attorney, Chovy.
No, unfortunately.
Well, that was unfortunately...
Wait, maybe he was playing Ace Attorney, but it's just when you select the wrong option and the judge is like, you're a moron, try again. And then you lose one of the little feathers. I think he lost a feather.
Yeah, I think little judge finger wagging may have been
yeah, I think so.
May have been in motion. So Delight has hit so many skewers this game, and most of them haven't really ended up being high impact. This one obviously does. Chovy has no flash. He is just doomed. And Hanwha Life were like, we're going to make something happen on the top side of the map, even though Peanut doesn't have ult. They stick around, Delight stays, and I think Chovy just didn't expect it there. Ends up getting caught. So it's a kill for Zeka. 2 kills here for Hanwha Life Esports, despite giving over grubs. Yeah, very good about the start of this game.
It's absolutely huge, because I want to talk about what you were saying earlier on in game number 1, where we're talking about resources in Fearless. So there are times where you can use too many, and that's what we kind of felt like in game number 1, because it was like all of HLE's favorite champions. And so Genji getting them out of the way early is really, really good. But this, I think, is a completely different story, right? Because if you have a champion that a player hasn't necessarily found that much success on in their career, such as Delight on Pyke, for instance, like, you're feeling super good if you're able to win this game because you get it without having to invest one of those big picks that you're really good at.
Yeah.
Jhin for Viper, another one. He's a great Jhin player, but it's not something like if he was playing Caitlyn that he's really liked during the LCK Cup, you'd be like, oh, that's using another resource. This, not so much. Zeka taking Azir away from Chovy as well feels fantastic, and it's only really Peanut on the Maokai, who absolutely loves this champion and finds a lot of success with it, that you're kind of investing into making that happen. So as far as Fearless drafts, I feel like this is certainly up there with some of the more successessful ones.
They decided to go for the Maokai early, but it's one of those picks that deserves that prio for this player specifically. There's been a lot of debate. Let's hold up. Not going to get into the debate yet.
Duro might be going in, and I don't know whether he really wants to, as now the Brambles come out. Yep, Chovy going to send one of them back. Look at that, look at the look. That's so cute. I was actually like, we knew that not all of them were going to go back, but it just, I don't know why, it just looks so funny.
It's so funny because how the rebuttal works, you always think it's just going to go back like it would work for mirrored, but it goes towards the caster. So when you see that, like Maokai, you're like, oh, it's going to go in back towards like nothing, and it's like, no, it's following them very slowly. Watch out.
I just wanted to go back. You can see, I mean, he's covered in cats. It makes sense.
Yeah. And, I mean, this draft here for Gen G, again, it's playable. It's just so challenging.
Yeah, and these Misfortune drafts always make me nervous. You know, Smash did his best to relieve some of those nerves for me, but you need to get decent advantages to make that happen.
I mean, to me, Misfortune feels like the Yuumi of AD carry. Like, you don't do that much with on your own. Like, you're relying on other people. Some is just in a team fight will literally press Q and R after, you know, walking fast towards the team fight, and you're not really front to backing. Your positioning is important, and that's the tricky part of it, but it's not like Yuumi and easy, it's just you don't get to use your AD carry mechanics to show you.
Yeah, there we get proof that the Deadly Flourish does work that way, and the rebuttal not going to be available. Death from below comes on through as the Cannon Barrage, not going to be enough to take down Delight. And so Viper killing his ex-mid laner from his Griffin days. And Chovy not really finding too much success here on this Mel.
Yeah, may have been able to flash. I'll watch it back in a minute when we have that replay, but you and I just keep talking about like how Gen G's comp is hard, and it just keeps being hard, and they keep losing small things.
Well, Peanut is going to give his ex-AD carry a hug, and then just wanders away. Zeka going to be moving down. You can see Canyon able to watch out Eep and grab that dragon, but now Emperor's Divide going to push Bambi back. He's going to need to flash, as now the Bramble Cats are chasing after the deer. And watch out, Eep is going to be able to get enough distance here for Lilia to survive. We're trading a lot of buttons. However, it is going to be the dragon secured by Gen G, and yet again, Earth, Wind, and Fire potential. First it was Chemtech, then it was Hextech. Now maybe we will have that mountain. Zeus with the Grandmaster's Might, not exactly finding much value against the Pirate, who with this Trinity Force is looking pretty strong.
That's scary there, but he did have some teammates nearby. Unfortunately, none of them with ults. Viper coming over. We're not done.
We're doing it one more time as Delight doesn't quite find the angle. I think that was just a little bit of a bone skewer onto a minion situation. As, you know, I think he deserves at least a miss because his accuracy has been very, very good on this bike so far. All right, Zeus' turn to fight up against Chovy. And Chovy just going to push him away. Curtains have been called. Here is now Keen. Oh dear, last bullet should kill him, but instead he just holds his nerve. Doesn't wander to the left. Nicely done.
Scary moment there, but still the problem stands. Back interrupted, back slowed, and you mentioned the flourish. I feel like Chovy may have been able to just flash right there, and then maybe he still gets skewered, but I guess he's just confident that Delight will probably hit him anyways and just wants to save the flash and doesn't buy that extra space, so ultimately goes down. Still has his flash, though, of course.
Yep.
You know, I was going back to the point I was making earlier before we had that fight breakout. Is Delight just keeps doing things, so it's hard to get deep. But you know, some players have been outspoken that they feel like they're not ready for Fearless, or they need a little more training. They have a smaller champion pool. The other players like Barrow are like, "You're a pro, get over it. Be like me, I play everything." And I feel like Delight is definitely kind of the middle ground. I feel like he's not as storied as some of our other players here, like Lahens, but he's got quite a history, you know, like he has won a few titles now. He is a very strong player.
And he also paid his dues on the bros.
Yeah, and you know, I look at him playing the Pike here, and I'm like, it's good to see the development of this player, you know? You could trust him to play something like this.
All right, well, we've got some FPX circles here towards the bottom side of the map as the Solar Flare is feeling a little bit offhand from Duro. But Zeus not even pressing the Counter-Strike button just yet, as he presses it just in the nick of time there. Able to clear out the minion wave and will get himself out of the way. As Emperor's Divide going to throw Canyon back once again, and unfortunately, he is just dead. Death from below. Delight claiming the extra money at the same time.
Yeah, Duro and Chovy here trying to get this turret on the opposite side. And they do have the faster speed for it. It's not going to be feats of strength if it does go over.
I've seen this movie before, as Zeus once again, this time I think just going to die, as he does get a bunch of that health back, but still, Chovy, remember, as long as you're tagged, you're going to die if he presses R. And so he does do that, and that is going to claim the kill.
Yeah. Saves the turret for a little bit longer, and now Hanwha rotating up faster, so might be able to deny that first brick from going over. This is what I was talking about in terms of if anyone's isolated for Gen.G, everyone's squishy, you just kind of get picked apart. And Hanwha have been moving as a roaming death squad with Delight kind of at the helm of the ship, which is fitting for Pyke. He's just kind of the ocean water kind of thing guy.
Yep.
Zeus buys a lot of time here, helps clear out the wave, which helps keep this turret alive. Chovy has to use his execute with his R button to get the kill, but saves the turret. There's no wave, and then going to live, that turret's still alive. Hanwha proofed up topside. Gen.G did not have that.
Kind of nutty that that one is still up and available, and especially with the fact that Hanwha Esports have the first feat of strength. If they could get a turret first, that would be huge news.
Yeah, it would have been huge for Gen.G to get that. Then they just need to get one dragon.
Yeah.
They have it, but now that it's denied, I mean, it may still go down, but the fact that it's not down is so frustrating.
I think HLE, if they do want to stop that turret from being a real win condition here for Gen.G, they're going to need to move a lot of resources towards that top side. Right now, Zeus, the only one really up here with Peanut kind of waiting in the wings.
Zeka has TP, Keen does not. His ultimate is coming online soon. That'll be helpful, but doesn't have it just yet. And look at the grouping here on Herald for Hanwha. It's just way better. And Gen.G need everybody to all be there together to set up these team fights. If they get picked apart again, it's a disaster. Delight.
Yeah, Captive Audience comes on through once again. Duro going to be guaranteed to take the damage because, of course, the Bone Skewer did come through. That was actually very cute. Bit of synergy there between the Jhin and the Pyke.
There's a lot of synergy with how they work together. And with the Umbral Glaive and Sweeper, obviously, just in general, it's hard to get vision on these objectives, and then it's hard to take those really ideal team fights that Gen.G are looking for.
Chovy just kind of wailing on Zeus here. Of course, in these extended trades, you do end up taking a lot here from the Mel.
Chovy went Archangels first for safety. Gives him a little bit more mana for poke as well, but he's kind of slowed down on hitting some of the big team fight items that you'd want. Herald does go down.
Yep, Delight gonna have to get out of here. As you can see, Canyon thinking about taking this dragon. It looks like that should be an option, but the problem is, if they are going to waste their time there, unless Chovy's able to take this turret, it could just be feats of strength going over to HLE.
And if Zeus flashes that route too, he's just dead, I think.
Yeah, look at this.
Now they just get this turret, and they have dragon control. Like, Hanwha are just winning everywhere, and Gen.G cannot group. They just can't get together.
I mean, the turret is going to stay alive, but that is still a lot of damage going on down. As I think now they should be able to find the angle as Rebuttal does come on through. If Zeus can survive, it will be so huge. Death from below, and Delight will execute the Mel. And Keen is teleported in. There's that feat of strength. He says, oh, let a pirate take care of it. Yar and stuff like that. As he takes down Delight. All right. Keen, honestly, is the one guy on Gen.G I have no notes for. This guy has just been good.
He has been. He said he had a tough time in the early laning phase, but look at how much money he has now. It's just one kill, but he has his passive, right, with his parlay, and he's up 40 CS, has the turret now.
That's called a cast a curse, ladies and gentlemen. Chronicler would say that they're not real. However, we have just proved that they are indeed real, as Keen overextends and dies.
But, you know, he does pull Peanut back, and they didn't get the dragon. Like, that dragon is feats of strength for whoever gets it at this point, because Gen.G got first turret. So I do feel like, you know, even though he died there, he bought a lot of space on the map. And as you can see, Gen.G are taking the dragon in live, so this kind of works out. As they pulled Gen.G, or rather pulled Hanwha Life topside so many times, threatening this turret, that it's really worked out. This time they get it, they get multiple kills, and then Keen pushing deep allows him to get this dragon as well, and that is feats of strength over to Gen.G. So even though it looked silly, I don't actually think it was a caster curse in this case, necessarily.
He was just baiting. All right, Blood Petal going to be picked up here by Zeka. and then we'll be able to get to work on this outer turret towards the top side of the map. We know feats of strength aren't necessarily end of the world, or be-all and end-all, or any of that sort of stuff. Zeus doesn't like this matchup. I think he really liked the Pirate matchup. Felt like that one was a good one. This one, not so good, is now Peanut going to be fighting against Duro, who does run out of Eclipse. Delight looking for a bit of an angle there as well, but spots Canyon making his way down, and they decide instead that they will be backing away.
Viper, the fast track rotating over, though. Gen.G should be careful about overcommitting here.
Yep, curtains can be called at any time here. As let's see, Counter-Strike going to be coming through first as rebuttal. Not really too much there going to be happening as the Deadly Flourish connects onto Duro, but otherwise not too much more. So Arakan going to spawn. Turns up towards the top side of the map. And outer turret claimed in the mid lane and in the top lane. And that is why HLE does have a decent gold advantage at this moment.
Yeah. The feats of strength have been pretty big, but they have not been as big as people exaggerated they would be before the season started. I think specifically the biggest winner for feats has kind of been Swifties in a lot of these comps, especially Viper would have loved to have those upgraded Swifties, but
oh yeah.
That's a big denial that Gen.G get, and they have, 2 Drake lead on Hextech. So, yes, down a little bit here in gold, but they have a lot of their own advantages as well, and they've been able to play the map well enough to actually still get value despite not having the greatest team fights, and some of these skirmishes have gone poorly for them. Viper is pretty big in this game because he picked up those 3 kills with the help of Delight, but I still feel like I'm not ready to say Gen.G can't play this comp yet. I feel like there's still a few team fights that need to be had before we can fully judge what this is capable of.
Well, the thing is, Keen is an absolute monster.
Yes.
He has 2 items completed. Zeus cannot boast the same. He's just looking to do the best that he can. He's 50 CS behind. That's the crazy thing, is that Keen has just been inside lanes and still able to utilize his ultimate to help out if there is ever a team fight.
And he has... Okay, hold up.
Chovy might be in a little bit of trouble here, as the rebuttal is going to move Delight forward. The FPX logo once again is going to spell death for Delight, and so the Pyke looking a little bit silly.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and Keen is about to get his teleport back here, so, if Gen.G want to continue to try to basically toy with the idea of taking Otacon, keep Hanwha Life honest, there's a real angle there.
Ooh, now Viper could be the one in trouble. You're not quite connecting there, though. And so Viper going to be absolutely fine for the minute. Deadly Flourish is not as nice. Does do a fair bit of damage there to Chovy. Is now Keen, possibly in trouble. This is a lot of investment just to try and kill the GP. As Zeka has found Canyon, so maybe he's going to pick that one up instead. Gets the flash out for the Emperor's Dividers. Watch out, Eep is going to be coming on through there, but Canyon cannot stand his ground against this guy. Peanut's now found Duro as the fight's happening all over the place. Zeus manages to take down his opposite number, and now Chovy is surrounded. The call of the curtains there from Viper is going to slow him down, and yeah, death from below is going to spell even more money there at the same time. Duro flashing, but I don't know whether he has anywhere else to go, as, oh my god, these bullets. Ruler has said, I want nothing to do with these shenanigans, and I will take an inner turret, but I think HLE, they'll take a whole bunch of kills and possibly get an inner turret of their own.
Yeah, and having this much control over the bottom side before this dragon spawns is pretty massive for them as well. We'll be able to deny Soul Point from Gen.G if they can pick that one up. As Ruler 0-0-0 on this Misfortune, because again, and when I say it's the Yuumi of 80 I don't mean it's easy. It's just you don't get to showcase your mechanics and your skills that much on this pick. You need to be set up.
And it is also easy.
It is pretty easy, to be fair.
잡은 것 같은데?
But it's just not like, it's not Yuumi easy.
Yeah.
You got to position well and stuff like that. But
and that's no slight. Like, Misfortune was designed to be a simpler 80 to play.
Exactly. When you look at fights like this is the exact type of fight that Hanwha wants to take every time. It's broken up. The combos can't be set up. And there's just so much.
Oh god, the value.
So high value. You just need really clean setup and prio advantages to win clean team fights. Otherwise, Hanwha Life just walk over you. And so the call to just hard commit by Zeka there to push onto Canyon, I think was absolutely correct. And then they had to teleport to back it up.
Watching the curtain call get rebutted, by the way, was the funniest thing, because Viper didn't even notice that the bullet came back and hit him in the head. He just kept shooting. Oh, it was very, very weird.
Yeah.
Didn't even seem to do anything, as Chovy did manage to at least get some value there for one of them. As Otacon just going to be picked up here for free by HLE. And now they're going to move over and get themselves the Hextech Dragon. And I think maybe this has something to do with what happened in game number 2. They prioritize the Otacon, and then they go to the Dragon. We're learning, Wolf. We're learning here. On the go.
Evolution. IE is done for Viper. He is so big.
Yeah, that is a huge spike.
I mean, he basically can one-shot anybody who gets caught by Peanut, gets caught by Counter-Strike, Delight hits somebody, he just shoots them and they die.
And so many times we see Jin get picked and there's Sejuani, Cassante on the other side, and you're like, why?
Yeah.
This time, though, it's Lilia, Gangplank, Mel, Misfortune. Yeah, Leona's pretty tanky, but she's a support, so doesn't have the levels or the base stats and stuff to make her truly a tank. Like, this is the Jin angle, and he's 4-0-3. Like, it's the perfect time to be Jin, and I hate Jin. No matter what. Like, I just dislike the champion. I feel like more often than not he's useless. So that's high praise is what I'm saying, as he sidesteps beautifully, gets slowed there by the Solar Flare, and also needs to flash to get out of all of Mel's damage. All right. That is some value there from Peanut, who gets the Bramble Smash as well. The Emperor's Divide comes in, and the bullets are raining down. Keen gets popped with just a third one. Remember, it's the fourth that's the most dangerous. Duro trying to run away. The kitty cat not going to be able to chase him down this time. But I think Gen G got the message.
Yeah, they've got eyes on Barra, and even with the picks coming through, they're not really truly picks.
Yep.
As Zeus doesn't have teleport because he used it to join that fight, and actually it was a really nice cutoff angle there from him. He dies, but he buys so much space there that he can walk back. I mean, it's Hex Gates too. Look, Delight's already there basically, and look at where Zeus is going. He's like, they don't even need me for this. This is so free.
And Canyon, he doesn't have flash. Like, what are you going to be able to do? Nothing. Zero. And Ruler is in his position. And guess what that means? That means he... okay, never mind. Delight will let him live.
But he loses his flash, that's for sure.
Yep, he did have to flash.
That was kind of creative from Zeus, though. He's like, maybe Ruler will just be like, well, we can't do Baron. I guess I'll push. And he goes for the long wraparound with the Hex Gate. Viper, you can hate Jin, but you can't hate Viper.
No, you cannot.
That's just how it goes. Viper with a good flash here. Did have the cleanse, but wasn't really willing to use it there. Flashes the root, make sure he can get out, and now he's got curtain call value. Look at Zeus doing so much in this fight. And yes, he sacrifices himself, but he's got the withdrawal, so it just doesn't matter.
And also, that's a full bullet time eaten by a Jax that straight up did not care even a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Misfortune not really finding the value this time around. I think this is the majority of the Misfortunes we've seen so far this LCK Cup. Unfortunately, she just doesn't have the same value that we've seen her have in previous seasons.
It's a game 3 in Fearless Draft, and I feel like Gen G's comp is not a comp. Hanwha Life definitely is, and they are punishing hard.
Yep, there's a nice rebuttal there from Chovy, but he's not going to have it for this. As the kitty cats come down, the parade comes on through. Duro just going to get melted as the curtain call is going to be heading towards the enemy base. There's death from below as Delight gets himself out of there very comfortably. Keen, oh, he's Keen against the world. What it feels like is he just gets thrown back, sandwiched between the wall, and destroyed by this bazooka that Viper has now. Almost 4 items completed. Canyon trying to dance around his base, and Peanut happily tanking up any turret shot that he would like. HLE now just going to push through. This should be match point for them as well over Gen G. A big difference to what we've seen between these two teams in the group stage of this tournament. Still may not be over just yet as the Solar Flare picks the middle of everyone, and Duro will be dying for it. Delight also going to go down, but I feel like that's been what he's been looking for the majority of the day. As a huge bullet goes into the back of the head of the Lilia once again, and Viper says goodnight to the Nexus. Man, what a Jin performance for that guy. As, Delight big grins.
Just a phenomenal performance by the whole team. And I think it can't be overstated how wonky the Gen G draft was. Not impossible to execute, but near impossible. And against a good team like Hanwha Life and against the roaming Pyke, I mean, everything except the Pyke, and even the Pyke is kind of halfway, was pretty standard in terms of drafting for Hanwha Life. They once again got a draft that has cohesion and has their players playing champs they're incredibly good at.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the other side, it's like, does Chovy know how to play Mel? Probably we'll find out, but also Canyon's playing Lilia, Mel, jungle, mid, GP, there's no tank here. Keen played well, but what did he do in team fights? Not a whole lot.
Ruler is not going to hear the end of that one.
I mean, he did hit turrets a little bit.
He did. Unfortunately, that isn't represented on this graph, and so now he has actually done almost half the damage of the enemy Pyke.
Duro's getting close to his damage number.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really showing that, honestly, like, I think once again, Kane had a good game. Like, Kane has been great throughout this whole series. HLE, though, just running circles around Gen G, I think, in the draft and in the game here for game number 3. Game 4, possibly a different story, as a side selection switch up, maybe a bit of a change here, but the biggest thing is pick better champions for what you want to do, Gen G, and bring us to those silver scrapes. That's what we ask for. Time for a break, then the space, then we'll have that game 4. See you soon.
확실하게 해야 된다.
끝났다. 아니 릴리아 노플이야. 노플 노공이라며. 방금 노플 노공 아무것도 못해.
레오나 몸 비빈다.
빠져서. 야 릴리아 2만 맞지만. 오케이. 괜찮아. 레오나 무시하고 그냥 터치가 될 때? 죽이자 이거. 타워부터 밀고 죽이자. 죽여야 돼. 죽여야 된대. 타워 쳐도 끝나긴 할 듯. 이제는 타워 치는 게 좋아. 딜러 나와서.
아 잡아 그냥.
잡을래? 잡아도 끝나.
캐리 했잖아 초반에.
나이스.
Waiting in the wings in the upper finals is D plus Kia as Hanwha Life Esports take a step closer 2-1 over Gen G. Welcome back to the space, Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid. And gentlemen, it's another game with early impact, and we're still wondering where a couple of those stars from Gen G are.
Yeah, we don't know. Haven't quite been able to figure that out. I feel like Canyon and Ruler are still not there. I think Chovy's Mel game was also not the best. Keen, no notes, you know, Keen's really trying. And then Duro is getting gapped by Delight, but that's another occasion where we're like, well, that was always going to happen. I don't think that that's the core issue. It's that it's another game where the draft feels very lackluster after game number 2 as well, but it's more importantly the gameplay. I feel like Hanwha Life is just running circles around Gen G and how they move and how they fight.
I mean, how I feel is that Gen G has no structure coming into the game. For example, like you can easily pre-plan what you're gonna do into the game before you play, right? But I feel like HLE is the one that actively looking for some plays by themselves, but Gen G is not.
Yeah, and specifically early on in the game, it was Delight on the pike, just constantly hooking opponents and catching Gen G off guard.
Yeah, he does have to work on his tap cues. He had a bunch of those.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Wadid was making a little bit of fun of it. But outside of that, absolute early game masterclass from this man.
That doesn't matter, man. You can always make the misplays. And I mean, he was not making many mistakes more than his super play, right? He made so many good roams, so many good ganks, and that made early leads from Hanwha Life Esports, and I think that was really crucial. And also, we see so many times Chovy saving his flash for no reason. He could definitely just flash out, and then you can play back, but I don't think like Gen G is on form right now.
The biggest thing is that we see this early game, but Gen G, contrary to the first couple of games, actually was getting gold around the map. They were actually rotating well, and this is a 5v5 comp, right? You have Lilia with then a ton of AoE ults, because the Gangplank ult doesn't break her sleep, the MF ult doesn't break her sleep, and at no point did we actually see a successful 5v5. And I think that part of that is because of how well Hanwha Life played, like Delight throwing off the early game, but Gen G also are not on the same page.
And I'm not sure, maybe the champion is also the issue. I'm not sure what game plan you should have as a Lilia Mel mid jungle, and also like you have like Misfortune, Leona at the same team. Like I don't know like what you should do as that team come. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, also the gameplay is the issue.
Yeah, and going back to exactly that, it just feels like Gen G are trying to figure it out on the fly, which is how they ended up in this bot lane skirmish, investing a lot of resources to try and find a pick here, and then they get collapsed upon.
It's, to me, Gen G has the same issue as Lahens, where Lahens makes a lot of plays to make you go, man, if he had Chovy, Canyon, and Keen, those plays would work. And then Gen G is kind of doing the same thing, because here they try and invest so heavily, but they're always going to be a member down because Ruler is top.
Hello? Can you pause and show top? Oh my god, what is happening? Is this champion really good at like splitting? I don't know.
Yeah, split push. And again, the point here is not that Ruler shouldn't be there. It's why is Gen G teleporting and flashing and trying to salvage a lost play when you're pushing on the other end of the map?
That's just so simple. Okay, you have MF on the top side. You have to play on top side. Just drop something if you made mistake on the bot side. Okay, that can happen, definitely, right? Then you have to stop bleeding. You cannot just make mistake over and over again. That's the point.
And the issue with a lot of these problems that are arising from the gameplay from Gen G don't feel like it's easily fixable in the middle of a series. It's not a draft thing. It seems like in the middle of a game, the game plan is falling apart.
Here's the neat thing. It's both a draft and a gameplay thing.
I mean, I really want to focus on the draft. Like, what is happening with their draft right now? First of all, I think they should have lost game 2. I mean, if Keen didn't carry it enough on the top lane, I don't think that Jace Wukong is synergizing really well mid-jungle. And also, what is this Mel and Lilia? I really don't want to see this mid-jungle synergy, man.
This is because Ruler can't play mages, right?
Yeah,
like
definitely.
as good as Ruler is, this has always been a big point of criticism for the player. Even the Ziggs that we saw Pace pull out multiple times over the course of last year, like, is not something that I want to say we've seen him on more than maybe a bunch of times. And if you put Mel bot lane here, the Pyke loses a lot of his impact because you can't actually hook the Mel ever, as we saw. You pick an 80 mid laner, which Chovy is the guy that played everything. from Set to Aatrox, and then all of a sudden your topside makes sense. And then that's one thing we need to highlight the draft, but then also Canyon, him not doing well on Vi is one thing, but him not doing well on the carry is like, that's why he's the guy. That's what he's supposed to do. We're not seeing that. We're not seeing ruler carry team fights. It really is just Keen and then Chovy in some of the moments, just kind of keeping it together.
Yeah, maybe we are a bit late into the meta because now Mel is more about like bot lane Mel, right? In Europe, a lot of players are playing it on stage and also in solo queue as well. That means that Mel AD carry is more becoming more meta, but yeah, as you mentioned, when I saw Mel and Lilia in the same team, I thought it's Mel AD carry, like 100%, right? And then they can mix up with good AD carries on the mid lane. But what is happening with their draft? And where is my predictions? It's doomed!
It's doomed. Worldwide Wadid with the deep cuts from LEC. Thank you very much, Wadid. And we're going to spend a little bit of time trying to consoling him with the way that the draft went. Let's send it on over to Atlas and Wolf for game number 4.
Good luck, Digon. He sounds pretty upset. So just make sure, like maybe a shoulder rub, something like that, just to help him out. And maybe just take him away from Chronicler, who will tell him that predictions are the be-all and end-all of life itself. And in fact, life is not worth living if you don't get at least most of your predictions correct.
I mean, Chovy looks defeated. I haven't seen a look on Chovy's face like the one we just saw and the look he had when he was talking to Coach Kim before, like that in a while. Maybe not since like the Hanwha Life days. This player he hasn't been pushed to the limits too often, right? Like it's been rare domestically. You know, he's been super dominant. He's made almost every finals since he joined the team.
Yeah.
And in fact has made every finals, I believe, since he joined the team. And like to be crushed like this and to just get practically clowned on in that game. I mean, it feels like not him necessarily alone, but the whole team getting crushed is just not something he's used to. And Gen.G, this is double elimination. It's not over yet, and the series isn't over yet, but I feel like we're all already writing the obituary, which is telling the story of what things are looking like. As Keen will get his hands on the first pick, Ambessa here, it looks like.
Yep, and I actually think this is a great thing, because if Keen gets the Ambessa, then at least it's something that he can continue trying to drag the corpses of Gen.G over the line with. Because this guy, the only one that's really been performing here on Gen.G so far, Keen has been absolutely phenomenal. And so with Ambessa in his hands, maybe that's going to be an opportunity here. As Zeus is considering his options, certainly a whole bunch of them. And it just feels to me like Hanwha has them over a barrel. That's what it feels like right now. Like they can flex all over the place. Maybe Zeus can go back to his Anivia. I like what they mentioned on the space, right? With the fact that Ruler isn't as flexible. I do want to correct, it's not a bunch of games on Ziggs. I think he's played 1. He did win. He's played 4 Sona games as well. And other than that, it's all 80 carries. Is Zyra going to be locked in? And Peanut is now hovering Lulu, which is a worry.
I did see, you know, the Poppy, the Nautilus ban, Leona's gone. Delight's known for engage support, not for enchanters. But I was like, man, the Lulu stocks are going way up in this game, and they may want to pick it away. Does ultimately decide not to do so and go for the Renekton, which has a lot of synergy with this Zyra. And Zeus, he doesn't play it all too often, but he is a very good Renekton player.
He is. It's also one of the first things that we saw picked into Ambessa pretty regularly. Started off in the Kesper Cup here in Korea, so something that has, you know, been relatively tried and true. Now, the best thing would be for Gen.G to flex the Ambessa mid lane and play something like this, like the Karthus for Canyon. This is one of those picks that he goes back to where he's like, oh, no, screw it. We're winning. We're winning this one.
When Canyon plays Karthus in the best of 5, you know it's a good series. And right now, I haven't felt like this has been a good series. So I'm like, all right, well, that's a nice sign. Like, historically speaking, when that comes out, it's a good thing.
Yeah, this could be the turnaround.
Ooh, and the Camille.
The support Camille for Duro, am I right, guys?
It could be, but I think it's more likely that the Ambessa is going into Chovy's hands.
Yeah, please let it not be.
But we'll see what Zeka has planned in response here, because Ambessa mid is fairly niche, but we saw it. It was the debut in Kespa Cup, actually. It was played mid first before.
Good old Maple, actually, in his final tournament of his career. Actually, very cute.
They're going to grab the Xayah actually first. Well, it looked like they were going to. I think that makes a lot of sense because you and I were talking about this actually after game 2. Like, we're like, yeah, Viper ends up on Xayah probably. Maybe Ruler, but somebody's going to end up playing this pick with the pool getting thinned out. But with Camille and the Ambessa on the other side, the value is actually quite high. Xayah could be quite weak into CC when it's circles, but when it's lines, oftentimes, like the Mbessa, it's quite good. And if you can buy space there, then it's harder to get value out of the Camille ult as well.
You are seeing a lot of melee represented as well from Gen G. Even Karthus is basically melee, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So it's a fair bit of value, even if you are a more short-range AD carry. I wouldn't mind a ban on something like a Caitlyn, though, who would just kind of shoot the Xayah over and over again. So maybe they could invest into that.
They banned the Lulu, which I think is smart, because this comp can very easily set up resets for Ruler. He's pretty known for playing Jinx as well. And the Lulu Jinx could go hard. Could also see something.
Ooh, Ziggs.
Ooh, that's interesting. Not
I don't
something we
think-
expected.
Yeah, I don't think the Ziggs would have been even good.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to push a R button on top of people who are caught in a Hextech ultimatum, but
Yeah, but you always want Karthus' solo AP, so I don't know about that.
I'm not a big fan of it either. I'm gonna have to agree with you, but
Maybe they saw Ruler's win rate on the Ziggs, and they were like,
They're just trying to think of things I think that could get advantages against Xayah and Lane as well, that kind of work with the comp. So the question now is still what Zeka is going to be playing here, because we don't know what his answer to what looks like is going to be a mid Mbessa is going to be just yet. He could play Talia.
That's a Fiora. So he could play Renekton.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, this is brawls everywhere. My God, it's one of my favorite games ever. Look at this. You got like Mbessa versus Renekton, Fiora versus Camille. Fiora-Camille is like one of the best duelist matchups that you can get.
It's so fun. It's classic.
Oh,
like
this
Ashe,
is so good.
Ashe, though, sets this composition up for success super hard. Seen a lot of Mbessa ults miss, but hard to miss it when you hit a stationary target. And the Smolder stacking
Oh my
on top
God,
of it.
okay. Wait, where does the Smolder go? It is support
Ashe.
Camille, God!
No, it's support Ashe, right?
No, maybe. I thought it was mid lane Smolder, support Camille, Ashe 80 carry. I don't know whether it's good, but I mean, that's where the champions theoretically could go.
Like, that could happen, yeah, that could happen. We'll see.
Shen! All right, that's Shen. Right. So Delight is going to be playing the Shen support with the Xayah, and we've got like a whole lot of top laners, and then some other stuff. This is fun.
I do think that Camille support will be quite strong in the early levels in this matchup into the Shen Xayah, and the Smolder into, like, the Smolder flex here is really cool because, or the Camille flex to put the Smolder mid is really cool because now you're stuck with this awkward Renekton mid that is just going to be free food for the Smolder in terms of just stacking off him. He's going to be a battery for Chovy, who's known to stack quite quickly, as we all know. And then, you know, you end up moving the Mbessa into the top lane. Pretty skill-based matchup, I'd say, into the Camille, but feels a lot better. Or sorry, not into the Camille, into the Renekton.
Yep.
It's not Renekton. What? Oh, I lost. I got lost. Fiora, thank you. Oh my God, this draft is wild. This is like Fearless is hard for casters too. Okay, we got to figure it all out at the same time.
I mean, this was extra hard because we just had no idea where anything was going until the very end of the draft.
Yeah.
And I'm still not ready to say that Camille support is not just bad.
It's not. It feels like it'll be okay early. We'll see what happens after that. The scaling aspects of this comp, though, for Gen G are massive. The Karthus is going to get huge. The Smolder is going to get huge. The synergy between those two champions is actually immense. So I feel like there has to be some tempo advantages gotten. At least the Fiora needs to get ahead to be able to side here.
Yep, and we'll see how Zeka goes on the Crocodile in that mid lane. Yeah, some stuff's being cooked up. Let's see what it tastes like as we jump into the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the Rift for game number 4. Match point for HLE. They're able to win this. It is a 3-1 victory. They'll stay on the winner's side of the bracket, and they will face off against D+ with that extra life still remaining. Gen G, however, they will move down to face Nongshim with a loss here. So wanting to hold on.
Nongshim with their ex-player Lehens on the other side.
Yep.
And Nongshim looking to be a force to be reckoned with right now. I think, slightly favor Gen G in that matchup, but Gen G not looking the best so far tonight, and Nongshim kind of trending upward and playing very confidently. It's not a matchup where you're like, oh man, Gen.G doesn't win that necessarily, but it's a matchup where you're like, could Nongshim win that? That's scary. I don't like that. I'd rather win this one and go directly to the upper bracket.
Yep. Yeah, Nongshim versus KT looked incredibly one-sided. DK, we're just not sure whether they're just really good or what at this stage. So jury's still out. We'll just have to let you know when we get any more concrete information.
Viper and Delight don't like Camille support, and they kind of agree. They think it's going to be tough to play out. They will go top and then try to bully Keen.
Yeah, Keen taking a fair bit of damage here.
About half the health bar.
See how Delight goes on the Lehen special here on the Shen. It's the only one other than Lehen's that has tried his hand at it. There is, you know, a few players that have had a few games here or there on the Shen, but not so far here in the LCK Cup, I'm pretty sure. And so Delight going to see what kind of value he can get.
Yeah, I want to say Carrier almost played it, but opted not to.
Yeah, I think we were talking about Carrier was going to play it.
Keen may just want to let that experience go.
Yeah, he's going to flash back towards the turret. Let's see whether this dive is going to work out, as there's Delight just being dead. So first blood goes over to Duro on this support, Camille. And now it might be his turn to die. Let's see how this dive is going to go as they find yet another one. And yeah, he's just dead. Grasping Roots are going to connect, and the flash out from Viper does mean that there's no follow-up kill there. The teleport back in from Keen will mean that he at least picks up most of this wave, but it is a 2-kill advantage here for HLE. But first blood goes over to Gen.G, and so the gold not too different.
Yeah, not yet. Chovy here, like I tried to say earlier, trying to battery his way to the stacks off of this handbag for now.
Yeah, Zeka is going to continue not having a great time unless Peanut comes over and finds the Grasping Roots. Instead, he does not. Flap, flap, and Chovy gets away.
Flapping his way out of there, trying to hit that 25 stack breakpoint as soon as possible. Hitting 17 right now to try to start to be able to AoE those waves down and really get bigger advantages in this lane. Zeus getting that kill is pretty massive because he's not killing minions very much at the moment.
No. Yeah, 101 certainly going to help. And now that there is a wave crashing onto this turret, might be able to find a little bit of value as Durant needing to get out of there. I think the roaming here for the Camille does make a fair bit of sense, because I don't know whether they necessarily win as far as the 2v2 is concerned, although my Ashe Camille is not one of my more practiced lanes.
I feel like it can be quite difficult to deal with because Ashe is so sticky, and Camille does a lot of damage, has the Halo Blade, so if you end up getting Viper, he cleanses, but you're on top of him, and then Ruler starts slowing you, it can be pretty frustrating to play out, but we're not having the level 1 scenario here. Keen, you know, he has Flash, he feels like he can buy some time here, does end up helping with Duro coming over, buy enough time to get that first blood over, but then Duro is now stuck here. Now you can see on the mini-map that Ruler is getting solo plate gold on the other side, so he picks up some money from this, so it's not all lost here for Gen.G, but it's a pretty big win for Hanwha Life, especially for Zeus, who spent a lot of that early game just kind of siphoning XP and didn't have that much farm. Bought a Cull as well, and he needs to be relevant when we start to hit the latter half of that mid-game so he can side lane and start to control the map, because the scaling aspects of Gen.G's comp cannot be overstated here. The Camille, maybe not so much, but everything else, pretty crazy.
I don't think anyone really beats a Fiora in a side lane, though, so we'll just have to see how the game plan is going to be later on, as the dodging of the Skittles, pretty impressive here by Zeka. No lay waste to hit this Crocodile for now. And he's staying ahead in farm, actually doing a decent job, but the problem is, and the thing that's going to make you nervous, is that the Smolder is just hitting minions, and is happily doing so, as you can see Zeus, just kind of smacking Keen with this sword over and over again. Could be the Ruler, as he elected not to go for the Headmistress Fiora skin, one of my personal favorites. Just beating them with a Ruler just feels good. It makes a great thwacking sound as well.
Well, when Ruler's on the other team too, it feels
I know,
really
right? It was poignant.
Missed opportunity, but
it's okay.
We digress. Yeah.
I mean, Project Fiora is one of the cooler skins. That skin line's pretty dope.
It's definitely a fan favorite. It's kind of like the Pacific Rim Aatrox. It's, no one's ever going to be unhappy.
Yeah.
Well, just feels like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, some lower health bars here towards his top side as we try to ignore the skin choices and look for a little bit of something else. As the Ruthless Predator comes out, Peanut, he just said, I'll give you a Q, I guess.
I mean, Chovy is just chilling. He's like, cool, nice try, I'm stacking. And that's kind of the problem, is I feel like Hanwha Life have a kill advantage, but the gold is even, and the Smolder is stacking. Zeka's going to try again for an empowered W, but again, Chovy's just like, cool, and now I'm stacking more.
Well, and there's more fighting between these top laners, but the junglers are also another point of contention here as Kane gets himself out. Had to use the ultimate though, so won't have that for the next fight. Canyon grabs himself the second grub. So this could be feats of strength unless Peanut can come over and utilize that smite that he's held on to. Ruler being pressured away from this lane, and Zeus on the Fiora is really getting some work done. Peanut with some free time, and he will be able to deny that feat of strength. So HLE holding on to a very small advantage as far as gold is concerned, but 2 grubs going over to Gen G, certainly good news for them.
Chovy was relatively low on mana, and I think, you know, even though he's early game Smolder, he does a lot in these types of fights, but he just didn't want to mess with it. You could see Karthus does out-farm almost anything, including one of the best farming junglers in the game, Zyra. So he does have a level 6 advantage here, and you could see in the gold, he's behind because of that kill that Peanut had, but not really that far behind.
Zeus lunging around here. The original dashy top laner. And Besser, of course, kind of upgrading as far as the amount of dashes are concerned.
Okay, Delight's top side here could be a tricky play. Peanut's also coming up, trying to bait something potentially. He's like, oh look, I missed my lunge.
Well, he slinks off into the fog of war here, kind of making it look like this wave is in an awkward spot, and it kind of is, but they're looking for a dive as the arrow is going to connect. Mom gets angry, and I think Zeka is going to die. He throws down the Dominus and then flashes, and he's safe! Okay, Zeka, that was kind of sick. Still had to invest a whole lot. Plates go over to the Smolder, but he doesn't die. And that's a big deal.
All right, they need to make something happen here topside, and I just don't think they can anymore. Peanut's here. Can he catch Chovy? Chovy has flash and flap.
Yep, and he flaps. That's all he's going to really need.
This is looking really good for Gen G right now. Zeka surviving is massive, but you know, at the end of the day, Chovy's just like, all right, cool, more stacks. And he's at 68 right now. He's at really good pace in this game.
Yeah.
He's almost like clock stacked. Like, it's almost like he's nearly gotten like every single minion as a stack. I mean, he hasn't obviously, but he's stacked a lot off the Renekton. Because of the Renekton matchup, you could practically be on the clock with stacks, which is kind of insane. Which means he's going to hit that breakpoint so quickly with a composition that already has so many other elements of great scaling. And I'm worried about Hanwha Life Esports here because they don't have a gold advantage at all. They need to have big advantages in this mid-game if this game is to work. Because you mentioned Fiora winning in sides, and that's definitely true, and the call's halfway done. And that's going to be a big way for Hanwha Life to kind of pull Gen G around the map and make it so they can't take those ideal team fights later on, even with the scaling. But that alone, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Well, HLE going to take the opportunity to grab the first dragon. That's going to be a Hex deck. As Canyon has the highest CS per minute, which is pretty silly. It's only Chovy that's second on that one, and he's playing Smolder. So like you were saying, yes, it's a worrying sign for HLE. They are still able to get this dragon. Next one going to be a Cloud, and we'll see what the soul is going to be after that. Zeus loses out on this trade. The weak spot, actually not even procced here. It's kind of thought that perhaps Zeus might be able to hit that one, but wasn't quite able to. Does have his Tiamat done. Keen still looking for that first item, most likely Eclipse, to be coming in ASAP. Blackfire Torch is done for Canyon.
Yeah, it's, you know, he's really clearing. When we went into this series, you know, one of the things I said was I feel like Gen G, probably the second best drafting team behind D plus Kia. There wasn't a whole lot of evidence of that until this game, right? There was a lot of flexing, tricking them to pull another melee mid laner in, then putting the Camille bottom, then pulling out the Smolder. This is the kind of trickiness that you want to see from a team in Fearless Best of 5, because in order to go to first stand, you're going to have to win a few more of those.
Yep.
And there's some good teams on the other side, and so I wanted to give Gen G a little bit of credit for this one because they are really having such a great early game here. Yes, Hanwha 1 kill up and did end up getting the win in that top side skirmish, but otherwise having some trouble. Now the side laning has begun, at least for a moment here, but it's only just going to be a play. Again, not enough, but later on, you get the whole turret. You start to threaten the inner. You start to threaten the inhibitor. You start to force some teleports.
Oh, Ravenous Hydra on its way here for Zeus as well, who has actually taken the Ghost, so it does mean that he can chase people down in these side lanes. There's Canyon walking past these grubs as they spawn. They'd love to kill Peanut. That would mean that those grubs should be free, but instead, Peanut going to be able to find a way into this river. So they look for an angle towards Chovy. Him and Viper doing battle here as 80 carry versus 80 carry. Delight wanted to come on over and stop Canyon from getting this done, but instead they turn onto Duro, who throws down the Hextech ultimatum. Peanut, the first one to go down, and as he hook shots away, and he stays alive. Into the backline goes Keen as well, and he executes Viper. Duro will eventually fall, but look at Zeus. He's taking so many of these shots, and it's a double kill on the back end for Zeus. He finds the angle, Delight flashes away, but he's still gonna die, and now Ruler finally finding a moment to perform as Zeka gets on top of him, but Ruler says no. He's got another left in the quiver for him, and they'll also claim 5 grubs off the back end.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is likely the team fight that breaks the game. Chovy, in that fight, did so much damage, but what he also did was stack hard. He stayed in that fight the entire time. He's stacking from the moment he drops his ultimate as well. And look at Duro's ult here. So well played, actually gets him out alive. Canyon flashes to safety. And Keen, with the teleport here, shows up. Now Zeus is in the wrong spot, right? Yes, he secures the kill, but he sacrifices himself in order to do it, which isn't great, right? Keen comes in here. Yes, it's a really nice riposte, but look at Ruler and Chovy. 280 carries, just having their best time. And Chovy just keeps queuing, stacking. And he's hitting 125 at like, I don't know, 14 minutes or something like that. We'll see.
Yeah, that was absolutely absurd.
Let's see how many stacks he's at right now. 126 at 12:30.
And Duro's dead.
Oh my god, yeah, Duro is dead. I don't know what.
It doesn't really matter. It's just.
But Chovy's at 129 stacks at 12:30.
He's at a lot of stacks. And Zeus is 4-0-1. It's now the scaling versus Fiora.
Yeah, this is gonna get interesting. Who's your money on? Because my money's kind of on Smolder.
I mean,
the way the game's being played
mine's on
right now.
Gen G right now. It should be. However, Gen G have been really good at throwing games away in this series thus far. Of course, it didn't actually manage to work in Game 2, but it got close. So I'm saying that this is probably Gen G favored right now. I mean, it's absolutely Gen G favored right now, but I think that they will be able to bring us to the Silver Scrapes.
I also think Zeus here, they're just going to start focusing him down so he can't side, because Chovy can kind of just weak side. Like, he's side laning into a Renekton. He's like, cool, I was doing that in the mid lane. It was going really well for me. I'm getting bigger all the time. He has Flap, so he can buy space, and Flap is also +1 stack as well. It's great.
Well, Keen is dashing around. And they do put up the wall of pain. Next objective going to be this Cloud Dragon. 27 seconds on that one. As Zeus continuing to dash around, Canyon will be here to make this an unfair fight. We were talking about walls of pain there before. Let's see what they can actually get done here as Duro finds a Hextech ultimatum. He's kind of by himself as the arrow. It sails by. There's the Requiem as Zeus just reposts it. And there goes Duro. So a nice pickup there for HLE.
Yeah, kill going over the Shen, but still, what looked like a pretty sticky situation is resolved. Chovy is starting to demolish this turret, though.
Yeah, this is the problem, is there's the flash forward from Zeka. Can he actually kill this Smolder as he blocks him? He can't get in. Delight with the Stands United to help lock down the pesky dragon.
All right, 2 big wins on both sides of the map for Hanwha Life. Plus this one here with another really good riposte from Zeus. Pretty good into Camille when she does it that face up, actually, as it turns out.
I mean, that's the top lane matchup, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't hookshot Fiora.
Yeah, don't do it.
But that was a support, so we'll give him a pass.
This also is really greedy here from Duro. The arrow doesn't connect, and even if it did, they don't quite have the follow-up here. Because Chovy is pushing into the Renekton, right? Like, they need a little bit more range damage. Ashe was far away as well, arrowed. And then this is just, Zeka goes for the play, has the Stand United, and Chovy knows as soon as he sees that Shen ultimate, he is dead. Really nice block to stop the flap over the wall.
Delight with, like, the I didn't even move Shadow Dash just to make sure that he's taunted, can't get over the wall. Gorgeously done.
Yeah. The fastest Smolder stack I can remember was something, I think it was Viper actually at like 1730. I don't actually have the number, but I feel like that was the fastest I can remember. Chovy is looking like he's getting close to being able to hit that. That death will slow him down significantly here. And
yeah, I think maybe that has kind of ruined the breaking the records, but we know that like if you get it by 19 minutes, you're absolutely you're belting ahead.
Yeah, you could see here he's at 157. If you're curious, you can always see it below his portrait. on the left side of the screen as well. That's a new feature this year, and I'm very happy for it because we were always wondering.
It's very, very cool. As Chovy now able to farm the rest of these, you can see with the slightly extra empowered Q.
And they just keep following the Fiora. They're like, oh yeah, you're a good side lane champ, but not against 3 people. And so, as a result, like, we're just going to turn you into Chovy's new stacking battery, and you're not going to push. And Keen's just fine to this Renekton right now. They're trying to take this Herald.
Well, I mean, this is the thing that you do sacrifice, so
Yeah.
Rift Herald should now be secured by HLE. We'll see whether they can utilize that to grab themselves some map advantage.
I mean, no one's dying here for Hanwha, but this turret is getting worn down.
Oh, goodness me, the Achu doing so much work as Delight almost just dead as Mom just rains down. There's the taunt onto Duro. Grand challenge is issued, but not actually going to do too much here. So they are going to be able to brute force this inner turret. Let's see what HLE can get done on the other side of this, though, because the Rift Herald has now made its way towards the mid lane. They should be able to stick around and take this one down, although it's taking a bit of time. And Gen G utilizing the 5 grubs that they picked up as well. Really, really nice.
That's a really big grab for Hanwha Life because they have the ability now to look for Renekton flanks and try to set up some cool angles of attack to punish Ruler, who likes to overextend. As
It's public execution as Featherstorm comes down. Stranglethorn's coming in there as well as Viper is alive, and Delight just takes down the Ambessa. Requiem is probably going to kill him. Yeah, there he goes, and that is 2 picked up for Gen G off the back end. You always have to remember, if you limp away, you're going to need a way to stop the beam of light from the sky murdering you.
That was not quite as egregious as the Canyon Ruler adventure that we had in Game 2, but, you know, it looked scary for a second, but then the Requiem helped clean up house. Gen G going really deep for that one is over here. They end up getting this kill onto Delight as well. So much damage on the Smolder already.
Yeah.
So remember, like, he gets items right, he does more damage, but his Q is getting stronger all the time, even before execute.
And now Zeka is going to try and do it again. This time Duro is in position. Chovy trying to flap away, and that is only a slice. No dice is available, but still, Duro is not going to be able to follow up. And so Chovy will survive, but so will Zeka. The problem is, Chovy surviving is the bigger problem here for HLE than it is for Gen G having a Renekton stay alive. It's not like the scaling is going to be something that you care about.
25 stacks away from the execute here is Chovy. And Hanwha Life found some good angles. They've been able to do a lot more with very little than I've expected. And this Fiora is still a big threat. Yep, no doubt. And you can see it even in the minimap there. Like, he's down there. He's ready to keep pushing when he has an opportunity to. That top side turret is his real prize because he has teleport now, so wants to be on the opposite side of the map to that dragon. Goes top, can clear that, can threaten a turret, TP in. That's where the money is, top side too. So good setup here. This is a really important fight for Hanwha Life because it's the last fight they're going to take before Chovy pops people like balloons. And if they keep kind of slowly approaching this one, it might actually just be too late before that happens, but they may have one fight before the Smolder is fully online. 2 items for Chovy. This is a really critical moment here for Hanwha Life.
Oh, Viper possibly in trouble as the arrow is just going to get blocked by Delight. You love to see that. Delight still front runner for POM in my brain, and that is going to demonstrate exactly why. Absolutely heroic. Still not anything going to come of it.
Yeah, I got to win the series first.
Yeah, this Mountain Drake is going to be the biggest thing on everyone's mind.
100%.
Soul point for HLE keeps them in the game as far as scaling is concerned as well. So that is sort of permanent stats with that extra shield. 2 items now completed for Zeus. He teleports immediately back in.
Team fighting Fiora, it's time, I guess.
Yep, they know that they're going to have to try and win some sort of fight. And HLE are just desperately trying to get towards this pit. They do have some vision available. The problem is that Chovy, as he pokes them out, he's getting more of these stacks. As okay, he goes to Light. They managed to at least pop this Karthus, but remember, he can still do damage. There's the Requiem, as they can get onto that healing field if they want to stay alive, as now Zeka getting cut up by Keen, but the Stand United, it's going to be there. Keen goes down eventually. Duro's at full health, but look at Ruler. He's just raining the arrows in. Delight finds it, but not the kill. And Ruler limps away from the fight, but keeps himself alive. And Duro should be able to tank this dragon up as they look to deny that soul point.
This is an additional 5 minutes of time no matter what here, and that's why HLE Esports are so heavily committing to this fight. They go in and they kill Karthus, but as you pointed out, and as everybody who's watched League of Legends for a while knows, Karthus is still going to do big damage, allows Ruler to win what's not really truly a 1v1, but an isolated fight there against his opposition, and now he can just run them down. Delight with some heroics here, which was really cool to see. Like, he's actually almost able to kill Ruler there. But ultimately, Ruler cleans up house, even though they kill the Smolder. There's 2 big threats.
And yeah, the roller coaster of emotions for everyone watching this series on both sides of the rift.
That was a little tricky for me because it was an orange thing that she was wearing, but it was a tiger, so it's because
I think it's just you'd get different undulations, right? Based on which team you're a fan of. Because there were moments to be excited and moments to be a little bit upset throughout this one. As Chovy has made it to 229 stacks. Hitting that about a minute ago, I guess. About 45 seconds, probably a minute. And that means that, yeah, the Smolder has done it. Smolder's made it to the thing that he wants to make it to.
It's so hard now for Hanwha Life, and they have no vision here, trying to leapfrog their way in. They're so slow.
Yeah. Can Peanut actually get over as Mom gets angry? Yeah, no, he cannot make it in at all. And now they're just in the wrong spot. Public execution, yep, right in front of all of his friends. Zeka is going to try and kill someone and does manage to at least send Canyon home. But it's a double kill off the back end. Peanut dead to Ruler, and Zeka follows the same fate. As HLE, I mean, I don't know what this Death Rush is really doing here, as Zeus just trying to keep himself somewhat not dead, as that's a lot of riposte value and does manage to at least send one of them home. Viper, I don't know what that Feather Storm was.
Hey, look, it's usually on the list of ultimates, approved ults to dodge, but he dodged the Requiem.
Ah, there we go.
It's not really on the approved ults we discussed with Zai. We're like, yeah, it's good into this, it's good into this. Technically, he dodged it.
He did. And he has been doing that all game, and it's been good. I actually didn't witness that it was a Requiem that was coming down.
Yeah, it's just not the normal one in this case. But, I mean, look, Hanwha Life, they don't want to give this up, but the splash here from Chovy is so massive in that choke. The rest of them have to back out. Zeka priced in because he teleported to this, and he's been a handbag pretty much start to finish in this game just because of the draft setup. And I want to give Gen.G credit for how they piloted this comp, but it's the master class of draft that's really the story of this game, and the flexibility of the Camille to support, the Chovy Smolder, how well they played it. And it looked pretty doomed for Gen.G before we started that draft, and even in the draft there was some concerns, right? But it was a really good pivot. It tricked HLE Esports. They put the Renekton mid, they struggled. And it gives you hope if you're a Gen.G fan that maybe in that Silver Scrapes they could go through with it and win. Because right now this game feels pretty over. 6,000 gold lead, a Smolder that's fully stacked and getting more stacks all the time.
Ooh, that's some high-value Zyra damage as Mum gets mad. Viper is also dead. Keen is just going to kill him, and there's nothing Delight can do about it because he's just taking damage from everyone else. A double kill here for Keen is now Zeka trying to get this value. Sends Chovy home, might be able to do the same thing to Duro, and does so before making his way out of the base gate. Flash over, and in the meantime, Zeus is in a side lane just killing this turret as well as all of the minions. HLE, they lose a lot, but they at least evict a lot of Gen.G. Not Ruler, though, who's just going to take this in a turret, and so it's still really bad for HLE.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to look at this game and, you know, oh, well, this could be an angle, maybe. Ruler. He does have withdraw still.
Yeah, he may be withdrawing at this point in time. Yeah, he just goes down. In fact, yeah, just wore off, and now Canyon's also dead. Peanut, he's going to eat a Skittle, and that is not one that he finds too delicious. Zay's going to need to riposte, does so to avoid the Requiem, as Keen looking for some immediate revenge. Zay's trying to be that hero, and he does blast cone his way to relative safety. But Chovy, every time he hits one of these Qs, I fear someone is just going to die. And yeah, that's like he sneezed and Viper had to press his ultimate. That is absurd. Oh my God! Avoided the splash somehow.
Good job, Zeka. He walked left on purpose for sure. Yeah, this is something we talked about a lot when Smolder first came out. Is you're like, oh, I'm good, and then your teammate just walks forward and sets up the splash. I feel like Delight has had a fantastic game, all things considered, in this one. His Shen play has been pretty phenomenal.
Outside of this exact point.
Not this exact moment, but the one that happens in the moment.
Yeah.
There's the small victories. We count the small victories, and like Genji then follow up to overextend with Ruler and Canyon, and I don't really want to talk about it, but like this can't keep happening or you're not going to go to first stand. But you know, it might not matter in this one. We'll watch it again. Delight does some cool stuff. We should probably cut to live because Baron is being taken by Genji, and they've got a lot of damage at this point in time in the game. Zeka, let's see what this Croc can get done. One last time, one last Hail Mary. Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut, can you actually get in there? The answer's probably going to be no, as they do manage to lock down the Baron. Now Zeka trying to do what he can. Chovy is just dead, though, as Peanut locks that one up. That's a great arm guard to keep himself safe. But that 1-for-1 still going to kind of work in favor of HLE. The problem is that Genji managed to get themselves the Baron, and so they get the prize.
Yeah,
and will Soul Point actually be enough to alleviate that, especially with Peanut at 100 health,
Can
making
they
everyone
even
nervous?
Get Soul Point is the real question. Requiem says
yeah,
no.
Peanut's just dead. Stand United, that's going to be enough to save him. Okay, eating some honey fruit here as well.
But
And
they
that
lose
means
the
that
dragon,
They
though.
lose the dragon, yeah.
Yeah. It was cool, though. Delight, he's playing well, you know?
Yeah.
He presses his buttons the right way. It just, there was never really any winning there, unfortunately. Chovy's up in 5 seconds, and they're just going to run down whatever lane they like, start putting the pressure on those inhibitors. They may 1-3-1. Zeka here has to come in to try to buy space for Peanut. Fortunately, he's just focused down. It's so hard to play Renekton into a Fed Ashe in general.
I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to be honest. Like, there's
no other play.
no way to actually find value.
Yeah, no, there's no other play. You just have to try to be a health bar that dies so that your team could do things.
Prey would have landed that. Wait, hang on, he did.
It's a bit of a different situation, bit of a different game state, bit of a more high stakes match.
Yeah,
anyway.
it might have been somewhat different. Still,
Like,
7,000 gold is the lead here for Genji.
He's gotten some shade from everybody this series, I think, but you know this one we'll let it pass.
Oh yeah, no, he's had a good game. 8-1-7, looking brilliant on the Ashe.
I mean, he had so many good Ashe games throughout his career. He had one really fantastic one when he picked up POM, and I made the Cupid joke earlier on in the season. Like, it's one of his best champs this year for sure. He's looking good once again.
Well, let's see what they can actually find as Peanut doesn't get the Grasping Roots. Decent Shadow Dash there from Delight to get Duro out of there, but Duro doesn't really mind about losing a bit of his health bar. He's going to head back, and the rest of Genji will be wiping out this turret. HLE on the ropes well and truly, and the Fiora is in a side lane because, of course, team fighting Fiora means you're probably losing the game regardless. That is the game state for HLE right now as Delight, oh my god. I don't know who looked at him the wrong way, but it was someone. And Delight is not going to die to the Requiem, but it is just softening them up. The dot damage as well is kind of absurd.
Dark Harvest stack acquired again here for Canyon. I wonder how many he has.
Well, Teleport going to get Zeus on top of Canyon right now. Keen is moving so quickly to get on over, and he's interrupted. Oh no, Zeus 1 versus 3. I don't know about this one. Still able to take down Canyon. That is massive, and he's still alive. My god, Delight gets in there. That's why he was able to survive for so long. And Duro almost dead, but is going to be able to take down his opposite number. Some absolute heroics here for HLE, but they are on death's door, even if they are flailing about in a pretty cool way.
Yeah, that was really cool, but it isn't going to change the outcome here in this game. Maybe in an even game state, maybe in an even draft. Not in this scenario, as Chovy is just going to start AoEing them down. Every burn hurts.
Oh my goodness, yeah, exactly. Look at that, sneezed on Viper, and he had to go back up into the sky once again. As I don't know whether a recall of some feathers is going to be enough to stop them from just tearing this base apart. Another Conga line of minions is going to move in from the top side as Keen dashing around in circles of Strangle Thorns. Not going to really get anything done. And all right, now we're flashing forward, looking for some opportunities as the Requiem does come on through, and that is going to take down at least Delight. Ruler is just kiting out the Renekton, who is free food for these 80 carries. Zeus trying to be the fed Fiora that he wants to be, but he's like that Fiora that says they're a smurf in your iron solo queue game. Sometimes they're just not good enough to get it done, and it doesn't happen this time either. And that is Silver Scrapes by Genji for the second time in a row for HLE as well, going to 5 games.
Yeah, really interesting series we ended up with here. Genji nearly tossing that game 2 away. We wouldn't have even gotten here if that were the case. How close they were to losing that one. And then in this game, with a really cool swap of the Camille to support. We knew it was a possibility, but unfortunately, Hanwha Life Esports indexed super hard into it not happening, and then they got smoldered super hard.
They really did. I actually think the pivot in the draft was so beautiful. I do truly believe that Gen.G were thinking that it was going to be the Camille in a solo lane, like Ambessa mid or something like that for Chovy, and then you play around the Karthus that way. But I love this pivot. Duro also playing a great game of the support Camille. When I saw that get picked, I had flashbacks of what happened when Beryl just recently played it, and that was sub good.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have it. The dream. The game 5. Fearless. Everything's banned. Silver scrapes.
Yep, I cannot wait to see what kind of craziness is going to be picked up here as well. This is going to be an absolute treat. Surprises me that Gen.G have got there as well after we've been so critical of them, but here we are. Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Short break, the space, and then we'll get into it.
파운치면 좋고. 다이라 공 없지 않나?
테라 몰라. 공 없어.
오케이. 저 가는 중. 펜 15초.
다이라 노공.
일단 탑라인 올 거예요, 이거.
나 15초 뒤에 공 내고.
천천히 타워 먼저 쳐도 돼요. 타워 먼저.
타 못 쳐. 치울 수 있구나, 나이스.
이거 탑도 와요. 탑도 와요.
요라 10초.
야, 자이라
야, 보면 돼.
자이라 도냐?
나 왔어, 이제.
이거 쉔 나온다, 쉔.
그럼 나 공을 한번 쓸게.
잘 해볼게. 피로 나왔어.
나이스. 이거를 간다.
나이스.
와우, 길게 밀었는데 이거 뭐였지?
나이스.
나이스.
the 6th time in all of the major regions. We're going to Game 5 here in Silver Scrapes. It is 2-2, Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G going the distance. Welcome back to the space for the final time today. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid. And we got ourselves a series, but more importantly for Gen G, we got ourselves a draft.
Oh man, I can't believe we're going to another 5-gamer. Really happy to see that Gen G have seemingly woken up. It has taken a throwback to a tiny dragon that everyone hates, but we've gotten there anyway. And hopefully Game 5 will deliver more of the same, as man, that game was kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean also, finally the draft is working out. I think that Camille pick at the last, I mean Smolder pick at the last, and then just swap into the Camille support was actually massive because I mean, the team comp-wise, you can't really counterplay the Karthus and the Smolder as a melee champions like a Fiora and Renekton.
So you both sell very convincingly because it's 2 AD laners. You don't really show where they're going. They feel relatively confident. And then Zeus Lux, unfortunately, the most useless champion to men in 2025. And we're going to poke some fun at him. Even though played wonderfully, obviously does well into Camille. It's not a meta where that can really work. And then Duro, even though he did learn in real time why you don't want to play Camille into Fiora with some of his hook shots in, I think outside of that had a much better game. And Chovy and Ruler and Canyon were all here. And that's the first time that has happened this series, and it was very necessary because otherwise this would have been a free one.
I mean, we can give more credit to Duro, even though he didn't play good Camille. Like, he played Camille. Oh. That's the point, you know?
And you know who also should give credit for going to Game 5 is Peanut Zyra. As please, man, this is Shyvana all over again. Peanut, your Diana is cracked! We saw him hit a 5-man ultimate and almost pull back a game from a crazy deficit, but no, he's playing Zyra again.
So
and guess what?
Yeah, this happens, but I mean, the point is, did they really need to fight this? Because they got the 2 stacks of Drake, and then Fiora got 2 items power spike, right? So my point was, I think they could literally just give up the Drake and go for the dive on the top lane so they can actually open up the map with the fat Fiora. You should never team fight with the Fiora. That's the point, you know. I think they were in a point, the position that they could actually just give it up and go for the side pressure, right?
Because this is the dream. Like, it doesn't kill Ruder here, but this is still the dream scenario for a Fiora. Because the only way in which you're useful is if you can get a lane lead and then hammer that lead into Oblivion. And I want to get into where Zeus truly shows how young he is. Because if he was a top laner raised in the fires of like old league where split pushing was actually a thing, he would
Zion's pardon.
He would never TP. Never. No way in hell. He would tell us, team guys, do not run it down. I am going for the Nexus.
Can you actually pause here to see how clear it is? Just show the Nexus. I think it was really clear that they can actually defend, by the way. I think they only lose 1 inhib, and then they can actually trade the inhibs, right?
Is them backing? Yeah, doesn't matter. Try to all in. Because the only way you're winning this game is, and it's not
split
even
pushing.
It's split pushing. You have to try, because you know what Fiora does in a team fight?
What does it do?
Exactly.
No way.
Oh, God bless his heart. He's trying so hard to impact. He's trying to team. He just shouldn't have. This moment wasn't really relevant for the game. Like, the game was lost a lot earlier, but it's just funny because it is such a typical top lane thing. I gotta help my team out, but you don't.
Yeah, I
Say
mean,
no. Be selfish.
You're playing Fiora, right? And you have to actually pull the trigger on the side, not the team fight. So, I mean, I think, as you mentioned, if he actually witnessed some of the split games like 2018, 2017, I don't know, when there was so many global ults like Tahm Kench ulti into the split push and you have 0 kills until like 30 minutes and do only split pushing. I mean, we still like these kind of like volatile games, but yeah, it's kind of sad that we couldn't see like Zeus try to backdoor. I mean, that was the only point that they could actually win the game. So.
Yeah, and it feels like maybe later, when he's more comfortable with the team, he can say, I'm the selfish one, give it to me, trust me. And this time he tries to go back, doesn't quite work out. And here are our fearless fans. We've got 40 here, 10 more to come.
And this is where we really get to the point where we haven't actually seen this yet. I would love to see a team priority pick, preferably an AD carry or jungler, and then just only ban. Like legitimately just ban a single role. Like no, but in it, like that's you can get away with it. In game 5 of a best of 5, like I want you to look how many actual AD carries are still there that are even remotely solid, right?
Yeah.
Taking away the Kalista because that's probably gonna get banned. But like for both jungle and for AD carry, I think you can. You can ban out someone and try to make their life hell.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we need to kind of point out the Genji's draft again, because we already talked really bad thing about the Game 2 and Game 3 draft, right? I think the Game 4 draft was completely just out-drafted by them.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the Game 5, again, the coaching staff having huge pressure under this game. So I think I really want to see some fresh ideas in the draft.
Yeah, one of the coolest parts about Fearless is that additional, I guess, effort needed from the coaches to set up the teams. Well, they've done it for 4 games. They will do it one more. And again, their grand prize will be heading to the upper finals in the LCK Cup against D+ Kia. Who will do it? Let's find out together. Get the phones out. Cap Jam. Game 5 as we send it on over to Wolf and Atlas.
Thank you very much, Digon. And yes, light up your phone. Even if you are alone at home, it is still worthwhile to do. Join us in our Game 5 revelry.
If
The
your
second
phone,
time as well. It's kind of nutty.
if your phone is dead, just go over to your light switch and turn it on and off repeatedly.
Yeah.
Like, in rhythm with this guy.
Or if you've got a hanging light on your roof, just give it a brief tap so it sways left to right.
We are not responsible for any damage to chandeliers.
Yeah, or any electrocutions that may occur in your home.
But yes, this is hype, and I agree with Chronicler's sentiment of trying to lock out one role, specifically jungle or AD carry, is definitely the game plan if you want to get a big edge in the draft. But you could just try to make a strong composition. That hasn't always led to success in these later series because things get a little bit wonky, they get a little bit weird.
The thing that's difficult is, I think you're gonna have to. So you have to ban Skarner, Lee Sin, and Nidalee if you want to really lock out the jungle. And we've seen the Peanuts' infamous 100% win rate Heartsteel and Mumu is still up and available then though, and so you're not going to be able to play that. His Shyvana still available. You'd love to see one of those. And I think there's deep pockets for these junglers, so I think maybe it's AD carry that you have to focus.
The fact that Hanwha was able to win that one game on red side means that they do have blue side. So they're the ones who actually have flexibility of ban here and the first pick. So you could ban 3 AD carries, grab one, and say good luck to your opposition here. We'll see what the game plan is going to be, but for Genji, like you said, and like Chronicles has mentioned, the Kalista is a must ban, even more than the Skarner, I would say, at this point, but both of them should be removed here by Genji. They only get 1 extra ban. Lee Sin taken off. Maybe it'll be a focus on Canyon in the jungle here. Yeah, Hanwha Life.
I think if it's Lee Sin, you ban the Nidalee afterwards, and then Peanut says, I've been here forever. I've played everything, and I'm just happy to find something with some level of utility to get something done.
Perhaps even something like a Kindred could be an option if you could draft around it. It will not lock one role, though, and we'll take away Duro's Nautilus instead. This should be a Kalista ban, and they'll leave that final ban up in the air. Picks like the Sylas, the Akali are still available for Zeka if they want to draft something like that. Ahri still available. Viego also still available.
There's a lot of junglers that are very playable. That's the problem. So Nocturne going to be taken away, and the last one likely to be a Nidalee, unless they want to see that one locked in. The thing is, if the Nidalee gets locked in, then I feel like HLE will want to go for one of these Pantheon compositions, right? As there's the Caitlyn to be taken off the board. Banning out Viper, I think, is that there's no hope there. This guy plays everything in the bottom lane. As Nidalee first pick, I think pretty face up here for HLE. But what is the response from Genji? That's the big one. And on my mind is, what do they have planned into this?
There's that Sylas pick. Would be blind, of course, in this situation. I think if you're drafting against an Nidalee, one of the big things that's always on your mind is trying to get lane prio against it so that it's harder to play the game, but blind Sylas isn't necessarily going to fit the bill on that one.
And also, it's something that Peanut has actually found success on. I know Yeah. You go to the internet after Peanuts had a Zyra game, and it's kind of a horrible place to be if you're a Peanut fan. His Nidalee's, he's been escaping a lot of that criticism. He's looked pretty good.
There's the Pantheon.
This is a great pick away, in my opinion. I actually think that even like whether it's jungle, whether it's support, I think that picking this away from the Nidalee composition is really smart.
I do agree.
Oh god, Poppy made it through.
Poppy also available, as you say. Do we see an 80 carry to match to alongside it here? There's still a lot of mid picks available and a lot of good picks for Zeka. So, like the Talia is also still available in this series. So I'd like to see them grab something for Viper, but again, it is somewhat face up. I feel good about the Poppy here because the Caitlyn is banned. So there's no chance of getting taken out by a Caitlyn, at least composition in the bottom lane. So I think this is a relatively safe pick, a smart move from Hanwha Life. But what is he playing with it becomes the question as we just keep hovering Zed.
You just need to hover Zed all the time. I mean, Faker isn't in this game. Ryu's not even here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ryu is like grabbing his chair really tightly every time it happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's been happening a lot. But I think maybe people have been experimenting with it. There's the Zeri, though.
It's not a lot of setup for the Zeri just yet in this composition. So while I do think the Zeri is a top-tier pick based on what's available, I'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. Canyon
do
Kane.
it.
We have seen this.
Dude, the Canyon is just, it's so legendary.
We have seen this on winning and losing ends for him in big matches.
This would be sad. This is like competitively viable Kane.
Yeah. Oh god, it's so true. Zeus is not going to get to play Olaf. He did run at T1 so fast and so hard that he brought us to this series in that final game. Will not be available this time around. Not a ton of synergy with the Nidalee there, but still a strong pick nonetheless.
This also confirms that Pantheon is either going to be in a lane
it's a solo
or in support.
Yeah, it could be a solo lane, could also be support.
I feel like Pantheon wouldn't have a whole lot of fun into the Poppy. But we'll see. Lulu, I think, is a fantastic ban. I actually thought that HLE would be possibly trying to pick that one up and flexing the Poppy around, but we haven't really seen Poppy in jungle or top lane so far this season.
I think the best choices left here for Ruler are the Jinx, which no longer has a Lulu to pair with it, or potentially, I hate to say the word out loud, the champ's name out loud, but maybe Aphelios in this draft. They have Tom Kench, they have Thresh available for potential for that. The Jinx is taken away.
I think Jinx was the pretty obvious ban, so I think that Ruler was definitely planning for something that wasn't the Jinx.
I think something like Illusion here just is too risky.
Oh, that's true.
It's available.
I hadn't even thought about the Lucian.
It is something you can play into this very Poppy lane.
Ooh, Twitch is another fun one.
I don't know about this.
Oh.
I know even less about this in terms of how I feel about it.
I feel negatively towards
I don't like it very much.
Oh, it's Twitch. Okay, an 80 carry. That makes us feel a little bit better.
I mean, it has an incredible front line and setup.
And you can really jump scare people, especially with the Grand Skyfall used in tandem.
Will we see the Talia to come through here for Zeka? It feels pretty good into the Sylas, the Pantheon.
Oh god, no. Not Aatrox. Aatrox has looked not very fun and good. Okay, that's going to be Aatrox though. Oh, this is a worry. It's a great sign for Gen G fans.
All right, what's that Zeka pick? There's no way wants to play a Kali, right?
Ooh, Ari would be weird with a Nidalee, personally.
Yeah. A Kali feels weird too. I don't really like it here. Would have rather seen the Talia, but ultimately they're going to settle on this Ari that made it all the way to game 5.
And that's Cannon.
Then Cannon. And potentially 80 Cannon in this draft. It could be, but you know, it's not the most...
Was that what Kingen did?
Yeah, it's not the most magic damage ever with Sylas in the mid lane here for Gen G, so he definitely can go AP here. And the Aatrox matchup into the Cannon feels pretty good for Keen. He plays it well in space as well. I think Zeus is one of our best Aatrox players. You know, Kingen, obviously, one who got World's MVP with it, but Zeus is, I'd say, more consistent and has been when Aatrox was super pro. Remember lethality Aatrox and all that?
Yep.
Zeus was a big abuser back then.
I mean, it was back-to-back years of like pretty ridiculous Aatrox play from both of these players.
I think the composition for Gen G is a little bit easier to play, to be honest. And sometimes that's where I lean when we go to Game 5s where the compositions for both teams aren't standard. They aren't necessarily strong. Like they're kind of like B+ tier drafts that you would never beat a robust draft with, but this is what's left available and what the teams have ultimately ended up with. I feel like the Pantheon has the most agency out of anything on both teams and can really warp this draft. Because you didn't go for Talia, you can't match those rotations here with Hanwha Life. They have a great team fighting composition, especially through the mid game, if they can pilot it well. But this just kind of presses R and wins the game. I'm leaning towards this draft here for Gen G.
I would agree. I think the reset potential is definitely there as well with the jump scare of the Twitch. An original counter pick into Zeri. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5, Gen G versus Hanwha Life Esports. The rematch of our LCK Summer Final last year. And one that HLE was able to take at that point in time against all the odds, apart from Orcs' odds. HLE now with blue side advantage, but I don't think they got an advantage in this draft. I think that they, like, and I want to echo what you were saying and, like, try to add a little bit of explanation, I guess. Like, you look at the, often we look at mid-jungle 2v2, right? Like, I think that that's very important. Nidalee and the Ahri together doesn't really make me very excited. I feel like the Merc Treads value goes through the roof, and I think that Chovy should be able to navigate that one pretty comfortably. The setup for the Nidalee not quite going to be there, and then you're playing this sort of pick-poke composition, and you have a Zeri that really wants to be team fighting and things like that. I think the only saving grace here is Delight on the Poppy.
Yeah.
Because what Poppy does is it turns every draft into a playable one. As, never mind, all right, Chovy just going to have to flash immediately here in this game and gives him the good old thumbs up. Says successful little bait as the lane swap comes in.
You miss every chain you don't take. So sometimes you just feel obliged to take them. And
I think it's just a thing with Sylas. You have to throw chain at enemy.
Yeah.
This is how it is done.
Sometimes we see players just throw the chains into the air to stack the passive one more time, but you know, in this case, he felt really like he was going to get something out of this. He's got that buffed electrocute. So does Zeka, though, so that's kind of a problem. His Peanut is trying to make sure his jungle doesn't get stolen away.
Oh, no. This is something that Canyon actually ran into a little while back, where he tried to steal some grubs and then wasn't actually able to get the value as the chain, this time not going to connect as Canyon makes his way back towards his side of the jungle, wasting a lot of time, though.
That was very scary for Zeka there as well. Surprised he played so aggressively.
Nice charm, going to connect. Foxfire as well.
He has
landing onto Chovy.
He has been one of our better Ahri players, even though I feel like
he was the one that debuted Ahri after her rework.
Yeah, he and Faker were kind of leading the charge at that one, and you know, it's not a pick that we associate with him as much as some of his other melee picks, but he is very good at it, and he's showing why.
Oh god, Chovy, remember, doesn't have flash, but instead they just turn immediately onto Canyon! I don't know whether you needed to do that, Peanut, but he is able to get out of the last turret shot. Oh, I feel like, you know, the gods are on his side after that one.
Well, this is certainly stacking up a lot of advantages here against Gen G. Hanwha Life with a fantastic start.
Oh dear, Ruler, that's the sweet spot of that Q coming on through there, but Duro is going to make his way back down. This time, the chains do go back the other direction. And one thing that HLE's composition does have is a fair bit of early power.
Yes.
And that has certainly been utilized thus far.
I think also in the mid game, it's really powerful if you can set up team fights on your terms. You know, Zeri, when she has her ult, even before she has, you know, 2-3 items, is still incredibly powerful. Even before her first item, because of the bounce damage and how much control you can get in these crazy skirmishes that they can set up. It's a lot of action here on both sides of the map. Looks like Zeus is going to be fine on top side.
It's kind of crazy that he's just fighting 1v2.
He's just confident. He's like, well, that's a level 3 Pantheon that has a World Atlas. And Ruler is on a Doran's Blade, so if I hit my sweet spots, I can trade really well with my passive. Chovy's in trouble. Still no flash, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Has to Kingslayer his way over. Delight's going to turn up. That means that he's definitely dead. And that is 0 1-0 for Chovy.
And
of course, it was Canyon that died the first time around.
Canyon can't help him out in the mid lane, or he's just going to lose his whole jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, he lost all of the top side of his jungle essentially during that moment, and now has to go farm. Whee! Bye-bye.
I don't think he quite meant that.
Yeah.
I think he was avoiding a shuriken.
Yeah.
He's like, peace, I'm out of here. My people need me.
He really didn't get hit by it.
He really didn't. Nice charm going to connect there from Zeka, but Chovy is actually trading this one back far better as the teleport does come on through. So turning up with half your health bar doesn't feel great.
The roaming Poppy pick, though, has been so incredibly powerful. Poppy is such a strong early jungler because she can, go and push people into the wall. She's very tanky. But as a support that's basically acting jungler in this game, you can have that same sort of impact, especially when Chovy has no flash there, so they punish him. The CS difference here is pretty massive. And Canyon has done a decent job of catching up here in terms of the farm, but he's got a kill on his opposite number to deal with as well as we go all the way back to this play. He had a little bit overzealous on this one, but the buckler hits. Chovy flashes away, and they're like, cool, I've got another target. And then Canyon is just dead despite the flash.
The target selection from Delight, absolutely phenomenal there, because they identify he's the one closest to the wall, but then the communication that happens immediately is very, very strong. As this was just an overload of the mid lane, and nothing Chovy could do.
If Delight hesitates for even a second there, I don't think he gets that. He doesn't get that pick. He doesn't get that play, but he did not. And Chovy's just trying to farm. Doesn't have Canyon to help him out. Now he's getting electrocuted repeatedly here in a melee versus ranged matchup where Zeka has an advantage.
Well, Grubs are going to spawn. Peanut in position. Delight now going to move over. The most terrifying little Yordle with a hammer. And Viper only level 6, so doesn't quite have the ultimate available, but there is the pick-off, and Duro, he is burning, and Viper is going to be able to pick up the kill. That is feats of strength, and so much value here as now Rule underneath his top outer turret. And I had some doubts about this draft, but so far it's working so well. Unless Chovy can do something about it, both of them trading some hijacked Spirit Rushes and some real ones.
I mean, the lane swap just didn't really go well for Gen G, and some of the prior they have, they're just utilizing it so incredibly well for this Nidalee. We talked about it, how useful it is to have lane pro, but when you're crushing lanes this hard, you get objective control as well. And man, Viper was so close to hitting level 6 off of that initial pick as well. If he had like one more minion, I think he would have had it, and it could have been even worse.
Yeah, Shuriken going to connect here onto Peanut as the Grubs have been started up yet again. A teleport back, though, from Zeus as HLE look to commit for this fight. They've already got feats of strength as far as those kills are concerned. They're looking to make a bit of a start here as they want to take down all 3 of these Grubs. Keen on a ward as he does decide to go back, but Zeus able to umbrally dash away.
Now, Hanwha Life need to maintain this tempo because there's a lot of things that can go poorly for them when we get to later team fights with how these compositions work. But, I mean, they have such a huge lead in the jungle, in the AD carry role. And the fact that Ahri is 20 CS up on Chovy. Chovy doesn't lose in CS. Like, this is probably breaking his heart that this might affect his CS difference numbers as well. Because this is like the lowest he's ever been, basically.
Oh god, the interruption that was blind avoids the chains as well. Flashes out of the slicing maelstrom, and he's still probably going to die as Canyon's going to turn up. Umbral dash over the wall though. As he's out of mark range, this is insane. Gets the knock up onto Keen, and I don't think he's got another charge as meanwhile on the other side of the rift, Ruler is getting torn to shreds here by Peanut, but he's able to slink off, gets into stealth. Duro maybe not so lucky as Viper presses the ultimate button, and there is the kill. So 1 for 1 in the extended trade, and I have to say, nicely played, Zeus, even if you did still die.
Yeah, no, he didn't have a blast cone or anything to get away from there. I thought perhaps like with the way the observer was panning that there was something that happened, but no, it was, everyone else was topside. He was left to die, but they find success, and they're looking for a redive here on the Ruler.
Yep, Delight is just going to push Ruler away, and Ruler is too greedy, and he's just going to die.
Greed has kind of been the name of the game for Ruler, but I mean, you can call it greed in this situation, but he's sitting 20 CS down. He's like, well, I've got to farm. Yeah, maybe I get out of here, but like, yeah, it's greed though, because they might still be there. You just have to lose more farm. It's a lose-lose situation, Atlas. I'm not even saying you're wrong. It's just like, what are you going to do?
No, it's still greedy. It's just greed was probably the right call.
Yeah, it's... at least he thought so.
Yeah.
But the coast was not clear, and he's pushed away. Duro's left to die here as Zeus dies bottom side, and then...
have you dusted off the printer yet? Can we print out some certifications? Is that what we're doing here for Viper?
Yeah, we're close.
But I wouldn't call it. I feel like there have been too many isolated moments, not all one in the same place.
Ah, okay, got it.
But still, he's online.
This might be the moment, as now Zeus throwing some shurikens around, getting some marks of the storm out, and does manage to get a little bit of a stun there onto Viper. Viper not too worried about it. They don't kill the little lightning mouse.
This is scary for Keen. He does have his ult online, but no flash. See if he wants to stick it. He's just going to leave. But now he's denied more farm.
Yeah, Peanut hasn't landed a whole lot of spears so far this game. One thing I do want to say, though, is that I think that Peanut's probably our best team-fighting Nidalee.
Yeah.
I think the pathing Nidalee title goes to Canyon, but the team-fighting, like the way he uses Primal Surge in these fights is super impressive, especially more recently.
Yeah, and this game isn't necessarily a game where, you know, hitting spears in the neutral is going to be your big win con. It can help, obviously, but you know, hitting spears onto a charmed target, for example, is going to be pretty easy. Onto a target that's been stunned at a wall, going to be pretty easy. So he's got some help here. But otherwise, it's going to be healing Azeri and helping control vision and trying to continue to put the pressure on Canyon, which he's done a great job of so far. This Zeri has 3 kills, picked up an additional plate there on the bottom side, is up 1.7k on the Twitch counter pick.
Yuntal's completed already.
Yeah.
It still has the complementary boots, but they're on their way to picking up some feats of strength as well. So those boots could be even further improved. As Canyon looks to start off this dragon, that is going to even out things when it comes to the objective feats of strength.
No.
Oh, the face check. Even the spear going to land. Pounce comes through. Chovy able to spirit dash his way out. And I don't know where that spear was going, as Peanut's just going to flash out of there immediately. Saw the rest of the cavalry coming in. And Viper's on the top side of the map, and HLE will back away.
Yeah, that's going to be the dragon going over to Gen.G, which will be 1 feat of strength or 1 part of that feat of strength for them. But plate gold everywhere else. I mean, this gold lead is expanding. Zeus, no flash. 4 people.
There's the World Ender. He's just looking to clear out these minions if he can, but he will just be exploded. There goes that kill. Viper with some free time there towards the top side in exchange. Teleport over from Chovy into this mid lane. As Gen.G actually trading up pretty nicely here towards this bottom side. Unless, yeah, okay, with these grubs going down, maybe it's not so much.
I don't know if it's actually a trade up, because this turret's more healthy and they have TP, so they can't even try to get more plates here. And Chovy had to commit his teleport mid after they lost plates there.
I thought they'd be able to get so much more damage onto that turret, but it's 6 grubs to nothing.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately, I feel like the problem is that you've already kind of fallen behind the 8 ball in this one. So trying to make macro trades like this would feel better if there weren't 6 grubs, if it wasn't a Fed Zeri, you know, things like this. If you had a teleport advantage, but you don't. So I think it's maybe the best that Gen.G could have hoped for in this scenario, but it still feels like a loss.
Yep, footwear of Gusto now for HLE at the same time. So we have a look at the replay towards the bottom side. And Zeus, I mean, you understand the game plan here, clear the minions, but he was never going to live.
Look at the minimap, like, Chovy's being pushed out. He has to teleport back to lane. Top side, obviously, we showed the plates and the turret going down for Viper, who has a 2,500 gold lead over Ruler now.
What the hell? Okay, now Ruler is just going to try and escape. And it's Phantom Dancer, actually, that Viper went for.
He's got it already.
I was expecting Runans, but I feel like he has been just picking people off. So going for a little bit more of a duelist item makes a bit of sense here. As Peanut finishes his Leandri's.
He's been kind of doing a little side lane Zeri action, and we're not in big 5v5s just yet because Gen.G are so far behind on the tempo, they're not able to group for them. So he's like, I'll get Phantom Dancer, Runans later.
Mid-lane item difference, by the way.
Yeah, it's... Chovy doesn't really... He has some components.
Yeah, that is... That's a large difference. It's okay, that's a good flash from Ruler. As Viper still getting this damage down as Canyon looks for the stun, but Viper avoids it. Ruler now underneath this turret's trying to stay safe.
They might be able to get 1 more plate there in the mid lane. It looks like they're going to shy away from it, though. Too many members of Gen.G grouped up.
Yeah, Viper with his ulti now on cooldown, though, so a possible time for Gen.G to find a bit of value.
Yeah, they're going to try to counter push mid. Yeah, man, looking at Chovy's items, it's like, you know, somebody's like, what's for dinner, Chovy? Just opens the condiments drawer.
Yeah.
And I don't know, this situation is really tough for Gen.G because Hanwha are now playing so respectfully as well.
Well, Canyon now going to find Viper here. A little bit of a misposition, but he does have the barrier to keep himself safe. Spray and Pray comes out from Ruler. But Viper creates the distance required. Still, now they've got the barrier, the flash, and the ulti out of this Zeri, who will need to go back home.
Definitely a few small wins.
Okay, no. The crab had spawned. I just thought it hadn't spawned yet. He threw every button.
I feel like there's the observers are showcasing this as well. Keen's the one person who has an advantage, right? He has a small CS lead. He had a bigger one earlier, but he's a Kennen. There's no exhaust for Hanwha Life Esports. They didn't opt into that. Viper wanted to have barrier for some extra power, some early skirmishes and laning power. Feats of strength go to Hanwha Life. Gen.G need to somehow set up some flank wards, I think. Like, getting Keen into the back line, if he can have a massive slicing Maelstrom, he is going AP in this game, which we mentioned earlier kind of makes more sense. If he can have that big team fight, that puts maybe Ruler back into the game. That puts Chovy back in the game. Speaking of Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy's going to discover Zeus as the Infernal Chains will connect. Some sweet spots landing here as Zeus wins out on that trade quite nicely. Spear going to go haywire once again, as Chovy just not allowed to sit in a lane unperturbed.
And that's another turret potentially going to go down here. It's so low.
Yeah, needing to do everything just to dodge all of these abilities that are going everywhere. Nice little dodge with the Kingslayer to get himself out of the way as another Infernal Chain's coming on through. Surely Peanut's going to hit one of them as the turret just goes down. 6 grubs, ladies and gentlemen. That will do it as that one landed.
Nicely done. They're looking for more.
Yep, heroic charge into the wall here as Dura taking a whole bunch of damage here from Delight. Has to use everything, and they are just getting bullied out of their own jungle, and the result of it is their structures just lying as rubble on the floor. Zeka will be able to immediately clear out this control ward, and look at this, their vision line is so far up into Gen.G's base that they are going to struggle to even clear out their camps.
Yeah, I mean, you have this line of wards here that's impossible to cross. You know, that flank ward I was talking about, get real, that's never going to happen.
Yep.
How are you ever going to get a flank off as this Kennen? You're going to have to just kind of rush your way in to the team fight and hope there's an overextension. But with the mobile champions we have, we're talking about Nidalee, Ahri, Zeri, and to a lesser extent, Aatrox is decently mobile himself.
Well, here's a heroic charge as Viper's making his way in. Duro looking to try and stop him, but Ruler is dead. That was mostly praying, not a whole lot of spraying. I mean, as HLE now look to grab themselves a Herald as a little bit of a reward.
You know, we got silver scrapes, but I feel like we're just silver scraping what's left of Gen.G in this 5th game out of the barrel.
No.
This is just a complete dismantling. And we liked, some of the
I was
aspects of Gen.G's
worried about this draft as well, as Viper is in melee range against a Viego, and he just pieces out. Delight can go for the 1v1 if you'd like to. The double teleports as Canyon going to get flashed on. And that is that darkened, the cool button that Zeus has access to on his passive, and Chovy and Keen turn up a little bit too late to stop anything from happening.
The dodges in this game, but unreal. Keen's going for it.
And look at that, Delight sacrificing himself. Chovy did steal away Viper's ultimate, and that is going to be able to take that kill as the steadfast presence is so good from Delight. Still, the chains come down, and Chovy tanking too many turrets here in order to stay alive as Zeka comes in and says no more funny business, but Gen.G have been able to find some value unless this charm is going to spell the end of everything, because remember, this means resets, and Zeka is dashing after Ruler now. The Orb of Deception doesn't get that true damage, as Ruler does have the ultimate back up and available once again. Expunge not quite going to be there, although I think it's called Contaminate now. Expunge was a long time ago. Well, I prefer it. Like, I just feel like the word's fun.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It's okay, you can still say the old words. Everyone knows what you mean.
Oh, thanks, man.
Viper here wants to set up a sandwich, right? Because he's Zeri, he's got the wall to ride on. He sets up the buffered extendo beam as well to get the slow. This is just clean Zeri play. And when you're sitting on 2 items way faster than you're supposed to be, you can make cool stuff like this happen. A little bit overzealous in some of the upcoming plays, but you can just see he's like, oh, I'm super fed. I can make this stuff happen. Eats a bunch of damage here, but teleport comes through, and Chovy is ready. He's like, we're not going down without a fight. This is said fight. Yes, Canyon does die. McKean commits his ultimate here. Even though Chovy doesn't get the chains, he steals the Zeus ult. Or Zeri ult, excuse me. And
Heroic Charge was actually a really cute idea from Delight.
Yeah. It's almost enough, but I mean, they still get Chovy, unfortunately, and Zeka just continues to chase them down.
All right, Zek could be in trouble. Chain's going to connect there as Duro gets the stun. Charm goes wide, and that is 730 gold or something like that going over to Chovy as Zeus is teleported in. Duro is dead, ladies and gentlemen, and Chovy, I think, is going to follow suit. There he goes. Okay, so the answering 2 kills probably worth the death of Zeka right there. Although it was his first, so we got the shutdown.
Chovy, a little grin on his face there after that one. This showcases what Genji's comp can do. It's not necessarily the greatest 5v5 comp against a Fed Zeri, but if you can isolate and pick off targets with your CC, it works really well. If you're in a leading game state, the Zeri isn't fully online yet, you can actually 5v5 pretty well with the simplicity of the composition, but they keep finding picks but paying for it. And when you're this far behind, a trade of kills might feel nice because you're like, well, we're behind on gold, we shouldn't be able to get that, but now you're losing the map.
Oh. Keen going a little bit aggressive here as Zeus does get stunned off, and Zeus just pops him. That is going to be the kill going over to Light somehow, and Duro realizing that there is no avenue in whatsoever. Canyon down to 50%, Ruler trying to do damage where he can, and look at this brick wall of an Aatrox. Stalak goes in, double knock up is gigantic. Duro in that backline, zoning out Viper quite nicely as the rest of Gen G have grouped back up. But Zeus is still alive, he's healing over and over again. The team fighting Peanut Nidalee is actually working, and finally, Zeka shows up to clean up the battle.
And again, it's a trade, but eventually Hanwha Life trade up better. I mean, these are some of the best fights you could hope for as Gen G. You know, Duro getting into the back line, getting on top of Viper, isolating him, preventing a lot of his damage from coming through. It's plays like that and plays like this where you could see how this composition works. Duro's like, all right, I stun, you stun, we kill, dead Ahri. Very simple, but then you're on the wrong side of the map because you had to go super deep for this. But if it was a closer game, this could have really worked out for Gen G. They are not giving up. They are not going down without a fight. They're not going quietly into that good night, but it feels like they are still going. Atlas as Keen again tries to set up this ultimate here, and then Hanwha Life feels safe. They go back in, but Duro on the flank is massive. As speaking of flanks.
Oh, that's a heroic judge. Into a charm, and Duro's dead. Not a whole lot that he can do about that one, as he does buy a fair bit of time as the teleport is coming in from Keen. But just a little bit too little and definitely too late, as we do have Otacon up and available. And the crazy thing is despite the fact that things have felt very back and forth, it hasn't been. There are bounties available. HLE has a huge gold advantage, and Otacon is just being taken. There's a teleport from Chovy into the top lane. They know that there is no way that they can fight this. And HLE are also just taking a dragon at the same time. It's as if they're the only ones on the map right now, as they will be able to take this one down. Topside is maybe where they'll be able to find some semblance of an answering kill or something objective. But I just don't know about that. Zeus going to be able to clear things out. Zeus also has been... Oh, okay, never mind. He's just going to face check 2 people. Zeka going to move over, and there's the explosion, and down goes Canyon. No resets for you. Chovy as well, finding himself point blank into this Aatrox, who will just take a little bit of a avenue out of there. Viper explodes, that's gonna kill the rat, and now he's just looking to press that burst fire button over and over again. He's got carpal tunnel, but he's also got a triple kill, and maybe make that a quad. Never mind, it's gonna be taken there by Peanut. That's gonna be an ace, and remember, they had Otacon.
They had Otacon, so they don't care about the withdraws. They don't care about the takedowns here. And Gen G just trying to group to isolate targets. Who can we find on rotation? Who can we find who's coming in here? We're trying to set up some side laning. Maybe we can pull Hanwha Life apart. And they have the numbers advantage, but because they're so far behind on gold, so much time can be bought here with the withdraws. Viper comes in and cleans up house. I mean, you can see Duro's trying his best to try and get on top of this guy, but he gets knocked up by the Poppy. Chovy goes in.
Oh, Chovy actually finding that withdraw angle, pretty impressive.
It was impressive, but like many things that have been impressive for Gen G, despite an 8,000 gold lead until now, it's 10,000. They don't necessarily matter because it's 2 steps forward and then perhaps 5 steps back in some of these fights, because Han would clean up and get more map control each and every time. Chovy,
15 stacks, by the way, on the Forbidden.
Yeah. And Chovy, he's now like, he's got his arm guard. He did get 2 items. You know, we went from ketchup to like,
oh God!
It's big. The damage.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. He finds that first Q onto Canyon there as well. Takes a blast cone, but Canyon is going to be able to make his way out, but not without needing to go see a doctor about some heart condition.
Yeah, for real. 30 more seconds on the remainder of these Otacon buffs. They're trying to make some use of it.
All right, Grand Starfall. as Duro is in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And Zeka is also in the mid lane. Keen is going to be the first one to be targeted as Delight pushes Chovy away. Duro is also going to explode the double kill for the Ahri as the spray and pray was trying to work, but unfortunately the Twitch just does not do enough. And look at Zeka having a field day. It's a Quadra. Oh God, is he going to get another Game 5 pentakill? Canyon is going to say absolutely not. That would be ridiculous. 2 best-of-5s in a row. Yeah. No, no, no.
Canyon is the pentakill denier, as we've learned.
Yes, be it his own team or the enemy.
Well, this last game was a bit of a wash, Atlas.
It certainly was, but it was some impressive plays. There's a heroic charge. Zeka, unofficial denial of the pentakill by Delight. You love to see it. Nexus turrets. Number 1 going to go down. Number 2 still standing. HLE, I think respecting some of these respawn timers as Duro, Ruler, and Keen are all up and available. And so I think maybe it is a on-spawn Baron take before we win the game.
Yeah, I feel like
12,000 gold in the lead.
if you're a Gen G fan in this one, you've definitely enjoyed some of the highs, but the lows have felt pretty hard. And Ruler may just simply go down.
Oh dear. Well, Zeka is very charming, as we know.
Indeed. 25 stacks of Majais. He hurts hard.
He does.
It's not. You're not allowed to have full stacks. That's not supposed to happen in pro. But he's done it.
Oh, Zeus is standing on a ward. And now everyone's going to dive in. Viper is going to turn up as Chovy. Look at that. He's flailing with his chains out. And unfortunately, HLE are way too far ahead. Zeus can face check basically anything he wants as the slicing maelstrom does nothing. It's the tickling electric static circle. It's not really doing anything of much at all. And HLE, I think, don't need a Baron. They just need to kill this last remaining Nexus turret to bring them to a date with D+ Kia in our winners final here for the LCK Cup. Ruler spraying, praying, but he's gonna have to utilize a lot of those prayers against Nongshim to keep Gen G alive here in this tournament.
It was a slow start for Hanwha Life Esports here in 2025, but man, have they ramped up. 2 Game 5 wins in critical series where so many champions are removed from play. They got duped in the Game 4 draft for sure, but in Game 5, their composition, while being difficult to pilot, was piloted incredibly well. Peanut ruling the jungle on this Nidalee. Zeka outclassing Chovy early on, getting those advantages, being such a threat. Having the Zeri set up early, but then turning him into a side lane monster as well. Hanwha Life playing a great macro game here.
Oh yeah. Zeus also, I shouldn't have doubted his Aatrox. Being the first one to make that champion look real. It's been picked quite a few times here in the LCK Cup. It's looked not great until today. Where even then, like, he was, what, 3-3-3 in the mid-game, right? He wasn't the one hard carrying the game.
There were just
that was
too many...
a lot of this guy, right?
Yeah, there were too many threats. There were too many carries. Everyone was so fed. Even Peanut had a massive advantage in the jungle. Viper with a respectful bow and double thumbs up here. I think that D+ Hanwha Life series...
There's your POM right there.
Oh, yeah. I locked that one in a while ago. But I feel like this series is indicative of what Hanwha is capable of. And if they don't trip up and draft, and their drafts have gotten better throughout this tournament, I feel like the sky's the limit. We don't know what it is just yet, but that series against D+ is going to be so sick. I am really looking forward to it now.
I cannot wait. I think D+, I mean, I don't think. Obviously, D+ managed to get the better of them the first time around, but I do not think that this HLE that we're seeing on the stage here today and a couple of days ago is the same one as what we were witnessing in the group stage. They have definitely discovered what it is to play with a new top laner and to figure out how to make this team of superstars work together, and it is an absolute joy to watch. And Chovy tried his very best in this one, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite enough because HLE just looked so much more like a unit today.
In so many of the games where Peanut just outclasses opponents, which he's done to Owner, he's done to Canyon before, he did it to Canyon today, it feels like a slow burn. He gets these small advantages, gets his laners ahead, but occasionally, even in games like this, it's not a slow burn. You know, he just puts the blowtorch on, gets such a huge lead for his team, and they snowball it super hard, but it's been happening more and more often. I feel like Peanut's been criticized by a lot of people this season because he's had some small mistakes here and there, right? He hasn't been perfect, But you can see he's still got the brain to set up his team for massive success, and his early pathing is just incredible.
The best thing is it doesn't matter the amount of criticism you give Peanut because he will ignore all of it.
Yeah.
He just does not care.
And Fearless, when you get to best of fives like this, when the drafts are wonky, but Peanut still has the game plan, that's when he's so scary. That's when, you know, the other team is like, all right, we've put 5 champions together, we're not sure about this. Peanut's like, no, I know exactly how to punish this draft.
And he still wins games on 0 Heartsteel stacks of Mumu.
Yeah.
Like, that still happens. He's still got Curse of the Sad Mummy, you know, and he knows exactly when to use it. It's about, like, his architecture of a good fight in the later stages of the game that makes him so invaluable for a team like Humble Life Esports, especially when paired with that guy right there, just slamming people into walls and setting up kills for his teammates. Delight, an absolute monster this whole series. I think that, like, this would have looked so different if Delight wasn't having an absolute day out today.
I feel like this team is finally starting to reach its identity. Like, Viper can sometimes, you know, be the main carry, and often is, right, as we saw in Game 1, but sometimes it's just facilitation of this AD carry while you can play through top lane, you can play through mid lane, you can do whatever Peanut tells you to do, and when he finds that early advantage, the gold graphs look like this, and Hanwha Life look like a scary team in these BO5s.
They are so scary. Zeka also now 7 BO5s in a row. This guy has managed to take. He's just pretty good when it comes down to the high-pressure situations. And we all knew that Viper and Zeka paired together, you know, the 2021 5-gamer forever, and then the 2022. And then you give Viper this guy, who just had, like, the most incredible performance. I think even the Braum game was pretty decent.
The Shen game was not too bad either.
Yeah, his Pyke was amazing. That last Poppy game, phenomenal. But his Rakan, I mean, it's always been good. It's just great when he demonstrates why we talk about his Rakan all the time.
But in this series, he was kind of like a second jungler. He was making impacts everywhere the whole series long, and the guy is just such an intelligent player, and we've known what he's been capable of. Here's his streak, by the way, going all the way back to the Worlds qualifier.
Damn.
7 in a row.
That is absolutely ridiculous. All the way up here to the LCK Cup playoffs round 2. We'll see how much further he can go as well, because D+, they're going to stand in the way. Then it's a couple more wins, and then they can be the representatives at first stand here in LoL Park as well. Whew. See whether it is going to be Humble Life Esports or whether D+ are going to continue their absolute demolition of this tournament. They are very, very good at Fearless, so it could be a little bit rough. But now we do get to have a bit of a chat to Delight. Maybe he's going to let us know some of the strategies going into their next matchup. I'm not entirely sure.
I hope he talks about Barrel.
Yeah.
I hope he talks about Barrel. That's what I want.
All right, well, let's see whether he does. We throw it over to the interview now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisoo for the POM interview translation. And after a very close 5-game series, Hanwha Life Esports is headed to the winner bracket. Congratulations, Delight, on the victory and on your POM. A fantastic victory up against Gen G to advance to the winner's bracket. How do you feel? We all thought that today was a very important day for us, so I am very happy that we managed to kind of show an improved performance throughout the series today. Although you lost to Gen G in the group battle stage, but today you came back with a dominant performance. What kind of feedback and adjustments were made throughout the course of group battle? After losing to D+ Kia, we managed to kind of find our direction for our playstyle, and I think it worked really well. It was a full 5-game battle. Which game do you think was the most decisive and important? In game number 1, because we won on the red side. That was critical. Starting from last year, we also saw Zeka's best of 5 record, but also Hanwha Life as a team. You guys are on an 11-match winning streak when it comes to game number 1 in a best of 5. I think the credit goes to our coaching staff, because of their strategy and how they prepare for these kind of an important match. They always come up with the best kind of tactics, so we managed to always pick up the game #1 victory. Hana Life has gone through a 5-game series back-to-back. Do you think it is actually beneficial because you get more knowledge and experience, or does it kind of tires you out? Yeah, of course, because we get more experience, but also it's also because of the jungler. So I don't know, it happens, but I don't have any specific message over to Peanut though. Now heading over to the winners bracket, you are facing D plus Kia. Anything you want to say about the matchup? They are on a great form, so our jungle support duo will also do our best to match their strength as well. This will be the end of the interview with Delight, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisona Yaya, as it is Delight and the rest of Hanwha Life Esports that earn the right to play against D plus Kia in the upper finals. Welcome back to Space, D-Gon alongside Chronicler and Wadid. We went all 5 for the second time in the LCK Cup. They had to go deep into the draft pools here. Chronicler, what did you make of this final game?
I think Pace and Lahens are being sorely missed after because we have to talk about it, right? Like, yes, Kane had a really bad series as well. We already talked about that a lot, though. But if you do end up picking Twitch, not going Axiom Arcanist, which is just a free 14% damage buff to your ultimate for Ruler. Duro obviously having a really rough one. Even though Wadid and I both didn't really like the Pantheon support, I think that was definitely the biggest individual gap throughout the day. The one thing that I do think Gen G have to look forward to is that they still have a lower bracket run. There were glimpses of what this team could do. I think Chovy in particular has been very vocal about wanting to be more like Faker. And I think that we saw actual glimpses of that with the Silas, right? The way he was playing very aggressively. He does need a jungler and a bot lane though, which he didn't have this time around.
Yeah, I mean also they kind of need to step up on their draft as well. Like even though they had the win against the Hanwha Life Esports at Game 2, we still said that their draft is really bad. And also the Game 5 draft, I mean, we could see the reason why they picked those champions, but like we still know that like when you compare Pantheon support into Poppy, like Poppy is definitely tier 1 support, right? And Pantheon is not a champion that you can actually like do something with Twitch especially. So I really didn't like the support pick especially. And also, I mean, there's a whole terms of the series, I mean, I feel like they didn't have the clear plan for the draft.
I think this felt like a free 1 or a free 0,
yes,
even though it went to 5 games.
I agree.
That's what I was going to say, because it feels kind of harsh right now for Gen G. They were literally 1 game away from moving up as we get to player of the match. And
no, that's kind of based media.
Based media?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't do it myself.
I mean, I don't mind. You didn't do it yourself.
Even no, because I think Delight very much earned it. But if you look, because I was going to mention this, even in Game 5 draft, they were banning Anivia and Olaf.
Yes, because of the top lane,
and
right?
again, Zeus ended up being fine on the Aatrox, but I think that does say a lot about the amount of pressure that he had, even though Keen performed well individually.
Quotes time, Chronicler.
Yeah, well, I mean, they still miss him after 2 years.
Wadid, you've been on the desk with me the most. I feel like Chronicler's comments keep slowly start spicing up. This is good, man.
I mean, for now, I really cannot think about the comment, but I just want to say that he was the lighthouse for HLE. Like he, as Wolf mentioned.
Have you seen The Lighthouse, the movie?
No.
Highly recommend. It's great. Definitely not a weird.
But anyways, as Wolf mentioned, I think he was the second jungler for the team, right? Like he made all the plays by himself, and the early game plan was so clean.
It's really unfair as well, because Gen G had no junglers, and Hanwha Life had 2.
Oh my god,
Chronicler,
man.
what happened? What happened to my Chronicler?
Canyon is my jungle goat, but he wasn't here today.
No, he was not. Let's see what everyone else had to say. Go saying the headlight of the tank that is Hanwha Life Esports. Okay, another light pun there. Wadid and Go almost in the same brain there. He is the light of Hanwha Life Esports. He is the delight of Hanwha Life Esports. That's the one that I thought we were going with there.
Yeah, but I mean, he's also weeb, so we kind of have the same vibe as well, right? So yeah,
I'm not a weeb at all.
No, definitely.
Not even a little bit.
Shame.
Yeah, well, you were getting spicy. I don't know what was happening to my chronicler. Let's take a look at the draft one more time here. All 50 champs that were played here.
Particularly that Poppy making it all the way through. I think Hanwha Life, even though their drafts haven't been as spicy and in-your-face amazing like DK's have been, I do think that particularly going back to the series against T1 as well, their Game 5 draft was also amazing. I think they had a really good plan. They had very clear ideas of what they wanted to do. Whereas if you look at the draft for Gen G, it really does feel all over the place.
Yeah, and also you can simply see it from mid-jungle picks, right? Like when you see the Hanwha Life esports side, you have Yone, Sejuani, Zinzao, Galio, Maokai, Azir, which means that they always synergize each other's really well, right? So I think that's mainly because of their thinking about like mid-jungle combo. But when you compare it to Genji side, they had some kind of silly combis like Wukong Jace and also Mel Lilia. I don't want to see them once again.
Oh yeah, I know. We know what did. What did was very upset with these drafts from Gen G, who have generally been great drafting team and had a great drafting game forward. That was Gigabrain, but that was not what we saw most of the time.
I mean, you know what? I predicted Genji 3-0. That's why I'm upset. You know,
don't matter what
I love Genji. I love Chovy.
The prediction cope on that side of the couch is very difficult. Let's take a look at the highlights here in our final match because it was done pretty early with all the pressure that was put on the mid lane.
Look at the move from Delight. He was kind of like faking that he was gonna go for Silas, but he went on Canyon, and I think that kind of start was really horrible for Canyon. And also this second roam from Delight. I mean, he was just literally everywhere on the map.
Just incredible game from him. And it's particularly this early level of aggression that, funnily enough, was what made Peanut one of the best Poppy players that we had. It was really him and Owner that in terms of early pathing, in terms of impact on the map, were absolutely crazy. And we just... I think it was a pleasure to watch, right? And Dura, I think, is really struggling. He's a player that played on Sandbox before that is very clearly not up to this level yet. And he needs to really step it up if Gen G want to make a deep run. I still think that the series against Nongshim, they should be fine. I think that Nongshim are a team that is a lot more volatile in many ways. And I also think that for Gen G, even comparing this to their regular season LCK Cup is actually an improvement, right? Like, I think they looked better today. Just Hanwha looked as good as they should be. Gen G are still nowhere near that level.
Very, very exciting to see who gets the buff from the week off and who still has more pieces to put together. Luckily for Gen G, they still have another opportunity in the lower bracket. Now, before we take a look at that bracket and put a close on the week, let's look back at the best celebrations we had of the victorious players with our week's best ceremony. And we start off with Fisher, who is, I think, fishing with both lines? That's a two-line fish? Any fishermen?
But anyways.
He's fishing one with left hand and right hand. And then here, oh yeah.
Mbappe.
Right there. Just get on into the pose, double nod, little frown.
A little aggressive, as he does. Showmaker, a very well-known big football fan. I don't know. Showmaker to me is just...
Yeah. He's a superstar.
He's both a sports lover, but he's a showman.
Like I really want to talk about DK, but I'm kind of worried as well because I'm about to curse another team. So
Wadid's picks have not been very good. That's what did you want to tell everyone the curse?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that DK looks really strong right now. They might win LCK Cup and first stand as well. You know.
Whoa, wait, Wadid, calm down, man.
Like they have so huge champion pool, and also their playstyle wise is like so good right now. I'm sorry, but I have to say that. Like they look so good.
No, I know. As a DK fan, that's a little scary for me. I gotta say, and that's to me the craziest thing is as much criticism as we have for Gen G today. This was still a 5-game series, and it feels like half the players on Gen G didn't show up. Which is why I don't think we're going to be too worried about them in the future as long as they can get their team together.
I mean, on top of that, I feel like they just dropped some game so easily, you know? Like, they didn't really, fight back when they're losing, so that's why it felt really bad, even though it was 2-3 to them.
Well, joining us to give us even more insights on how predicting goes is the prediction master herself, Ji-sun, who predicted the 3-2. There it is. Oh, doing the Mbappe as well.
Wait. Is Ji-sun is gonna take my spot?
Yeah.
No.
Well, Wadid, you've been wrong a lot.
Yeah, we did. No more cursing. Ji-sun, how did you know this was going to be a 3-2?
I just see it. You just get to know the league better, and you just have to have better sense.
So what you're saying is Wadid clearly does not know League?
He doesn't see league well. He doesn't have the good read. But
Maybe
it's
he's-
okay.
Maybe he's watching
You'll
too
get
many other leagues.
to my
Sorry,
level.
Wadid.
You know?
Yeah, maybe that's why.
Are you staying up late? You know, that's hard.
Yeah, I have to co-stream LEC tonight as well, but
Yeah.
I mean...
You're putting too much of that in your brain and not enough of LCK Cup.
Unlike Ji-sun.
Yeah, Ji-sun sees it all. All right. Well, you know what? We have more LCK Cup for you as we take a look at the bracket. It is in the top side of the bracket. D+ Kia and Hanwha Life Esports in the upper bracket finals. Winners will go straight to the finals and will be one series away from qualifying for the first ever first stand. And Nongshim versus Genji will be doing battle for their tournament lives.
Now, I don't think this is going to happen, but can you imagine if Nongshim make a run? If they actually do it, Lahens upsets his old team.
You get
Can
to use
imagine
the
how
same
funny
comment?
that would be?
Yeah, and also we keep saying that like Duro kind of underperformed against the veteran player, and Nongshim is known as a support main team, right?
Yeah.
To your Hyung.
Interesting.
Interesting story right there.
A lot of dreaming there. Well, before we get to that matchup, we've got that vaunted top matchup between the #1 seed D+ Kia and, you know, just a little known 5th seed Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, definitely doesn't have a bunch of world champions on that team.
Definitely not. Bargain all
They have, so they have 3 world champions. Then they also have a MSI winner and one of the best junglers ever. And then that weren't even the guys that won POM today. That was the 5th guy, Bro Talent Delight.
Bro Talent Delight, that's right. For those of you that want more action, we've got the playoff rounds and the bros. They're in challengers in that playoff bracket there. We have that coverage for you all week long. If someone in the chat can go ahead and clip that and clip the G-Bappe. I saw that, the Ji-sun Mbappe, G-Bappe, that would be great. Slap on the deal with the sunglasses, that would be awesome. It's been a heck of a week of LCK Cup action. We thank you all so much for watching with us, and we'll see you on Thursday for more action.